political will to tackle the problem. If not, Nigeria should have put diplomatic pressure on countries from where these drugs are imported and sanctioned the leadership of customs, police, and NDLEA, who run after consignment of drugs on the roads after they have been let through the entry points. As the war on fake drugs, the innocent whose businesses and livelihoods are now suffering should not be sacrificed because of the failures of regulation and border.
For 10 days in the month of March, the door to allegations of corruption, abuse of power, torture, cruel and inhumane treatment of inmates against the Nigerian Correctional Service was thrown open to the public in Abuja. To say that some of the details that emerged were disturbing underplays the gravity of the situation. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima, who with Nasiru Usman covered the 10 days public hearing, summarizes the high point of the investigative hearing.
There was a comforting outcome of the 10-day investigative public hearing by a panel set up by the Ministry of Interior. The outcome is that the ministry is willing to confront issues in Nigeria's correctional services without any effort to cover any failures. The second is that the investigative panel is not on a witch hunt, punitive voyage, or indictment, but is striving to understand the issues, the infractions, why they happen, and how to prevent them, and institute a new correctional culture.
The Nigerian Correctional Service have also seen this process as something that is going to be for their benefits, and they cooperated so well in dealing with all the issues that were raised. They mobilized staff from all over the country to come in and state their own cases as it is. So for us, I think is the trust that the service and even Nigerians have in this process that is quite encouraging to us.
3 major institutions came up again and again in the course of the 10-day public hearing: the police, the judiciary, and the correctional service. The practices by officers of these institutions came up for scrutiny in the investigation, arraignment, detention, and inhumane custodial conditions of inmates.
The issue of underage. That's when a warrant has been sent to the prison officials, and they observe that the person committed in the warrant to be remanded, their opinions on the age, and by the provision of the Act, they have every right to reject it. So, in an attempt to solve or resolve this kind of problem, we should have cognizance to the fact that once a judge, either in the magistrate or high court, has issued a warrant for the remand of a suspect before he has become an order of the court. Being an order of the court, therefore, he must have relied based on the information supplied. If it's a matter under magistracy, I believe the police, since they are here, they have to take note of this because they have more important role to play than the judiciary in this aspect. So what I'm saying is essence is that the police have a very important role to play in preparing their first information reports that they normally present to the FIR, to the magistrate court. Because the magistrate will now believe in the information content, and maybe if the accused deny the allegation, he may order his committed on remand, pending when they will bring their own cases. So once the warrant has been given to the officers on their own to say they have rejected or they will reject it on the grounds of underage will definitely annoy the court. For any officer to attempt going back to the court to tell the judge this guy is underage because he is not in position to do that.
Nigerian Police Force, NDLE, Justice, you are us. They are all under you because you take care of judiciary and everybody. You need to understand what we are going through, keeping these students. They don't call them inmates, we call them students. I learned that on the field last week. Keeping these students in our correctional center. Maybe when we understand it, it will help us to go back to our various agencies to say, look, we need to rejig what we are doing because we are actually causing a lot of discomfort, not just to the correctional service, but also to those students.
Fingers pointed at the magistrate court in the detention of underage raised issues of whether the police and the courts were conscious of the rules governing juveniles who find themselves against the law. Was the National Judicial Institute, which provides training, doing enough to equip judges, and is the training of magistrates from where many are thrown into correctional centers adequate enough?
The mandate of the National Judicial Institute is to train judges and their support staff. So where we come in here is to help develop specialized training programs to equip, as you mentioned, magistrates and legal practitioners with the knowledge needed to identify and prevent human rights violations in detention facilities.
The public hearing was not all about inmates of correction centers or the process of them getting there. The correctional officers also had issues with the system. This ranged from abuse of power by senior officers of the service to mistreatment and denial of rights of the correctional officers. For instance, diligent correctional service officers found themselves in the bad books of their seniors for doing the right thing.
Now I will start. This is the initial complaint letter, which was dated 22/5/2018. I have submitted to the authorities since 2018. So on March 2018, 40,000 naira was deducted from my salary account for the month of March, April, and May. After complaining to them, 1,000 naira was also deducted for the month of August, September, and October. I complained about the deductions. He said I should hold on, I will look into the issue. So after looking into the issues, I was vindicated. 100,000 naira was returned to me on installments, because the deduction was installment, because 225,000 was taken out of my salary without my consent. So when I wrote this letter and the panel was set up, 100,000 was returned to me. That was when I received a menacing call from Abuja, from that Mr. Teslim Adedoja, who works with the then Prison Microfinance Bank, Lagos. He told me that they will pay me. He said they will pay me, but I will spend the money on transfers. That they will invite me to Abuja. I said, if you are inviting me to Abuja, send me transportation. I will come. That was the menacing call I received from him. I never took all these things so serious. If not, I would have recorded those things. By March 2019, as a result of this microfinance issue, I was transferred to Zone H Makodi from Lagos with a radio message. I've not even spent up to 2 years at the zonal headquarters Lagos. From there, subsequent transfers started coming up. And the distance is much. I have not committed an offense. I have not done anything against correctional. Somebody will explain to me the next thing, I'll just see my name on transfer. Just like that. I agree that transfer is part of the service. It's part of the job and it's specified in the public service rule and the conditions of transfer. But when transfer is frequent and does not adhere to the public service rules and regulation, it amounts to witch hunting. So that is why I came here, so that all the issues, my issues will be looked into and addressed, and I need to be relocated back to my family, and money is to be paid to me on all those transfers. Because I'm just tired. I don't know, I'm just tired.
And how does an officer handle a situation in which his superior, against all rules, treats an inmate as a king, rendering him services, providing aids and giving him special privileges?
On the 23rd of February, this IDRO by name Efine Waimo was taken to hospital. And for the very first time, I have never seen in the practice that a non-custodial staff will be deployed from the headquarters, and alongside 2 staffs, the orderly and the personal assistants, that is orderly and the driver, also accompanying this IDR. And 4 armed squads were drafted in. They took a white Hilux van that was provided for the state government, took this IDRO to an hospital. I noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out as in charge discipline. But there is something that I really suspected because there was no medical officer that actually accompanied them. These persons left the custodial center. And as usual, they have been going and coming back. We thought it would be on the usual basis that he goes and comes back. But that day, he left and never came back. There was a tension. He left by 8 o'clock.
This particular case, I issued a query to my officer in charge on why an inmate who is an IDRO should be taken to the hospital without informing the controller. And the officer in charge replied the query. And immediately after that, I quickly went into investigation. I called the inmate. I asked when they brought him to the yard. I asked where he was taken to. He said he was taken to the hospital, Federal Medical Center. I was not fully impressed. I still went to Federal Medical Center to find out from the doctor. And the doctor said, yes, he wrote that medical report, which he gave to the officer in charge to send to me when I was carrying out my investigation.
The welfare of the correctional officers was another issue that featured in the 10 days public hearing. How does the service justify the retirement of officers on the account of one of them, on the same rank, being appointed the Comptroller General of the service, and in the same breath, retaining some officers on a higher rank than the officers so appointed?
Our entitlement as Assistant Comptroller General retired were not given, some of our entitlement were not given to us. But the panel listened to it and asked the service to address that. 2, we have our something like repatriation allowance, but the one that concerns us most was the spirit of disengagement. If it is as a result of the appointment of our junior to become the Comptroller General, while we as senior should go, which has never happened in the service, why then do you have to stop our salary immediately? We have worked into half of the month, as if a personal vendetta is being expressed. We joined the service with the hope to retire peacefully, and we guided our career. How suddenly will you ask somebody to go, having wives, children, in higher institutions without any benefit?
The emotions which this issue raised were calmed by the chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Madeleine Ajani, who is also the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Interior. Like a Daniel, she came to judgment, assuring complainants of fairness and justice, and insisting that the correctional service must operate within its own rules and regulations.
Repatriation allowance, as you retire and you put in the application, we get it paid. It's not just Ministry of Interior, it's something that the federal service holds very dearly. Because it's just unfair for us to render 35 years of service, then your small chickily money to go back, even if you are not living in Abuja. It's something for you to start off with before your pension comes. And there's no reason why the service should deny you of it. It's your right. So please, whatever it is that we communicate to them to do, I promise you that we'll communicate it to you. What needs to be done needs to be done. Your repatriation fee has to be paid. So when they give us all the information of the things that they have not paid, if I must tell you, apart from 7 of you, there are other cases of retirees that have not received their cards. I read these letters when they come in, appeals, and we send it to the board because it is their jurisdiction to handle those cases. Okay, so aside from the 7 of you, there are other retirees that correctional service has not paid. But your own case is being looked at now. And there's no way where an officer will retire 5 years after you've not been paid your repatriation allowance.
The responsibility of the correctional service to provide adequate feeding, and in some cases specialized feeding, was another issue of concern to the panel. As much as the feeding allowance for inmates has recently been increased, the increase was still inadequate, and the special needs of diabetic and other inmates needing special care are yet not factored in the feeding arrangements.
The panel went to some custodial centers. In all of the ones we went to, there was none which saw food up to 1 week. So the issue about having the store that's supposed to have at least 7 days thing, it's a practice that's difficult for this to be now implemented. You know that when an inmate is not given food, what danger that is. So if people, first, the amount that is provided is poor. Second, this process of profit making worsens the process. And secondly, you know that the officer in charge used to be one of that level of checks and balances for the contractors when the contractors were totally supplying food. So this is about being open to know where the problems are, to solve our problem, because many inmates are dying because of lack of food. I've never seen what we see these days. There have always been problems, but it has never been the way it is. Never. So as a people, we have to look at this square in the eye. So they're going to show you what is happening in the correctional centers these days. What is happening is inmates are not eating well. There's a lot of commercialization because everybody is now selling what you never used to see. Trying to cope. Those who can't afford to cope are dying. So we will look at what can be done to them. And that's where, before we go there, because it's obvious there are not adequate checks and balances, it's obvious. It has to happen.
The panel wondered if the correctional centers were institutions where the state gets its pound of flesh from inmates, or where inmates are corrected and given a second chance. This arose when the matter of training and rehabilitation was interrogated. It emerged that whereas the correction centers are supposed to be correctional institutions, equipment for preparing the inmates for return to society are either not available or are obsolete and dilapidated.
Doing this, there are three major points. One is that the correctional centers do have the manpower in terms of the inmates. Two, some of these inmates are even knowledgeable in some of these things, repairs. Three, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act had also spoken about the way part of the resources, the profit from the industries, should be divided into two. One part is what will be used to sustain that process, that enterprise. One part is to be given to the inmates as an incentive, those inmates that are there, so that they can continue to learn skill. Another part to go back to the custodial center. So if this is done, that part that is supposed to be sustaining can actually help. I gave you an example of one place we went to, a workshop. The whole, we have a picture of it. The whole workshop is roof off. The carpentry workshop is on this side. Then you have shoemaking and all that. So the question here is about how you can turn this around in relation to maintenance culture, skills acquisition and training for inmates, and utilizing what you have. This is not about contracts. I'm talking about this is having the culture of maintenance.
Not only about maintenance culture, even though that is very, very important. Resourcefulness. There were things we observed in some facilities we visited. They have large number, over 1,000. But where they have for workshop or school is smaller than half of this building. Not smaller, about a quarter of this building. And then when we were asking, they said there's no space. But we've been to other facilities like where they even had to put canopies outside for the people to school. But there was a big church, we were saying, There could have been a makeshift arrangement that when the church is not in session, they can be able to use it as school. And I know those in your department can be able to build, even if it's demarcators, to ensure that those essential services are delivered innovatively within the space you have until money is available for you to build what you need to build.
As the investigative panel rounded up its 10-day sitting, there appeared to be silver lining in the horizon. There is a willingness to make the service to improve its operations and exit Nigeria for being the butt of every report on failure in correctional service delivery.
You are watching 360 Nigeria on Signature TV. We'll take a break and return shortly. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute.
Welcome back. Where is Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, ABN? Not many Nigerians will remember him today. Those who do remember him as a bad experience in Nigeria's political journey. Today, however, many Nigerians, including university students and even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, remember and recall with fine memories one man, his service and his unshaken stand for integrity, transparency and credibility in Nigeria's political process. That man is Professor of Political Science from the University of Nigeria, Humphrey Nwosu. Last week, Professor Humphrey Nwosu was laid to rest in his hometown, Ajali, in Anambra State. Before then, believers in a free, fair, and credible election in Nigeria gathered at the Shehu Musa Adua Center in Abuja to pay tribute to Humphrey Nwosu. The event became a commentary on Nigeria's journey towards credible election. 360 Nigeria correspondent reports.
Why is it that evil does not leave any guiding footprints for the benefit of tomorrow? Maybe that is why Napoleon has no monument to his memory, except a brandy that makes fools of men. That same way, Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, a man and his organization who represent an evil in Nigeria's election history, are a piece of forgotten history. With a midnight court order obtained from the dark recess of a court chamber, Daniel Kanu and his ABN were used to scuttle Nigeria's freest, fairest, and most credible election. Last week, Nigerians who believe in accountable democratic process, who believe in the free choice made and mandate given by Nigerian electorate, gathered in Abuja to pay their last respects to Mr. Option A4, Professor Humphrey Nwosu.
To the Nwosu family, we say, you have every reason to be proud of Professor Nwosu. He was a man of honor, a man of integrity, a man of tremendous capacity. Somebody who really knew what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and he did it excellently. He was a chairman who chaired well.
Professor Nwosu and his team embarked on several initiatives. They took deliberate, intentional, courageous steps that culminated in the adoption of the now popular option A4 voting system, the open ballot, and going forward, the modified open ballot system for the 1993 general presidential election. These initiatives worked so well, and the election also went very well. A widely held national consensus based on facts has continually affirmed that June 12 election was not only free, fair, but a clear winner emerged. Regrettably, like it has been said since Professor Humphrey Nwosu's past, that everyone, beneficiaries of that election have been recognized. The day has been recognized, but those who conducted the elections, those who worked tirelessly, remain unsung. But to us, they remain our unsung heroes.
We gather to honor a man whose name is written indelibly in the chronicles of Nigeria's search for democracy, justice, and good governance. We gather to pay tribute to Professor Humphrey Nwosu, scholar, reformer, and patriot whose life and work exemplify the rare courage it takes to do the right thing in a country that too often punishes virtue. For me, this moment is not just about mourning a loss, it is about preserving a legacy. It is about telling and owning our story, both as Ndibo and as Nigerians.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu did his job with the seriousness that it deserved, with the focus, with the passion, and at his heart, very clearly, with the interest of the nation at heart. What he did, no doubt, has contributed very, very significantly to the effort to bring integrity to elections in countries such as ours, to ensure that popular will prevails in the election of representatives of the people, and his leadership at NEC at that time clearly illustrated this commitment and this drive to ensure that things were done very well.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu was the chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NECO, under the military presidency of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He was to conduct election to return Nigeria to democratic governance. He did, with sterling performance, destroying the myth of corruption in election, interference by power brokers, and manipulation of election outcome. Nigerians at the event remembered and thanked him.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu has been put on the map as a Nigerian of repute, a man that this country should say a big thank you to.
Professor Nwosu was, however, best known for his role as chairman of the National Electoral Commission. Having been appointed in 1989, he presided over the conduct of the June 12, 1993 elections that some still regard as the most open and transparent in Nigeria's history. He did not apply for the job, but applied himself fully to the task once he mounted the saddle of leadership. Although the results were announced, June 12 became a major reference point in Nigeria's electoral history and political discourse.
Professor Nwosu is a celebrated person who really produced the option A4. He wanted us to really come up with an option that cannot be cheated, that at the end of the elections, there will be the great honor that the elections will be conferred with that credibility. Not just by the people announcing, but the people who voted. Because when you announce the results, those who voted will know whether you are announcing what they voted or something else. Option A4 was designed to be very credible. And you know, it was excellent, produced one of the best results of elections in Nigeria, celebrated, highly honored, but to our surprise, the best elections were annulled. That was the most difficult day in our lives.
The tributes have reminded us not only of his place in Nigeria's democratic journey, but also of the personal courage it takes to do the right things under difficult circumstances. We have also heard virtually from two of Nigeria's global icons, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, whose reflections captured the far-reaching inspiration Professor Nwosu continues to provide to generations of Nigerians both at home and abroad.
Professor Humphrey was deservedly regarded as one of the main heroes of June 12. For us as a commission, we will forever cherish the enduring legacy he left behind. What are these legacies? There would be no independent National Electoral Commission as it is today if Professor Humphrey Nwosu had not done what he did between 1989 and 1993. At the time he came on board in 1989, coming from the history of electioneering in Nigeria, staff of the commission were not established civil servants. Employment was not gazetted. They were not in the establishments. And Prof said, no, we cannot have a system, a democratic institution, without having permanent staff. And he set out to work. And then the federal government approved, and we started having the staff of the commission as pensionable staff. And most of us are beneficiaries of that today. Secondly, he also had saddled on him the responsibility of relocating the headquarters of the commission from Lagos to Abuja. And he set up a committee. Professor Humphrey Nwosu set up a task force for the relocation and charged them that the staff of the commission must be adequately accommodated. The building the commission occupies today as its national headquarters in Maitama was secured and built by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. The former commission's headquarters was in Area 10. He built it while we were still in Lagos. While we were contemplating relocation to Abuja, the task force said, secure any land, we will build. And he built. When Professor Humphrey Nwosu lays his hat to doing anything, not even the military can stop him.
I'm very, very happy and pleased to see that friends are gathering, and family and friends are gathering in order to celebrate his legacy. And I have no doubt, I think unfortunately in our country, we seem very slow and hesitant in rewarding national heroes. And I consider Professor Nwosu's contribution and the courage to withstand what I can call the intrigues of military rulers trying to stay and perpetuate themselves in power, really something that is very heroic and that deserves to be appropriately appreciated and recognized and honored in our country.
Between Daniel Kano and today's Nigeria is a spectrum. In between, there have been the NADECO, the 1 million man march, elections that produced presidents. Political players in this time seem to belong to the real Democrats, the fence-sitters, the pretenders, and the opportunists. At the day of tributes for Professor Humphrey Nwosu in Abuja, it appeared that those who believe in genuine democracy were either present or represented. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was conspicuously absent, not even a delegation from him. The Abiolas were not counted. NADECO was nowhere, even its former followers and members. These who did not show up, are they fence-sitters, pretenders, or opportunists? However, those who believe in what Professor Humphrey Nwosu did for Nigeria's democratic journey said he should be honored and immortalized.
I hereby call on the Federal Republic of Nigeria, led by the President, to, as a matter of honor and respect, give honor to whom honor is due. At least we have heard from the Secretary of INEC that it was Humphrey that saw to the building of the current headquarters of INEC. Why not name that headquarters?
Prof,
should be given Commander of the Federal Republic or Commander of the Order of the Niger. In addition, a national democratic or electoral institution like the Independent National Electoral Commission building should be named after him, because he did not only lay the foundation for a modern democracy, he also erected that physical structure there. No person can be more befitting to be named after the building of Independent National Electoral Commission.
I conclude by speaking to the powers that be. Humphrey Nwosu must be recognized and honored.
If a laborer is worthy of his wages, Humphrey Nwosu deserves a handsome wage. That is, if those who should pay will listen and hearken.
With the experience of Nigerians in elections after Professor Humphrey Nwosu, many today ask the question, when will another Humphrey Nwosu come? The answer is in the belly of time. For now, that's how we conclude today's episode of 360 Nigeria. We promise to be back next week. I am Josephine Beatrice, wishing you a great week ahead. Bye. See you next week.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
Two lawyers, Clement Chukwuemeka, immediate past vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and Ugo Agugam, who were guests in Signature flagship breakfast program, The Signature Show, faulted the bill on several grounds. They said the bill was the very opposite of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees free choice as against compulsory. They warned that the bill could trigger civic disobedience, which could lead to civic unrest.
You begin to address what are these issues? Is it to make criminalize voting, non-voting, or to begin to find a way to curb these things that you know are the reasons why people are not coming out? So if we are now like saying, oh, we are not interested, we are not going to vote, find out why. Votes must count. People must be encouraged. Insecurity, these are things that make people not want to vote. These are people that in gender and voter party. Take care of all those things. You don't need to make laws to say, oh, if you don't vote, you'll be killed, you go to jail, you pay 100,000. This law will not succeed. If made into law, the bill will not succeed. If it's law, it will not succeed. In fact, people will observe it in disobedience. Then what are we going to be left with? Chaos.
Let me just be a prophet in this particular aspect. This allegedly or alleged what's it called bill is indirect way. Let anybody mark it today. It's an indirect way.
Come out, sit at home where you are. Can you give us a little bit of an update on the situation where you are? Are people sitting at home? Did people really go out?
Yes, I was shocked, really. I even forgot that today is a sit at home. But when I stepped out from my house, not from the main road, major road, along 6th Avenue, I was shocked that I met a ghost street. You know, I didn't see a lot of vehicles, the normal bubbling that you see on a morning like this. And then that reminded me that today is the 30th of all the shops shut. Only skeletal keke and private vehicles were moving around the road. And that was the situation. Even within the streets, inside the streets, that normally opens, or even on other sit-at-home days, but within the small shops within the streets, they were also shut. Apparently, everybody wants to bathe But private vehicles we are moving. Once in a while you see one private vehicle that to move. That's the situation.
All right. I mean, over the years, we've done sit at home, mostly because the people who are the proponents of these sit at home are those who are saying that that would some way pressure the federal government to release their leader. Do you think that this sit at home is working, is doing anything in that direction?
I think that the normal sit at home that was triggered by the arrest of their leader, Nnamdi Kanu, that was 2021. That is quite different from today's sit at home. They normally have this one, 30th of May every year. I think as a special commemoration of the declaration of Biafra. I think 30th of May, 1967. And they said today is like a memorial to remember those that were lost, those that were killed during that 3-year civil war, Nigeria-Biafran civil war. And that is what today is commemorating. But like I said, the other sit at home that they normally do on Mondays, that one is almost going down as a, that one was as a to pressure for the release of their leader. But even their leader had come out to say that they should stop that one. And the leader of the spokesperson of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, Emma Powerful, has also come out to say that they should stop that one. But apparently that one was hijacked by other elements that were using it to perpetrate other criminal activities. But today's zone is a commemoration of the war, the Nigerian Biafra Civil War. Am I still on?
Well, I actually wanted to ask if you feel that more of what we have done, sitting at home, I mean, you can look at the effects generally on businesses, on schools. Today, schools are shut down, businesses are shut down. I mean, no vehicles are moving out or even into because of these things. Do you think it's in any way that this sit at home has done more good than harm to us?
It has done more harm than good. That is the truth of the matter. But I think there is need for serious engagement by our leaders, the government, the and Igbo social control organization. There should be dialogue. There is nothing wrong trying to hold memorial for whatever culture or history that you put there by any group. The Jewish people hold memorial for the Holocaust. Even Europe and Germany hold memorial for the end of Second World War, the surrender of Hitler's Germany. But they don't shut down the entire nation. They do that in seminars, in holding discussions, in maybe remembrance church service, and to use generally to sensitize, to try to understand what led to those wars and how to avoid such conflicts in the future. But in our country, we try to shut every view down. Even attempted to, at a point, the government attempted to stop history, the teaching of history in the schools, which is not good. There are things you cannot foreclose easily. People hold some of these memories dear, and so they can commemorate, but you don't need to shut down the whole system. Just want to do that. It could be done in a civilized manner. Like I said, it should be, even a government can adopt, Nigerian government as a nation should designate today as the day of memory for remembrance of victims of civil war, Nigerian Biafra civil war. There's nothing wrong with that, But if you say no, you don't want to hear anything about that, you don't want to go into history. Now, these elements, these other people now want to take advantage of it and say we must celebrate it. It's an ideology. You cannot kill an idea. So I think that government should change their own stance and find a way to engage and educate these proponents that we can do this in a more civilized manner that will not disrupt the economic activities and the lives of the people. Okay, can you imagine today? I think some students are writing their work. West African examination, they're going to be affected because there is no transportation, as I observed this morning. So those students will be affected. And I know WAEC is not just written in Nigeria alone or Southeast. It's something that is done across West Africa. So it's part of the disadvantages of down because of this kind of development. Thank
you. Really, you have highlighted some of the issues that we are facing. I mean, for you as somebody who has been around, I mean, you've followed this particular story for as long as it has been. Do you think that somehow what made us go into that war in 1967, do you think that right now those things have been addressed, even though at the time we had the RRR, which is the reconstruction, rehabilitation, and I think there's another R that I totally forgot. Go on actually mounted at the time. Do you think that we have gone past that stage? That so much so we are still left in that thought of thinking that we are marginalized, and even in that stench of marginalization, people are still saying that within us as Igbos, there are people who still marginalize Igbos because you cannot equate the amount of monies that have come into the Southeast with the development that is in the Southeast.
Well, marginalization and coming out of the after effect of the Civil War, yeah, I can understand really that the RRR declared by the head of state then, Gowon, that program was not faithfully executed. There was no commensurate development, rehabilitation, even reconciliation. But the people of the East, which today includes part of South-South, they are resilient people. They were able to rise, and within a very short time, you wouldn't remember that they had a war, But I think that it is time for our people to begin to change our psyche and our attitude towards that. Yes, we may be marginalized, but we know that we have special qualities. Are we together? Are we together? So we yes, we can rise above those sentiments and forge ahead, there is always need for dialogue and discussion. Like I said, the government, both at the national and subnational level, our sociocultural groups should begin to think about engaging the youth, the younger ones who are trying to promote this ideology. That there's nothing you can gain through force. It's always through dialogue, and you continue to strategize and plan to be able to also be part of the nation. And the leaders should also do more to try to integrate the people. There are some policies the federal government introduced. All these policies should be faithfully implemented. If you talk about federal character in appointments, we should see that practically happening, and not when somebody becomes a president. You discover that all the appointments on the infrastructure will channel towards one section of the country against other sections. So efforts should be made to engage in policies and programs that will integrate the people and emphasize our oneness than our divisive tendencies.
Ken, can you please stay on the line? I have another guest on the line, Uzoma Chidi Nobis ENUGU. It's a legal practitioner. He's going to also join in into this conversation as it relates to the Igbo nation, the sacrifices and the unity as it relates to Nigeria. Thank you so much, Mr. Uzoma Chidi Nobis. Hello, Nobis, can you hear me? Okay, Uzoma, it does look like he is not ready for us, but let's continue the conversation.
I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I was waiting for you to finish with your guest. I've been seated here since, waiting for you. So if you are ready, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, Uzoma, many thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. You see, when we talk about Igbo unity, I mean, for the very first time, I really haven't seen this before, especially for the Igbo nation. For the very first time in 2023, the Igbos came out to speak to, who they think, who they are aligned with to lead the nation. Do you think that particular 2023 elections was a defining moment for Igbo unity? And how have we so far harnessed that unity that we saw in that presidential elections in other things that would help us, engage at the federal level?
A point of correction. I do not think 2023 or 2023 was a defining moment for the identification of the personality, individuality, and nationhood of the Igbo nation. I don't think that is correct. So we'll take it off from there. If you recall, way back in 1979, there was what we called then the NPP, who had our revered statesman, the foremost statesman Nigeria ever had, in the person of late Honorable Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He was the presidential candidate of the NPP in the 1979 election, and he won all the 3 Igbo states, including 2 other states, that is to say Plateau and Kano State. So that should have been your reference point when you are talking about defining moment in historical perspective. So, but let me take you up from what you've just mentioned relating to the 2023 election. Yes, in modern political jurisprudence, 2023 presidential election, actually sent a loud message. He made a very reverberating statement in the political discourse, in the political equation, in the political arrangement
in Nigeria. That moment was not, I don't think one should credit it to the Igbos. I do not think so. To credit it to the Igbos means to dwarf the political growth of the Igbo man, to the political development of the Igbo nation. That moment was a moment when the youths of Nigeria stood up to take the destiny of their country in their own hand, their own destiny in their own hand. So that is the correction I want to make, so that we have our discussion from a sound and correct perspective or premises. Thank you.
Yeah, but again, I still think that 2023 was. I mean, you mentioned the amount of states that for former leader actually won at that time. But if you look at the 2023 elections in terms of the results, even though some persons will say that it's mostly skewed, but for this discussion, we're looking at what INEC actually gave. He won Lagos, he won FCT, he won 12 states, in fact, you know, and some persons say it is one of the defining moments for the Igbo unity. Well,
I want to correct
it's up to you to say, well, it's not for you the defining moment for Igbo unity. But what I actually was trying to put out is, do you think that we have ever had, you know, one voice when it comes to speaking about policies, about programs, as it relates to the national politics? Do you think that the Igbos have had one voice in things that matter as it relates to their unity in getting something from the center?
Again, a misconception. A misconception of thought, a misconception of objective, a misconception of principle. The 2023 election wasn't anything about the Igbos. It was about Nigeria. I think we should try to reconstruct the narrative to bring it properly in the real issues that have dwarfed not the Igbo nation, but Nigeria as a whole. The 2023 was not an Igbo affair, please. To consign it to the little corner of Igbo nation means certifying the achievement we derived, the lessons garnered from the 2023 election. Peter Obi, who ran under the Labour Party, I believe that is what you are talking about, did not run as an Igbo candidate. He ran as a Nigerian candidate, presidential candidate. So you have to draw a line between nationalism and statism, or between ethnicity and nationality. Peter Obi wasn't an ethnic candidate, he was a Nigerian candidate. And as you rightly pointed out, it was exemplified. His Nigerian candidacy was exemplified in the areas he won his elections. For instance, he won Lagos State. And we all know what Lagos State has been described in the recent past as. He won Abuja. These are the two most cosmopolitan cities, which has every individual of any tribe you can mention in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, these were the two centers, these were the two cities that seated the federal governance apparatus. It seated the government of Nigeria. Lagos first, then Abuja. So, if Peter Obi could have won those two central cosmopolitan cities or states, though you call Abuja not a state, you call them a federal capital territory, even though the Supreme Court in recent decision said it is not a state, or it is a state. Nobody knows which one it is, but the Constitution does not regard Abuja as a state. The constitution regards Abuja as a federal capital territory. It's not a state because it doesn't have a governor, doesn't have a House Assembly. These are elements, these are factors, these are ingredients of a statehood. So P2B won those two areas. My brother, unless you want to deceive yourself, as many people, those who feel that they are stupid, would like to deceive themselves, that those states that P2B won does not define Nigeria. Those are the states that define Nigeria. And that those states made P2B singularly, eloquently, significantly, fundamentally, a national statesman and the foremost presidential candidate in that election, in my personal opinion.
That's right. Well, we'll concede to your personal opinion, but it's a good one. But another question I want to ask is, what do you think were the roles of governors of the Southeast in Igbo unity, and how much of their role do you think affect how Igbo see themselves?
Governors of Igbo states, their roles are defined by the Constitution. It doesn't matter how anybody sees it. That is just the truth. They have a constitutional responsibility to discharge. But because they come from different states, to look at what are the issues that affect their states. If I were to ask the question, I would ask my question would have been, are the governors of these 5 eastern states actually discharging the enormous duties imposed or burdened on their shoulders by virtue of their election? Do they actually represent the Igbo interest? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead. We're listening to you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do they actually, yes. Do they actually represent the Igbo interest? The answer is yes. It is always simple. It is always easy to criticize when you are out there. It's just like a guy watching a draft match. People playing draft. You will see, oh, or a guy watching a spectator in the field in the football field, watching as a spectator. When Ronaldo is playing, oh, he missed that goal. Well, you would have done if you actually knew how to score, you would have gone to the field to play. It is not easy to sit as a governor. And I do not believe anybody will go to election just to go there and mess up. And issues must be put in proper perspective. What are the responsibilities of the state government? I mean, the state governors. You have to define those, you have to marshal out those responsibilities, and we'll take them one after the other. It is not good to generalize. For instance, in my state, Anambra State, where I come from, or in ENUGU State, where I'm presently domiciled, we have seen what Governor Peter Mbai is doing in the last 2 years. Apart from Sullivan Chime, I cannot recall any time in the governance of ENUGU State that I've seen the kind of massive development that's going on within a very small space of time. In Anambra State, in the past, we had people like P2B, whose exemplary governance style remains legendary. He recorded many firsts, and you cannot, by envy or jealousy, discard that. You cannot write it off. You cannot wish it away. Every other thing that's followed thereafter was just supplementary. Today, Soludo is there. Soludo is my brother. He's doing his bit. It is too early for me to call result for him. I cannot measure what he has done. Yes, in my area local government, he's building a flyover and he's doing one or two other things. But then it's still a long call to go. So, but generally speaking, I assess every governor from what I see as the prime responsibilities, the prime challenges he faced at the time he came into governance. It is wrong to categorize governors generally by overgeneration that they have not done this, they have not done that. As far as I'm concerned, they are protecting the interests of Igbo man.
All right. Just stay on the line, Mr. Nobis. Let's get back to Ken. Ken, thank you for staying on. But just to take it off from where Nobis left off, we know that Ohanaeze Ndigbo plays a significant role in the unity of Ndigbo and what they seem to project when it comes to the nation called the Igbo nation. How much of that do you think that they are doing in making sure that what is exactly theirs, is gotten?
Okay, very well. Like I hinted earlier, there are some responsibilities in terms of trying to bring the Igbo people together culturally, or even in agitating for certain regional rights. That fall within a remit of the social cultural, like we have Ohanaeze, you have Afenifere for Yoruba, you have Pandef for Niger Delta, have Middle Belt Forum, you have Arewa, and so forth. If you look at what they do, they agitate for overriding issues that affect what they can get from the federation. Still, we are facing a nation. When you see these various groups making certain agitations, for me, it's still a sign that we are still not a nation. We are just a country made up of different ethnic groups. Now, some of the allegations some people place against governors from the Southeast that they are not much, they are doing this or that. My good cousin has put it in the right perspective that they have a constitutional, and then they are not doing like any other governor from any other side. But our point is how much electoral reform have we put into the system as a nation? Whether you're a governor from Southeast, whether you're a governor from Southwest, whether you're a governor from North Central or any other part of the country, that the people that will elect you, people from your state, will choose the best out of the lot that will be contesting for that position. Because that is important. I'm sure that if people elect who they want, if they vote with, then you have good leaders. I can tell you that there are people, whether as governors, whether as House of Rep members, senators, who are in government presently, who don't deserve to be there. And because of the questionable way they found themselves in office due to the weakness in our electoral system. So when we have governors in the Southeast, let us not make the mistake that we have people who come and champion Igbo cause. How they came to power is a different ball game, and they have different objectives. But generally, they are Igbo people. So whatever they do, we can say that they're also representing the Igbo interest. But Ohanaeze should be playing that overarching role of trying to bring the governors together and define a mission for them, and also define a role for them. Much as they do what they do within their various states, there should be a central agenda, like central economic agenda that will develop the region. Economic, and talk of regional economic integration. You can define for them different areas of comparative advantage. That since we are one regionally, as a region, if you are from Ebonyi State, can you do more on agriculture while you have a comparative advantage? If you are from Anambra State, can you do more on commerce, industry, auto parts, so that the other states can also patronize you. If you are from Abia, can you do more on maybe textile industry, shoe industries, and what have you? If you are from ENUGU, can you also measure on agriculture, and minerals, and what have you? And then, how can the governors come and execute a central project? For instance, you can do rail that will link the states in the Southeast. They can come together. I mean, float maybe a central company, a proposed vehicle that can anchor a major program that will cut across the parties. You can even get assistance, funding from international agencies, provided that there is clarity that the money that may be gotten will be applied for the purpose. If they take, for instance, that they want to do rail, forget about federal government. You can do rail. It's not in the exclusive list. It's in the concurrent list. You can decide, okay, we can do power. We can establish, a power generating facility to supply. You can decide, okay, we want to revive Uji River Power Station, which was giving the region electricity during the First Republic and what have you, even though the capacity is low. They can decide to increase the capacity. They can even decide to partner with the federal government, float a company to begin to explore our coal resources and what have you. So, but the Ohanaeze should also be in a position to bring them together. Even this issue of sit at home, Ohanaeze should be able to take over that kind of narrative, so that they will guide and lead it properly, that the youths will not hijack it and use it negatively like they are doing now, declaring a state of, sit at home. If Ohanaeze should come up with a program that they should be doing 30th of every May, it will be seminars, it will be memorial service, and the youth will not hijack it. Ohanaeze can also champion education in the region. So there are things they can, of course, the issue of language, Igbo language, how to promote our language, how to promote our culture. They used to have Igbo Day or Igbo Cultural Day to celebrate our cultural heritage and what have you. But you discover that over the years, the leadership of Ohaneze have been politicized. The governors struggle to hijack the leadership so that we use it for their own political gain, and to support the presidential candidate of their own party or for any other cause other than what Ohaneze should be doing. So the problem we have in electoral system in
Hello, Ken. Oh, looks like we have lost that connection. Ken, can you hear me? Excuse me. Can you hear me, Ken? Hello, Ken, can you hear me? Okay, let's see if we can connect to Nobis. Nobis, can you hear me? Hello, Nobis, Mr. Nobis?
Me?
Hello, Nobis,
can
you hear me?
Clearly. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so back to you on this particular matter. The whole lot of persons have been speaking largely about one Nigeria. In fact, since the war ended, 1970, we've been hearing one Nigeria, one Nigeria. But many persons have also said, for you to talk about one Nigeria, there must be a special addressing of the grievances that led to the 1967 to 1970 war. Do you think that the people who have these sentiments are justified, given what we're now facing as a country that is divided at long ethnic lines and a country that is divided along all shades? In fact, we still have suspicion amongst us ourselves. Do you feel those people have the right direction and right thinking, given that sentiment?
If I have to be honest with you, my straightforward answer would be that the term one Nigeria is a mirage. It is a term that was originally founded in deception, and a term that exists only on the pages of our newspapers and on the voices of those who tend to benefit from the efforts, from the blood, and for the resources of those who actually did all they could to build a nation or to find a nation called Nigeria. In actual fact, in actuality, one Nigeria is a wishful thinking. But it is a concept that we all would have loved to have in practical terms. In practicality, one Nigeria is a slogan, a manifesto, an ideology utilized for those who think that they own others to have their nails on the neck of those they consider as second-class citizens. But if you look at the document that finds the reliance on that term, you discover that my allegation that the term is founded in deceit is aptly made. Here is a country that claims or purports to have a constitution given to themselves by themselves, when none of them was where that constitution was conceived, and you say it is a constitution of the people. So if your constitution, the governance document, the governing document, the governing instrument that guides the conduct of your affairs generally is founded in deceit, how then can you claim that you have a one Nigeria? It is like the 3RRR propounded or instituted on the pages of newspaper and on television screen by Yakubu Gowon immediately after the surrender of Biafra. Yes, we all know that there's no 3RRR today in Nigeria. There's none. There's none. So are you talking of one Nigeria when different standards apply to whatever, to every stream of affairs in the country? Different standards apply. Take, for instance, the admissions in universities, what you call jump exams and whatever. Here, you see a group of people scoring 5%, and they will be qualified to read law and medicine in various universities. And you see another candidate scoring 300, and they say he's not qualified. It's not wondering, what are we actually doing? This is really, it sounds like comedy. It's comical. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. And you say, one Nigeria. Look at what happened in the recent JAMB examination. The Southeast, 80% of the candidates did not see their results, or their results were too poor. The whole of Southeast. And the other areas where the Southeasterners are known to inhabit, candidates who sat for JAMB examination in those areas came back with nothing to show that they attended any examination. And nothing is being done about it. Look at the resources in the South-South, what they call the South-South. I don't know what the meaning of that nomenclature, South-South. Is this a country where people just wake up in the morning and coin one preposterous term and start applying it? What is South-South? And we don't have North-North. We don't have West-West. We don't have East-East. You have South-South. What kind of nomenclature is that? What is the term? Now they have resources, mineral resources. The mineral resources produced in the South-South, please tell me, what is the development in South-South? Please tell me, where are the refineries in the South-South? The refineries are in Kaduna, in various other places in the North. The North doesn't produce mineral. The pyramid of granules, nobody sees it anymore. Who are the owners of the oil wells? How many Southerners have oil wells? Then how many Northerners have oil wells? And you're talking of one Nigeria. Is it one Nigeria? What one Nigeria are you talking about? When some people carry arms and phononama, what they call cow or cattle, up and down. They carry arms in the streets, in the bushes, killing people everywhere here and there. And then those who do not carry arms, you say they are terrorists. Those who do not kill, you say they are terrorists. One Nigeria. One Nigeria, you have rail lines. You have oil pipelines conveying oil to whatever places you have in the north. Then the people who produce the oil, there's no single industry, there's no single, no site of any federal government institution in their place. In terms of industry and all that. One Nigeria. I can go on and on. It's a litany. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nobis. I'm following you.
I can go on. One Nigeria. One Nigeria. Look at the federal appointment. Yesterday, we were talking of a man called Buhari, who was our president. We talked about him being ethnicizing government structure. Today, we have the best politician in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the best politician. But being a politician is different from being a leader. There are two different things. The allegation everywhere is that has Yorubanized government apparatus in terms of political appointments and the dispensation of government legacies. What we were condemning in the days of Buhari. Look at today in Nigeria, you cannot even criticize the government. If you do so, they say you are doing what they call, is it cyber stalking or whatever they do. I told you before, there's no type of nomenclature I have not come across in this country. One Nigeria. One Nigeria, you say you have a federal character. You have a federal character that defines one Nigeria. Tell me how many Igbos are seated in government offices. Tell me how many industries instituted by the, constructed by the, erected by the federal government in Igbo land, where I come from. Tell me, how many ministers are from the Igbo region? How many? But this is a country where the Igbo man was the first professor, was the first vice chancellor of University of Lagos, first vice chancellor of University of Ibadan, had established the first university in the country, established the first indigenous bank in the country, founded the country. The great Zeke founded the country. Whether you like it or not, no matter how you want to belittle the importance of history, no matter how you want to hoodwink anyone, Zeke remains the most outstanding political Iroko. And he's an Igbo man. Look at what he did. As a matter of fact, he sacrificed his own personal ambition just to make Nigeria one by conceding the prime ministerial seat to Tafawa Balewa after winning the election, winning the majority votes in the election of the First Republic. But to make Nigeria one, he considered it. Look at Agui Ironsi. To make Nigeria one, he introduced a policy of what they call unitary government. But what happened? Those who claim to be the owners of the country and who today mount one Nigeria, they killed him in a coup and said that the reason is because he introduced unitary government. Please ask me, pray, what do we have in Nigeria today? Is it not unitary government? And nobody has come to say, I'm sorry about that. My brother, I do not like to do it. I thought that I was going to discuss issues relating to Igbo contribution to Nigeria. I didn't know you were going to go into politics. I don't want to discuss politics because I retired from politics in 2015, precisely June 12, 2015. That's when I retired from politics. Because what is happening in Nigeria today and why you cannot have, let me even ask you, if there is one Nigeria, why is it that people like our current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, my beloved president, I love that man. But why is it that he introduced the issue? He was the one who actually spearheaded the clamor for reconstruction, restructuring of Nigeria. If there is one Nigeria, would there have been a call for restructuring? Outside is no. There couldn't have been one. And we're looking at him, as far as I'm concerned, that is the only thing Bola Ahmed Tinubu will do in Nigeria today that will endear him to me as a very good president. That will get from me for him a pass mark or excellent mark if he eventually succeeds in reconstructing, in restructuring Nigeria to in fact achieve that end, that goal, that objective of having a sound and solid one Nigeria unified in one faith, which we all have always aspired to. But, you know, wishes are not horses, otherwise beggars will ride. We all want one Nigeria. I want one Nigeria. I advocate one Nigeria. But those who are in the hem of our face, those who have been kneeling on the neck of Nigerians, do they want one Nigeria? The answer is no. Because they know that if you have one Nigeria, Of course, we know that some people will be more prosperous than the others. They will shine more than the others. But then you cannot stop a moving trend. The Igbos, as far as I'm concerned, are the only people in Nigeria today who want one Nigeria. And we have shown it in many ways. Take, for instance, the election of 1999. Akweme, who founded the People's Democratic Party, who was the first chairman of the People's Democratic Party, who was the first chairman of the Board of Trustees of People's Democratic Party, conceded the presidency to Obasanjo, who was never a politician, and who even asked us the rhetorical question, how many presidents do you want to make of me? When we considered that presidency to him, and in fact campaigned for him, just for us to have one Nigeria, because of Abiola's debacle. And eventually Obasanjo won. In all the elections in Nigeria, Igbos have always voted for one Nigeria. But what do we have? Nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. The only people in Nigeria who want one Nigeria are the Igbos. Look at it. Let me give you an example, commonplace example, practical example. Where in Nigeria you go today, you find the Igbo man building a house, doing one or two corporate social responsibility matters. Developing wherever he finds himself in Nigeria. Is it Abuja? 80% of buildings in Abuja are owned by the Igbos. Is it Lagos? Lagos is actually Igbo. 2/3 of Lagos is developed by Igbo man. In fact, the first person to build, the first Nigerian to be the president of the stock exchange of Nigeria was ENUGU. The first time the Queen visited Nigeria after independence, it was Louis Odumegojukwu's Rolls Royce that was used to chauffeur the Queen, to carry the Queen wherever she went. Nigeria, Igbo man. As a matter of fact, for one Nigeria to be founded without the Igbo man, there cannot be any. The only person, the only people, the only nation that can sustain the aspiration to have a one Nigeria is the Igbo man. That is why you find him everywhere. And wherever you go in this country, or even in the world, and you don't find an Igbo man, certainly run away from there. Professor, what is his name? Professor Lumumba, in one of his, it was Obi Jackson's lecture. Obi Jackson's lecture, sometime, I've forgotten the year, he said, wherever in the world you go, you don't find an Igbo man, please run. Let your heels be hitting the back of your head as you are running, because that place is uninhabitable. It is inhabitable. So now, if you go further from there, you discover that wherever the Igbo man says his feet, that place develops overnight. But look at it, you can't find any Hausa man or any Yoruba man or whatever building estates in Igbo land. Is the only Igbo man can go to Hausa and build estate, go to Yoruba and build estate, go to Akwa and build estate. No other person in Nigeria can do it. So the only person who can sustain one nation as a principle of statehood in Nigeria is the Igbo man. Take it or leave it. The only Nigerian in Nigeria today is an Igbo man. Every other person is the tribal lord. Every other person is an ethnic champion. That is just my take on that. Thank you very much.
All right. Back to Ken. Ken, just in continuation of that conversation with Nobis, do you think the British had some role to play in the unity of this country, or in fact the ethnicity and the political divisions that we have in this country today, and how much of their involvement really helped or destroyed the very fabric of what holds us as a nation?
Okay.
Hello, Ken. Ken Ofoma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm saying that the role played by Britain is actually part of the reason where we are today. And they have not left us since then. We still have the effect of neo-colonialism. But you know, like my co-discussor mentioned, most of the people that played prominent role in the independence of Nigeria are from the South. And when we come to the South, from the Southeast in particular, or Eastern region then, because of that, of course, prominent among them, late Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. After that, the British colonial government, they were not happy with the Igbos for that role they played. And all the constitutional processes, all the census they conducted prior to independence and even shortly after independence, everything was weighted of even they not even delayed our becoming independent. We should have been independent in 1954, but they not said no until that they are not ready. So they were still under the remote control of the West. Now America has joined other European countries. They dictate our economic policies using their institutions like IMF, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. And they keep on telling us what to do and what not to do. But I have not seen any country helped by IMF or World Bank. But unfortunately, our leaders have not been able to win themselves off from such a neo-colonial control. But with respect to Igbos and their place.
Welcome to Gender Perspectives. This is the program where we explore the real-life impacts of identity, equity, and justice. And in today's episode, we turn our focus to the law specifically, how legal systems respond to discrimination and violence based on identity. Across the world, countless individuals face abuse, exclusion, and harm simply because of who they are, whether they are men or women. But are our laws doing enough to protect them? My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Stay with us as we break it down right after this break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
National.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Gender Perspectives. We bring clarity to the complex issues shaping lives and laws around the world. Now, gender and law refers to the way legal systems recognize, regulate, and often reinforce gender roles and identities. And historically, laws have reflected and perpetuated gender inequalities, mostly by favoring men in areas such as property rights, employment, and family law, while marginalizing women and gender-diverse individuals. Now, in modern times, gender and law also explores how legislation can be used to promote equality, such as through anti-discrimination laws, reproductive rights, and legal recognition of gender identity. Now, in our background report today, we will take a closer look at how legal systems are responding to discrimination and violence. And around the globe, individuals continue to face targeted abuse and systemic inequality. And while many countries have introduced laws to protect against such harm, enforcement is often inconsistent and legal protections don't always extend to everyone. So let's take a look at that background report.
Legal responses refer to the actions taken by governments, courts, law enforcement agencies, and legal systems to prevent, address, and remedy unfair treatment or violence against individuals because of their gender identity, that is, how a person internally identifies as male, female, both, or neither, which may differ from the sex assigned at birth. These legal responses usually include anti-discrimination laws that make it illegal to discriminate against someone because of their gender identity in key areas of life such as employment, education, housing, access to healthcare and public services. Such laws ensure that everyone is treated equally and fairly, regardless of how they identify or express their gender. Hate crime legislation. Some countries have laws that recognize violence or harassment based on gender identity as a special category of crime called a hate crime. These laws often impose stricter penalties for crimes motivated by bias, help collect data on the extent of such violence, and signal that targeted violence will not be tolerated. Legal gender recognition. This refers to allowing individuals to change their gender on official documents, such as birth certificates, national identity cards, and passports. Legal recognition affirms a person's identity and helps them access services, employment, and travel without facing constant humiliation or legal obstacles. Protection from police abuse and arbitrary arrest. Legal responses also involve training law enforcement to respect the rights of individuals with diverse gender identities. This includes prohibiting unlawful arrest or profiling, investigating abuse or harassment by police, and ensuring equal protection under the law. Access to justice. This means ensuring that victims of discrimination or violence based on gender identity can report crimes safely, get legal representation, receive fair treatment in court. It also involves building a justice system that is sensitive and responsive to the needs of all individuals. Legal reforms and judicial interpretation. In some countries, courts have interpreted existing laws, such as constitutional protections against discrimination, to include gender identity. Legal responses may also include reforming outdated laws, challenging unjust practices in court, and expanding legal definitions to be more inclusive. Public legal education. Legal responses include efforts to educate the public about rights and protections under the law. This helps reduce stigma, empower individuals to seek justice, and promote a culture of respect and equality. Discrimination and violence based on gender identity is an issue that is increasingly drawing global attention, but remains highly sensitive and controversial in Nigeria. Individuals whose gender identity does not align with traditional expectations often face severe stigma, social exclusion, harassment, and in many cases, physical violence. The question for legal and policy actors in Nigeria is whether the existing legal framework adequately protects such individuals, and if not, what should be done. Nigeria's legal system currently offers no direct protection against discrimination based on gender identity. In fact, the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act of 2014, while primarily targeting same-sex unions, has had a broader impact, leading to increased policing of gender expression and identity. Although the law does not explicitly address gender identity, it has been widely used to justify arrest, harassment, and abuse of individuals perceived as not conforming to traditional gender roles. Furthermore, There are no provisions in Nigeria's constitution or anti-discrimination laws that specifically protect individuals on the basis of gender identity. The constitution prohibits discrimination on grounds such as sex, religion, or ethnicity, but the term sex has not been interpreted by Nigerian courts to include gender identity. This legal gap leaves many individuals vulnerable, without a clear path to seek justice when they face mistreatment or violence. In terms of violence, reports from human rights organizations have documented cases of physical assaults, arbitrary arrest, denial of health care, and even mob attacks on individuals perceived as different in terms of gender presentation. Unfortunately, such cases often go unreported due to fear of further victimization by law enforcement or community members. Where victims do report, justice is rarely served due to bias and lack of awareness within the criminal justice system. Despite these challenges, Nigeria is not isolated from global human rights standards. International instruments such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which Nigeria has ratified, affirm the rights to dignity, security, and non-discrimination for all individuals. The African Commission has also issued resolutions condemning violence and other human rights violations on the basis of real or perceived gender identity. These provide a foundation for potential legal reform and advocacy. Across the continent and beyond, some countries have begun to revise their laws to be more inclusive. For instance, courts in Botswana and Kenya have issued rulings affirming the rights of individuals to legal gender recognition and freedom from discrimination. These examples offer potential models for how Nigerian legal institutions could respond to similar challenges in a rights-respecting and culturally contextualized manner. Moving forward, legal reform in Nigeria must be grounded in the principles of human dignity, access to justice, and protection for all citizens. This includes opening national conversations about the role of law in protecting people from violence, regardless of public opinion on issues of gender or morality. Legal protections do not require social acceptance, but they do require a commitment to justice and the rule of law. In conclusion, while Nigeria currently lacks legal protections for individuals based on gender identity, there is both a legal and moral case for reform. Strengthening human rights protections, promoting legal awareness, and ensuring justice for all citizens, regardless of how they identify, are essential steps toward a more just and inclusive society.
That report highlights the legal frameworks in place and the gaps that still leave many vulnerable. But behind every law are real people, such as advocates, legal experts, and those directly affected by gender-based discrimination and violence. Now, to dive deeper, we are joined by Dr. Edwin Arum and Dr. Oluchukwu Obioma. They are both lecturers and lawyers from the Faculty of Law, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, and we'll be discussing the realities on the ground, the challenges of enforcing protective laws, and what meaningful legal progress looks like, not just on paper, but in people's lives. Thank you so much for joining me on this program. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much.
You guys look very, very loyally.
That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Okay. So our conversation today, of course, we are looking at, the law and, when it comes to like gender issues. So from your professional perspective, how do our legal systems currently address discrimination and violence based on gender?
Okay, first of all, whenever we are talking about legal system in Nigeria, the first instrument we look at is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is the ground norm and the foundation upon which every law in Nigeria stands. Section 42 of the 1999 Constitution is a very powerful law that spoke about everything discrimination. And we must understand that discrimination works in two ways. Either withdrawal of favor from someone or giving favor to another person. So because people think that whenever we are talking about discrimination, we are talking about when you deprive somebody of something. Even when you give somebody an additional favor other than what you've given to others, it is still discrimination. So I would say that the Constitution, Section 42, there are several subsections in Section 42, but particularly Section 42, subsections 1 and 2 are very veritable when it comes to laws against discrimination. Then we also have the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, particularly sections 1 Articles 1 and 15. Now, that declaration made it very express that every human being is born equal and with dignity. So, but as we dive deep, I will touch, and we will touch several other aspects of those laws. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because there are a lot of laws. I know we're talking about discrimination. It's not just maybe gender, but identity. Now, identity can be religious, it could be sexual, it could be disability. Then, of course, gender and race and the rest of them. And like he's mentioned, there are other laws. We have the Same-Sex Prohibition Act of 2014 that in Nigeria it cuts down, it prohibits same-sex relationships and marriages and the rest of them. Then we also have our Disability Act 2018 that provides access and, you know, and protects these people that have disability from discrimination. So every building, for example, in Nigeria is supposed to have access for people with disability and no equipment that will benefit them. Other laws, we have the Violence Against Persons Act, because sometimes this violence comes with gender. And this act is a federal law, but of course some states have demonstrated, like ENUGU state has demonstrated that law. So it has provisions in that law that's supposed to protect different genders, races, other identities from these forms of violence. So we have a lot of laws in Nigeria.
Okay, so now the laws that we are focusing on now are gender-based laws.
Okay.
Basically. So, and you said there are a lot of laws around this. So can you like walk us through the various laws like you've talked about? What are those laws when it comes to discrimination against, or gender-based discrimination, gender-based violence, you know, and other gender-related laws? Can you just walk us through and give us like an insight on those laws for people that don't know?
All right. There's something you must understand in Nigeria. The laws are not just made for a gender, but laws make provisions for protection of people. Like the section I quoted earlier that says nobody should be deprived anything based on the person's sex. And when the law spoke about sex in section 42 subsection 1, it's talking about sex as in gender, male or female. Then in Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act 2015, like she mentioned, still captured men and women. So if you're looking for laws that will say, okay, this one is for women, you will not see it. It's just general laws, but each of them have provisions that go to men and women. But when you are talking about decided cases, that's when you can now come to be more specific. Now, I'll give you just 3 cases. The first one is the case of Mojeku and Mojeku. Now, in the case of Mojeku and Mojeku, the court reiterated the rights of female children to the inheritance of their father's property. Of course, this is an Igbo setting where people believe that the bloodline runs with the male gender, and based on that, women will not benefit. But Mojeku said no. Then you now come to the case of Okeje and Okeje, still insisted that you should not remove female children from benefiting. Then there is another case I'm trying to remember, but it's the case of, I think, Omolewe and the Nigerian police force, where a pregnant woman asserted her rights, that you cannot deprive a pregnant woman of certain rights only because she's pregnant. So these are specific cases, and most prominently is the case between the Association of Muslim Students versus the Lagos State government, where some Muslim students were, restricted from joining others in the class, mainly because of the fact that they insisted on wearing their hijab. And the Supreme Court stated it that denying female Muslim students the opportunity of wearing their hijab to class is not just a discrimination based on religion, but it's also a discrimination based on gender.
Okay, and to even add that point, we, apart from the laws they pass in Nigeria, there are also international laws and treaties that Nigeria is signatory to. So, for example, we have one, CEDAW. Since you're looking for the one that maybe women, that one relates to women, and Nigeria has domesticated it. It provides extensive provisions for protection of women against violence and against discrimination. So we have a lot of laws in Nigeria. The issues we have in Nigeria is the enforcement of those laws.
Exactly. Now I'm coming to that because I want you to speak on the strengths and weaknesses of these laws, particularly these anti-discrimination, laws. Since you said it's not particular to any gender. But
for example, let me talk about the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act 2015, which I said is a federal law. Now, part of the problems we have in Nigeria with that law is that not every state, because although it's a federal law, each state will be domesticated for it to work in that state. We say a lot of the northern states have not domesticated it. ENUGU has domesticated, for example. So you see that those states that have not domesticated it, those provisions, which are very beautiful provisions, can't work in those states. Also, another problem we have is the enforcement, the willpower to even enforce those laws, because Nigeria as a country has a lot of laws. But most times you see that the security officials do not have the willpower. Sometimes, even in the issue of marriage and battery and violence against women in marriages, you will see that you come to the police to report and tell you it's family matter, go and settle it. So all these things are problems that we are having with these laws, and they make the laws they make it not work, because the enforcement of the law is the meat of the law. If not enforced, then the law is useless. It's just as beautiful as the paper it is on. So that's one of the problems we have.
All right. Thank you very much. In addition to that, most of the people to enforce the laws don't even know the laws.
Yes.
So how do you enforce what you don't know? Programs like these are programs where enforcement agents should even get to know about some of these laws. I had an interaction with someone, I won't mention the agency, but one of the law enforcement agents, and it was very obvious that he knows practically nothing about the law. So I think that there is a need for education, and in a situation whereby some people do not even know the laws, the rights of citizens, there is no way they can protect it. That's one. Number two, people bring about their individual biases into enforcement of the laws. I'll give you two examples. Now, the reason I'm giving these two examples is that they're already in the public domain. Sometime in Nigeria, a woman was elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Now, if there are people that should stand up for gender equality, they should be the lawmakers. But the way that woman was treated as a member of the House of Representatives, the way she was forced to resign, the crisis that rocked the House during that administration, that she had no option than to throw in the towel. You now see that when from the top, people do not want to do the right thing, there is no way you expect the enforcement agents below to do otherwise. Now, secondly, still on that woman, because I followed very well during those times, prior to her becoming the Speaker of the House of Reps, she brought a bill to the House of Reps, that was 2006, clamoring for men and women equality in marriage. That bill died on arrival. It didn't even go to the second reading. One of the members of the House of Reps from the North said something. He said, "Are you trying to tell me that you want myself and my wife to have equal rights in marriage?" He said, "It cannot happen." And immediately they said, those in favor that the bill should go to say aye. Nobody said aye. When they said nay, you had many baritone voice, nay, and they killed it like that. So once the people at the top bring in their individual gender emotional biases into it, it will not work. Then thirdly, let me just leave it at the third one. Most times, some gender-based violence are perpetrated by the people of the same gender. For instance, these people called Umuada, the way they enforce some of these laws, the way they bring the widow and scrape her hair, the way they insist that you must prove that you are not the one that killed our son, you will now see that when people of the same gender perpetrate such violence against themselves, it now becomes difficult for even the police, law enforcement to come in. They will tell you, if I should use vernacular, no, you people should go and settle it. So once you get it wrong from the top, definitely you won't expect the people below to do otherwise. And then knowledge of those provisions, and like my colleague said, the willpower of the government to enforce it is very necessary.
And that situation is, even when the court goes ahead to make these decisions, they do not make it such a way that it will cover all women. For example, we celebrated Ukeji and Ukeji because it allowed women inheritance rights. But you see, it didn't make it general. So although the pronouncement is that, but any woman that wants to inherit, you still have to go back to court to get your own decision. And so what we are fighting now is, can the court please give us general decision that any woman will not have to go to court again to enforce? Just go ahead and get the benefit. That's the one problem we're having. Let them make it, let the enforcement be general. Let everybody be able to go ahead and access these rights that we already have, you know. So I think those things will help that this gender-based violence can be curbed. I know it will never end, because under, like what he was saying, some people have this mentality that I passed through it. I had this situation, a personal friend, you know, who the husband was beating her. It went, of course, she contacted human rights activists, went on the news and everything. So I now asked, did you speak to your mother-in-law, for example? This is this man's mother. She said the woman passed through it too. And she said, I will never leave my marriage no matter what. So I said, okay, what of your sisters-in-law? She said, everybody's being beaten.
Wow.
5 boys and all of them are beating their wives. So everybody's being beaten. So she's the one that said, I will not, my family, I didn't see my father beat my mother, so I will not stay. And what did she do? She walked away. You see? So there was nobody she could talk to, because all of them had taken it. I'm like, I passed through it, so manage the way in Didi. And, you know, go through it. So when she said, I can no longer take this beating, he was beating her even in pregnancy. She walked away with 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. So sometimes the laws and even the people enforcing, even the courts, if they're able to take care of some of these things, it will help. At least gender violence can be curbed, at least to a large extent.
So from what you've both said now, I'm starting to think that the law is a bit limited in our society, particularly when it has to do with cultural influences.
Yeah, the enforcement of the law is limited, not the law, because Nigeria is a country that has a lot of laws. In short, if you sit down and see the amount of laws we have in Nigeria, you have law for any kind of thing. But the problem is the enforcement of this law. First of all, even awareness. Some people do not even know we have these laws. And then the enforcement, people do not have the willpower. We have corruption. Then traditional. You know, some of these gender-based violence, if you do not go through this, they tell you, they will bring in a lot of traditional or cultural things.
Yes,
I'm like, oh
exactly.
No, these gods or what. So those things perpetuate this violence. They do. Traditional beliefs. Because there's a project I'm doing or something like this, and we're saying, how do we even meet our traditional rulers and these people at this, because this problem, we have to take care of it from the roots. Can we even reorientate them that these things are supposed to be stopped? There's, you know, this culture can be changed. Even religious beliefs, they can be enhanced. If you can start from there, I think we'll go a long extent to try to curb this problem.
So, like you also said, even religion too is also is a very big factor.
Yes, it's a big factor. It's a big factor.
Wow. But do you think that our legal systems currently adequately protect individuals from violence or discrimination?
Yes, like she rightly said, if the laws we have on ground are properly implemented, everybody will be protected.
So how can these laws be implemented? Because we are saying if they can be implemented. Meanwhile, there are a lot of reasons why it's not being implemented. So at what point?
Well, that is why we are having programs like this for the public to know and to step up. Especially, one thing we must understand is that that's why we need good leaders.
Yes.
Leaders who want to get the right things done. Who would say that things will not remain the way they've always been. Now, there is a leader that will come in, the person will dust up some of these laws and will begin to implement them. Now, there is something we say in Igbo, that when the community is not good, the leaders are benefiting from it. If I should use vernacular, nobody adiroma burundinze. Now, in a situation whereby ndinze, the rulers, will keep their uru, their profits aside, obodogadimma. So when leaders stop benefiting from irregularities, the country becomes good. So that is why we need good leaders. And another thing I want, which I'm encouraging the public, let's get more women into power. When we get more women into power, it will be balanced. Although I still understand the fact that some of the times women in power do not support themselves. Yeah, I don't want to quote a very popular case that happened not too long ago. However, when we get more people into power, they will channel the attention of the government from the usual patriarchy to, what it ought to be, the balance. So the best thing, get the good leaders. When you get good leaders will insist that offenders must be punished. If you go against a lady, do you know how many ladies that report matters in the police stations and those matters die instantly? But there are leaders that will be in power and make sure that every matter reported is adequately handled. Every case that comes to court must be properly, looked into. And when judgments are given, judgments will be enforced. If the court says, allow this woman to have this job, they will insist that the woman has the job. This is the function of the leaders, function of the government. But the problem with Nigerians is that we will cry. The politicians have killed us. We want to die. And after 4 years, you will come back again having an opportunity to remedy the wrong. They will still give you a bag of rice, give you t-shirts, and give you 2K. You still go and vote the wrong person, reinforcing the irregularity. And once you keep doing it that way, the country will never be good.
Another aspect of this is the judges. We need more activist judges. It really pains me when I hear a judge say, my hands are tied. Untie your hand. Untie it. Untie the hand.
Very necessary.
Because, what he said that really resonated with me was that sometimes it's even women that perpetuate this against fellow women.
Exactly.
There was this report about a woman. She had a new baby and she had a house help, a girl. And this girl came to watch TV and she beat this girl and she died. This is a woman. This is a small girl. So sometimes it's women that perpetuate this violence against other women. If we have judges that are activists, that will insist that the right thing should be done. I won't mention names, but there was this government parastatal I once worked in. And if you bring any case of rape, it will disappear. Even the file you will not see. I just noticed that people generally did not believe that there was anything rape. In short, I went to the court with my principal, and one senior lawyer was saying, why are you people talking about rape? What do you want men to do? And I lost respect for this person.
Someone actually said
that?
Yes,
he said it to us. Why are you talking about rape? So what do you want men to do? And I'm like, I felt cold. I lost all respect. So some people do not even believe that these things are real. Some people, and another issue is that the people that you are going to enforce, for example, let me give you a scenario. Let's say you go to court and this judge has beaten his wife, and you come to court that your husband beat you. Will he give you judgment? So he will see you as that wicked woman, a type of his wife that he has beaten. So the case will go against you. You see, you go to the police that your husband is beating you. Maybe he has beat his own wife before coming that morning, and you will join into the problem. And this thing is both men and women. The whole problem continues. So I will add that we need more activist judges. Judges that will look at this situation and say, no, it cannot continue. I will give this judgment and insist that it is enforced. I think it will help our situation, because sometimes we learn by, if somebody is punished, other people will learn. Sometimes it helps to learn.
Speaking about that, like you said, most cases being reported, nothing is done about it. And then, when we hear in the news that, somebody was in prison for wife battering, or maybe the wife died in the process of domestic violence, he has been taken to prison, and a sentence is going to be, and we wait years and we don't hear anything at all. So that means the judges too are part of should I say they are what's the word, conspirator? what's the terminology for that? when you are part of doing a criminal act, you did not do it yourself, but you are an accomplice. Exactly. But and it's so rampant, and so people don't see any action taken upon perpetrators of the act. And
okay.
Can you speak to that? Because I don't. It's a.
Okay. Recently, a judgment was given by the Supreme Court affirming the death penalty of one of the music.
After how many?
I think that was just 3 years. That was fast, considering how criminal offenses are handled in Nigeria. There are several cases that might be in court for 10 years.
Some 20.
Some 20.
Why so long? What is the reason for that?
Well, that's why we need reforms in the system. We need more courts, more specialized judges, and also to try to make things fast. Okay? So that sentence that was given, I don't think, no, not the Supreme Court, I think it's the High Court that gave that judgment. Yes, the death penalty is the High Court, not the Supreme Court. I'm sorry for that. So now, people will hear and learn. But let me tell you, the reason everybody heard that case is because the woman is popular.
Yes.
What of the unpopular ones?
Yes, yes.
So, but it's also good that these ones was blazed abroad for people to know that you don't do things and allow it to lie low like that. Now, some of the times, the judges might not necessarily be accomplices, but there are times we might have poor prosecution of the cases. Because there are some times that prosecutors, I believe, if the government can hear me, we should train our prosecutors. Let them not just do it like mere formalities. If I should use the Nigerian terminology, they will say anywhere belly face now front. No, train them. Number one, analyze the facts and present the facts in such a way that the judge will understand and tilt towards you. Because the judge is deemed to have his eyes covered. And criminal matters are proved beyond every reasonable doubt. And you must be a professional to get that done. Yeah. In a situation whereby the police officer or the prosecutor prosecuting a case does not even believe in the case that he's prosecuting, does not even believe that there is violence against women, might even be doing the same thing, he doesn't put in the effort to prosecute. And let me tell you one thing, if a judge goes ahead to give judgment when there is poor prosecution, the judge might have his name dragged to the NJC for descending into the arena. Because a judge is supposed to be neutral. Which means, and if a judge is neutral, it simply means that if you fail to prove your case, you will lose the case, even if you're right. Yeah. And that's why they say the lawyers are liars. But we don't lie, it's just that there is poor prosecution. So, people who prosecute these matters should try their best to do the best. And there is one thing we need to do. It's still part of social engineering. We need to rewire our minds to know that men and women are equal, the same, but differentiated in responsibilities. There are things that men should do. There are things that women should do. We have different responsibilities, but we are the same. Like as we are here now, some people are behind the camera. They are manning their post. There are some people doing the presentation. We all need each other. Nobody is better than the other. And in a situation whereby we know that though differentiated in responsibilities, but we are the same, men will work towards the protection of women. Women will also work towards the protection of men. And then the society will be what it ought to be.
Because another aspect of this is that some women, because of this so much discrimination and bias, they now go the other way and now begin to push for maybe feminism. and, you know, kind of pushing for men to be degraded. You know, at a point, there was so much of the girl child, training of the girl child, that they started relegating the boy child to the background.
Exactly.
The people now started again, the boy child, the boy, you know. I think that we don't have to put anybody down. I think it can be balanced. I think, because some people now say, oh, the patriarchy is the problem. It's not the problem. Like he has said, if they teach, it's clear to everybody that we are all the same. We're all equal. We just have our different roles and, you know, differences, you know. I think it will help in treating each person, instead of looking at that, you know, maybe the strength of a man as something to use to relegate women. You see, that's something that's used to protect. But I like to be very careful so that we don't, you know, see maybe the men as now the bad people that have to be brought down, because we will still have a problem with now trying to, okay, we elevate the men again. So reorientation will go a long way, and it's continuous, because these things are long held, you know, understandings. Sometimes there are traumas that are passed from generation to generation.
Exactly.
So the grandmother has told the mother all men are bad. And then the mother tells the child, and you know, there are events that have, you know, solidified these notions
and
into
it's an
the
endless
men.
cycle.
So it becomes a cycle of trauma, passing this trauma from generation to generation. I think we can break it. A constant reorientation. Then those who are trained, you know, could give positive examples. If people can see positive, because someone said that men learn from example, right? They don't learn from sitting down to hear. If we can have positive role models for men, that this is the proper way this thing should be done, this proper way should be done, I think it will go a long way to curbing all these vices.
That's a very good one, actually. I like that line of thought. Now, aside from domestic violence or whatever, when it comes to workplace, particularly professional workplaces, for instance, let me just bring it down. You both are lawyers, and it's a very, very professional, you know, field. Have any of you experienced any form of discrimination or bias in the line of your work, either dealing with clients or you know, your fellow colleagues?
Personally, as a lady, I've not. Because one thing I'll tell some ladies is that sometimes you want something handed to us because we are women. But it doesn't work like that. If you want, you know, some people say, or pay. I've not had a problem like that. Some women go about saying you want equal pay with men and all that. If you want equal pay, you do equal work. It's just like that. Nobody's going to, this world, nobody's going to hand you anything on a platter of gold. Anything you want, you work for it. If you want to work as many hours as the men do and do as much as they do, of course you get equal pay. So I've not had that issue. If you come in, even if some people, maybe they may be taken aback, it leads to some situations. But now you come in, put your A game, you are intelligent, what you are saying is making sense, they will look for you again, because at the end, they're not looking for the gender, are you getting the work done?
So you've not had anybody tell you they can't work with you because of...
No.
Oh,
okay. Let me draw an example from the both of us.
Okay.
Coincidentally, we've been moving together. We started working for University of Nigeria at the same time. Started working on our PhD, that's our doctoral programs, the same time. We got the same time, the same grade, everything. We've been moving together. The same. I don't think there is any special privilege that has been given to her or given to me either. Yeah. So we've been moving together. However, the discrimination is still there, not in our setting, but generally. There are some clients that when you come to, and they will, oh, is he a female lawyer you brought? I don't want her. Cholo lawyer moke karaka, as in give me a strong male lawyer. So they believe that it's those male ones that can shout in court, that can. They say, no, I don't want the women. So you see that even the clients themselves, including women,
wow,
most of them don't hire female lawyers. For instance, I go to court almost every time. Some of the matters relating to even domestic violence, it's the male lawyers that handle them. So there are times that people look at the female lawyers and say, I don't want to work with this one, that's one. Then another problem that some people go through in the workplace. Now I'm going to sound a bit different now. Is sexual harassment.
Okay.
Men and women are harassed in the workplaces. But the truth of the matter is that society pays attention more when a woman says, I'm sexually harassed. I was going through the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act earlier today. So I was now made to understand that sexual harassment is not just when a person does anything physical. Even side comments on somebody's sexuality. Yeah. And these are comments that people hear every day. I've had several cases where people meet me and said, my boss in the office is insisting that I must follow him to a birthday party. And I now ask the person, is following your boss to a birthday party in line with your work and the contract of employment? He said no. I said, but what time is this birthday party? The person is saying 9:10 p.m. Now, why will your boss insist that you follow him? And in the process of following, he will want to touch. He will want to crack some jokes. It's still in the office. Sexual harassment. There are still several times that a boss insists that the only people that will get benefits are the women. There is a person's example, I won't mention names. The person was sacked. I know the person, I know both the person, I know his boss. The person was sacked. And the reason the boss sacked him, and this is one of the smartest lawyers that office had, and said, it's because we can't pay you. It wasn't up to 1 week they sacked that boy. They employed one very beautiful fair lady. Now you said you cannot pay this person, that's why you laid him off. If you cannot lay, you downsize and work with the downsized staff, but you downsize to bring somebody on board. So the reason I'm saying it is that when somebody is working, and like I told you earlier on, discrimination can be giving special benefits or pulling away benefits, and a person is withdrawn from work to give it to another person. That's discrimination. When you make side comments, that's discrimination. When you hide some information from some people, because there are some bosses that be like, it's just men in my circle in the office. You now say, please, this is going on. Those people will hear the information and they will progress. That's discrimination in the workplace.
So it may be unpopular, but I have another perspective to this.
Okay.
Sometimes gender favors women. there are some cases that once it comes up, as a lawyer, like I said, I was a government parastatal. I stayed in for like some months. It is a case of rape, abuse, maybe children, women. They'll take that file and give it to a woman. Because they know that if they leave that file in the office, it will get lost. They'll give it to you. So you'll be going to court with it, doing the matters yourself. So sometimes it will favor the woman more, you know. And then sometimes if you're in the office and a woman is looking for something, a man is looking for something. I don't know, you know, I don't know the special privileges, but sometimes the woman will get it faster than the man. They just tell you locally, you have been working and wine as she will get it. So it's not every time that the gender favors women. Sometimes that gender favors the women. You know the reality of things. Like somebody said that men have to fight for everything they get. Sometimes women don't. If you look beautiful, maybe you have some charm, you will get. He gave us an example of, you know, his staff coming to his house, their car broke down, and you know, the men, so the lady sits inside the car and 3 men we are on the road trying to flag down, but nobody stopped. Like these 3 armed robbers, nobody will stop for you.
Yeah.
So they all borrowed themselves sense and entered the car and told the lady to. Once 3 cars stopped, she now said, I have my colleagues, and they joined. You see,
yes.
So sometimes gender favors women. So of course, sometimes it can be discriminatory, but sometimes it can favor women.
All right. So on a final note, what do you have, or what are your 2 cents, your opinions on how things can get better when it comes to like the legal system and how particularly implementation of these laws? Because apparently we have the laws, it's just the implementation. So finally, what do you have to say, you know, in response to that?
Okay, like I said earlier on, we need to rewire our minds. We need to understand that what we have believed, or rather that the fact that we have believed something for several years does not mean that that thing ought to be right or is right. So there is a need for the society to be re-engineered, rewired, to know that we need to eschew every form of violence, discrimination, both on men and women. And number 2, try as much as possible to put credible leaders who would insist that the right thing should be done. If we do it this way, I believe that we'll get the laws working for us again.
Okay, my own perspective, in addition to what he has said, I would appeal to the judges to be more activists. You know, your hands are not tied. Go ahead and take these decisions that we favor. You know, go ahead, and if you start it, because in law we have legal precedents, you know, and somebody relies on this case, another person relies on this case, very soon we'll change the trajectory. It becomes the new norm. Yes, it will help a lot.
Thank you so much, Edwin and Oluchukwu. I mean, I had a very fun time with you guys. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so we'll go on a very short break, and when we come back, the program continues. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Now, when it comes to laws that protect people from discrimination and violence based on gender or identity, there's a lot of confusion, what's actually true and what's just a common misconception. So in this next segment, we are going to break down some of the most widely held beliefs about how the legal system works or doesn't work for men and women. Are anti-discrimination laws enough on their own? Is violence based on identity always recognized as a hate crime? And does the legal recognition guarantee real protection? Well, let's separate the truth from the myth and get to the facts. As we've seen today, the legal responses to discrimination and violence based on gender are complex and far from perfect. And while there are strides being made, much remains to be done to ensure that the law protects all individuals, regardless of their gender. But the fight for equality doesn't end with legal reforms. It's up to all of us, advocates, lawmakers, and communities, to keep pushing for change and hold our legal systems accountable. Thank you so much for joining us on this important journey. Remember, justice is not just a legal concept, it's a lived reality. Stay tuned to Gender Perspectives for more in-depth discussions on the issues that matter. Make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms at Signature TV and stay tuned to our SLTV channel 265. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
two lawyers, Clement Chukwuemeka, immediate past vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and Ugo Agugam, who were guests in Signature flagship breakfast program, The Signature Show, faulted the bill on several grounds. They said the bill was the very opposite of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines: Department of State Services urges court to restrain Professor Pat Utami from rallies of a planned shadow government. UNICEF deploys medical team to support children and pregnant women affected by flooding in Makwa, Niger State. South Korea's new President Lee vows to revive economy. Entire Air Force plans to acquire 12 Gripen jets in total over 10 years. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The State Department of Services has urged the Federal High Court, Abuja, to restrain Professor Patrick Utami from further making public comments or engaging in rallies in relation to the subject of a suit pending against him over his announced plan to establish a shadow government in the country. The request is contained in a fresh application filed before the court by the organization, following reports that Utami, who is reportedly currently abroad, has planned protests, roadshows, media interviews and related activities after his return to the country on June 6. According to the DSS legal team led by Akinolu Kehinde, the grounds for the application includes that if not restrained, Utami's proposed rallies, roadshows and actions would constitute a serious threat to public order, safety and national unity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The DSS added that since it is statutorily empowered to safeguard the internal security of the country and prevent any threats to lawful authority of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and its constituent institutions, it was its responsibility to forestall any threat to public order, safety and national unity. Nigerian forces have neutralized at least 45 armed bandits near Kuchi town, Munya local government area of Niger State, following a coordinated security operation. A counterinsurgency expert and security analyst in the Lake Chad region, Zagazola Makama, discloses that the operation was jointly executed by operatives of the Department of State Services and military tactical units in the early hours of Monday. Makama stated that the bandits were loyal to notorious terrorist Dogo Gide, adding that the terrorists were en route to launch coordinated attacks in communities around Kuchi before they were intercepted. He added that the security forces engaged the bandits in a fierce gun battle at the outskirts of Kuchi, resulting in the elimination of no fewer than 45 of the assailants, with several others escaping with gunshot wounds. However, 5 DSS operatives sustained injuries during the exchange and are currently receiving treatment at an undisclosed medical facility. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has paid a visit to the Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia as part of efforts to address the insecurity in the state. The Chief of Army Staff on arrival in the state met with the governor privately before leaving. In a post shared on his X account on Tuesday evening, the governor said Oluyede and the top military leadership visited to restore peace from the incessant killings of people by armed headers, militias, and other violent groups. The governor also assured the residents that the state government remains fully committed to supporting all lawful efforts aimed at ending the senseless killings and restoring peace across all affected communities. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has called for the fencing of a country's borders with its four neighbors to curb the entrance of armed groups amid escalating insecurity. Musa, who made a call at a security conference in Abuja, noted that border management is very critical to the nation's security, cited Pakistan's fence with Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia's barrier with Iraq as successful precedents.
Border management is very critical. I've had countries, because of the level of insecurity they had to fence their borders. I know sometimes when you mention, people say, no, it's impossible. Pakistan fenced 1,350-kilometer border with Afghanistan. That was the only time they had peace. Saudi Arabia and Iraq, 1,400 kilometers fenced completely. Can we start thinking of fencing our borders? We have 1,500 kilometers with Niger Republic, 1,900 kilometers with Cameroon. Chad is there. All over us, surrounded by Francophone countries, and the Sahel is heating up. If we don't do anything, when the Sahel falls, it is Nigeria that everybody is interested in. Because they believe Nigeria is huge, Nigeria is big, Nigeria is rich. And that is what we should start thinking about. How do we secure fully and take control of our borders? It is critical for our survival. It is critical for our sovereignty.
Nigeria's military has been strained by widespread security issues, particularly 16-year insurgency in the northeast led by Islamist militant group Boko Haram and its offshoot Islamic State West Africa province. Security forces and civilians have been attacked and killed, and tens of thousands of people have been displaced, with neighbors including Niger, Cameroon, Benin, and Chad, all grappling with escalating militant campaigns. This is the first time a top Nigerian official has publicly suggested such a measure. Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Kwara State Command, has deployed 2,900 personnel for the Eid el-Kabir festival across the state. Commandant Umar Mohammed disclosed this in a statement released in Ilorin on Wednesday by spokesman of the command, Ayola Michael Shola. Commandant ordered the deployment of 2,900 officers and men strategically positioned across all the 16 local government areas to ensure full coverage of critical infrastructure, prayer grounds, recreational centers, and other high-traffic locations. He further warned individuals and groups intending to exploit the festive atmosphere to vandalize critical infrastructure or engage in any unlawful activity, stressing that such actions will be met with swift and decisive consequences in line with the law. Umar extended his heartfelt congratulations to the Muslim faithful on the occasion of Eid al-Kabir and encouraged the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with security agencies by promptly reporting any suspicious movement or activities. The governor of Niger State, Umaru Bago, has suspended all traditional Salah events, including the Hawan Bariki Doba and other public gatherings. In a statement issued by the Secretary to the State Government, Abubakar Usman, the directive comes in the wake of a devastating flood that struck Mokwa, leaving numerous families displaced and mourning. Bago extended heartfelt condolences to the affected communities and urged citizens to use the sacred occasion of Eid to offer prayers for the departed, engage in acts of charity, and show solidarity with those in distress. Idoba, typically a vibrant highlight of a Salah celebration marked by horseback parades and cultural pageantry, will not be held this year. Its cancellation underscores the administration's emphasis on humanitarian priorities over ceremonial traditions. Reaffirming his government's commitment to rebuilding efforts, Governor Bago assured the public of ongoing relief measures and long-term strategies to mitigate future flood risk, He called on the people of Niger State to unite in compassion and resilience. The Lagos State Task Force has raided several notorious black spots around Gowon Estate and its environs, arresting 19 suspects allegedly involved in drug peddling and related offences. Early morning raid conducted today led to the discovery of a large cache of illicit drugs and other banned substances. Many of the items were found hidden in boots of abandoned vehicles parked along the streets. Chairman of the Lagos State Task Force, Adetayo Akerele, described the operation as part of the agency's unwavering commitment to eradicating illegal drug activities and safeguarding residents. He also urged members of the public to utilize the government's See Something, Say Something initiative to report suspicious or unlawful behavior in their communities. The task force reiterated its resolve to maintain law and order, warning that similar raids will continue until all illicit activities are eradicated. It also appealed for continued public cooperation in the push for crime-free and drug-free Lagos. A new terror known as Mahmuda launched a fresh attack on Duruma village in Baruntan local government area of Kwara State, killing 3 villagers. Attack was launched while local hunters of a community were in Ilorin state capital for National Forest Guard training aimed at providing security for members of the communities. 3 villagers who were killed by the terrorists were immediately buried by the community. Multiple sources revealed that the group has seized control of communities in Babana and Wawa districts in Bogu local government area of Niger State. The group, which is emerging in Nigeria's north-central region, has been terrorizing residents of rural communities near Kainji Lake National Park. The Niger State Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management has set the record straight on a miscommunication by one of its commissioners when it said the ministry had delivered a total of 6,000 trailers of rice to the Mokwa flood victims in Niger State. The ministry's director, Media and Strategy, Abibu Wushishi, in a statement on Wednesday, said the 6,000 trailers of rice declared by the commissioner, Ahmed Yuno, was a slip of a tongue, clarifying that it was meant to say 6,000 bags of rice. According to the ministry, Yumo made the statement out of shock, adding that he was overwhelmed by the loss of lives and property of the victims in the incident. United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF, in its effort to support vulnerable persons affected by the recent flooding in Mokwa, has deployed a team of medical personnel to provide health care services to pregnant women and minors impacted by the disaster. UNICEF's water, sanitation and hygiene specialist, Teresa Palmer, said the intervention aims to assist children who have been traumatized by the flood, and the team, she said, is to ensure that affected residents have access to essential healthcare services in order to prevent the outbreak of disease following the flooding. In its effort to support vulnerable persons affected by the recent flooding in Mokwa, United Nations Children's Fund has deployed a team of medical personnel to provide healthcare services to pregnant women and minors impacted by the disaster. Earlier, Niger State Deputy Governor Yakubu Garba, after visiting some settlement areas in Mokwa town, commended UNICEF and other organizations which have responded to the flooding incident and urged UNICEF to be patient with the people, noting that most of them are still traumatized and will need some level of psychological support and guidance. The Taraba State House of Assembly has approved the first reading of a bill proposing the establishment of a Taraba State University of Tropical Agriculture and Climate Change Action. The bill, jointly sponsored by 3 lawmakers from Sadauna Local Government Council of the state, seeks to create a specialized institution focused on tropical agriculture and climate action. The proposed university, according to members, is aimed at harnessing the region's rich agricultural potential, promoting sustainable development, and offering increased educational and economic opportunities for local residents. The lawmakers described the site as strategically chosen due to its favorable climate, fertile land, and capacity to support agricultural innovation. Approval of the bill's first reading was met with enthusiasm, particularly in Sadauna Council, where community leaders and residents have long advocated for increased educational infrastructure. Up ahead, warehouse for expired Schweppes, Fanta, others uncovered in Kaduna. Fear in Kano as polluted air causes viral diseases. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
11 children have been killed and 7 others injured following the collapse of a sand heap at a Yakoda community in Damao district of Kaduna State. Reports say the children were working inside a sand pit when the wall collapsed and they were buried under heavy debris. Efforts to rescue the trapped children by residents proved futile. Spokesperson of the Kaduna State Police Command, DSP Mansur Hassan, confirmed the incident happened at about 1:45 p.m. He added that investigation into the incident is ongoing and the local government and state authorities have been informed and further developments will be communicated as the investigation unfolds. The National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control has discovered a warehouse in Kaduna being used as storage and distribution location for expired non-alcoholic beverages valued at over 35 million naira. This was revealed by the Deputy Director of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, Andrew Tamanoa, who said the discovery was in response to information received from a concerned citizen. Tamanoa revealed that upon receiving information, operators of NAFDAC intercepted 2 buses and a Volkswagen Golf loaded with expired products heading to Kwana Dangora in Kiru local government area of Kano State. Products included 700 packs of Schweppes and 300 packs of Fanta Orange that have expired since November 2024. The seized items had since been transferred to NAFDAC's warehouse, where they were destroyed in accordance with public safety regulations. Tamanoa also confirmed that the owner of expired beverages has been arrested, currently in custody, as investigations continue to trace other individuals possibly involved in the operation. Kano State government has warned citizens of poisonous air polluting many areas of the state capital following the release of the state's weekly environmental report by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Air quality assessment was conducted between May 26 and May 30 and revealed that there was pollution in specific places such as Gaida, Jalem, Sabuntiti, Sharada Market and parts of Kano Municipal and Kumbotso local government area. The report specified that the air in those neighborhoods is currently unsafe and that there may be health risk to those residents as further loss of air quality may contribute to spreading respiratory illnesses and other diseases associated with pollution. It revealed that residents of Jalin and Gaida, 2 of the affected areas, have reported a noticeable increase in health issues, particularly persistent coughing and respiratory infections among both adults and children. The ministry said it planned to implement environmental response measures in the affected areas, but said it is the duty of everyone to take care of the environment as environmental stewards. The suspended governor of River State, Siminalayi Fubara, on Tuesday visited President Bola Tinubu in Lagos. Presidential spokesman Bayo Nanuga posted photos of the meeting, but did not give details of what transpired during the visit. The visit came months after Tinubu suspended Fubara's deputy, Ngozi Odu, and members of the River State House of Assembly over a protracted political crisis rocking the state. The impasse in the coastal state began owing to a power tussle between Fubara and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, who is now the minister of the FCT. That crisis immediately escalated to the Rivers House of Assembly, dividing the lawmakers into camps, one loyal to Wike and the other side, backing the embattled governor. President Bola Tinubu has conferred the national honor of a Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic CFR on Microsoft co-founder and philanthropist Bill Gates. Conferment took place on Tuesday in Lagos as part of Gates' ongoing visit to Nigeria to discuss key health and development initiatives. Photos from the event show President Tinubu presented a Medal of Honor to Gates, with Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man and founder of the Dangote Group, also present at the ceremony. Gates was the chair of the Gates Foundation, is visiting Nigeria to engage with federal and state leaders on strengthening the country's primary healthcare system. Gates will also participate in a Goalkeepers Nigeria event focused on Africa's innovation future and hold talks with local scientists and partners contributing to Nigeria's national strategy on artificial intelligence and health solutions. Foundation said the opening of its offices in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria and Senegal, alongside its first African office in Ethiopia over a decade ago, reflects its commitment to deepening partnerships across the continent. Gates' visit follows a major announcement by the Gates Foundation on May 8, pledging to invest $200 billion over the next 20 years to advance global health and development, which is part of Gates' personal commitment to donate virtually all of his wealth to the foundation. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education Examination Bodies has issued a 24-hour ultimatum for the West African Examinations Council WAEC to submit a comprehensive report detailing the circumstances surrounding the controversial conduct of a 2025 English language examination. Committee Chairman Ofoji Oboku issued a directive during a session with the head of WAEC office in Nigeria, Amos Dagnott. Oboku expressed his satisfaction with a poor handling of examination, which was controversially held at midnight, stressed the importance of accountability and transparency in the education sector.
Don't move and seconded. Those in support of the motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The aye have it. WAEC, you are to avail those documents within the 24 hours to this very revered committee for further legislative business. Don't move and seconded. Those in support of the motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The aye have it. WAEC, you are to avail those documents within the 24 hours to this very revered committee for further legislative business.
Other members of the committee described the situation as unacceptable and called for immediate reforms to safeguard the credibility of national examinations.
For me, I want to tell you that since you brought the word global into this conversation, I want to tell you what should be done when something like this happens globally, using your word. Sir, admit to the Nigerian people you have failed.
You have exposed Nigeria to the level that people are laughing at us. At a point, I was asking myself, is it this a sabotage against the government? I am not part of APC government, but is it a sabotage or is it ethnical in the sense that look at what happened in JAM, look at what happened in WAEC. I come from Southeast. Greater percentage of all these things that are happening are being done in the Southeast.
The head of WAEC in Nigeria, Amos Dagnott, apologized to candidates, the House, and the Nigerian public, tributing the late-night conduct of examination to efforts to salvage the situation after questions were leaked earlier in the day. The decision, he said, was regrettable, were taken to preserve the integrity of the examination after it was discovered that the materials had been compromised.
Nigerians, stakeholders, I want to use this opportunity foremost to express sincere, deep-rooted apologies for what happened in the conduct of English language examination. It was never premeditated and never planned for. We did all we could, as I will shed light upon later, but what played out is what we are living witnesses. I want to assure us that that will not happen again.
The House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee has raised concerns over the disappearance of over 250 billion naira in public funds, as uncovered by reports from the Auditor General of the Federation. Chairman of the committee, Bamidele Salam, raised a concern at a press briefing ahead of a National Conference on Public Accounts and Fiscal Governance scheduled for July 6 to 10, 2025 in Abuja. Salam stated that the audit reports reveal that a staggering sum remains unaccounted for across several government entities, which he said is a reflection of increasing financial irregularities in public institutions. According to him, the report points to a high incidence of unauthorized transfer from one subhead to another and a growing number of audit queries issued each fiscal year.
As a country, we still have a long way to go in terms of deepening our fiscal governance systems and structures. And that is why almost all tiers of government, executive, legislative, and the judiciary have at various points in time had to have interventions on issues coming out of mismanagement of public resources. It is our belief, because when you have a country as large and as diverse as Nigeria, you have to put some things in place to ensure that you don't allow people to commit infractions and get away with it because of the span of time it takes to track most of this expenditure.
Salam further disclosed that more than 60% of ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, have consistently failed to comply with financial regulations, which he said underscored the need for more robust financial oversight, citing the complexity of Nigeria's financial framework and its multiple streams of funding.
So it is obvious, if you ask whether one is happy, nobody is happy. No one. If you ask anyone in Nigeria today whether they are happy with the level of transparency in public expenditure, I will be surprised if anybody in good conscience will say that they are happy. There are quite a lot of gaps. But like I've said, we should also realize that there are movements towards closing those gaps. And one of the movements towards closing the gaps is in the area of reform. So regardless of what you say, there will never be anything again like a fuel subsidy scam in Nigeria, because the source of that scam has been taken away. There's no subsidy again. So when you close some of those gaps, you also achieve a certain degree of reducing, the propensity of people to, do all manner of things untoward with public resources. And we are looking forward to more of such reforms by government, and we're sure that this kind of a conference will bring up a number of issues that will translate into greater reforms by the executive and greater legislative action by the parliament.
The upcoming conference forms a central pillar of the 10th Assembly's legislative agenda and is designed to reposition the country's public financial management structures. FG flags off first LCNG plant in North. Customs intercept 1.5 billion worth contraband in 2 weeks. Center unveils export launch pad to boost Nigeria's trade competitiveness. These and more in our business news.
The federal government has commissioned the first ever liquefied to compressed natural gas LCNG hub in Nigeria's northeast. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperikpe Ekpo, inaugurated the plant in Yola, describing it as a major achievement under the federal government's Decade of Gas initiative. That the project marks a turning point for the Northeast, promising economic opportunities, job creation, and peace through inclusive energy development. He urged more investors to support LCNG projects to reach underserved communities nationwide. The Nigeria Customs Service has intensified efforts against smuggling, with major seizures reported in the southwest. In just 2 weeks, the Federal Operations Unit Zone A seized 46 contraband items valued at over 1.5 billion naira, according to Comptroller Mohammed Shuaibu. Additionally, 48 million naira was recovered through demand notices issued for improper declarations. Items seized include rice, cannabis, used vehicles, and more, intercepted at Imeko, Idiroko, Abeokuta, and surrounding areas. Shuaibu said the unit is determined to frustrate economic saboteurs while promoting legitimate trade and revenue recovery. The World Trade Center WTC in Abuja has unveiled a strategic business platform to strengthen Nigeria's export potential and improve global competitiveness. Unveiled after a webinar session yesterday, the Export Launch Pad is designed to empower small and medium-scale Nigerian exporters. WTC Abuja Vice President Ahmed Adelaja described the pad as a flagship initiative offering diagnostics, packaging and compliance support, and access to logistics and trade finance. He also introduced the WTC Abuja Trade Desk, a support hub to connect exporters with key services under Nigeria's Economic Diversification Plan and the African Union's 2063 Agenda. Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Wole Oke, has called for deeper trade cooperation among BRICS nations and partners, urging a move away from Western markets and dollar-based transactions. Speaking at the BRICS Trade Forum in Brazil, Oke proposed a local currency settlement system to reduce exposure to volatile forex markets and joint investment in agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and clean energy. He said BRICS must build resilient trade corridors through digital transformation and strategic resource use. While Nigeria is not a full BRICS member, Oke stressed the country's commitments to a fairer, inclusive global trade system. The Nigerian Exchange Group says it is working assiduously to ensure the nation's capital market contributes significantly to achieving President Bola Tinubu's $1 trillion economy vision by 2030. Chairman of NGX, Dr. Umaru Kweranga, said the group is expanding retail market access, strengthening oversight, and mobilizing capital for infrastructure and tech innovation. He said NGX's active engagement with global investors is yielding results, with foreign portfolio investment rising by over 126% and FDI commitments surpassing $50 billion since mid-2023. Kweranga added that reforms like fuel subsidy removal and FX unification are boosting investor confidence and fast-tracking economic transformation. And that's business news on Global News. I am Tomsinime Natus.
Still to come, UK's Reeves says no plans to raise taxes again on scale of 2024 budget. Kosovo troops join US allied forces in military drills as PM pushes for NATO membership. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves said on Wednesday the government did not have any plans to announce tax hikes on a scale similar to increases introduced in last year's budget in October. Reeves also said more pensioners will receive winter fuel payments this winter following the government's U-turn on the widely criticized cuts in the payments to the elderly.
We made decisions in the budget last year to increase taxes by £40 billion. I have absolutely no intention of repeating a budget on that scale again. That budget was absolutely necessary because the previous government left a £22 billion black hole in the public finances, not some year in the future, but in the fiscal year we're in. They had already spent the reserves set aside for genuine emergencies 3 times over just 3 months into the financial year. So I had to take immediate action, both to put our public finances on a firm footing and also to ensure that our public services that had been committed funding, but that money hadn't been made available, to make sure that they could continue to function. 10 months under Labour than they did over the first 10 years. We will be increasing spending on police in the spending review next week, so that's not a decision that, or a choice that I would recognise.
Meanwhile, hundreds of troops from Kosovo, the United States, Albania, Croatia and other NATO allies took part in military drills in western Kosovo on Tuesday. Defender Europe is the largest annual U.S. military exercise in Europe, during which personnel and equipment are deployed across multiple European countries to demonstrate lethality and interoperability with partners. Approximately 25,000 troops from NATO and allied nations are deployed in 18 European countries, including more than 5,000 U.S. troops stationed from Norway to Greece. At the final day of the drills, Kosovo Prime Minister Albin Kurti said his country was ready to join NATO. But Kosovo's aspiration to join the alliance faces challenges, as 4 NATO members do not recognize it as an independent country. Since the end of the war between Serbia's forces and Kosovo Albanians in 1999, NATO has maintained a military mission aimed at safeguarding the region's fragile peace. For the first time, Rostock is the starting point for one of NATO's largest naval exercises in the Baltic Sea, with some 50 warships, 90 aircraft and 9,000 soldiers from 70 nations taking part. This year's Baltic Operations Baltops exercise, which has been held since 1991, includes USS flagship Mount Whitney from the US Navy's 6th Fleet. According to NATO, the aim is to improve joint capabilities in maritime operations such as submarine defense, mine clearance and air defense. The large-scale exercise will be underway until June 20. The warships will set off together from a naval base in Warnemünde on June 5.
The German Navy and the German Armed Forces, we are determined to strengthen NATO, to strengthen NATO effectiveness and combat effectiveness. We want to deliver deterrence and defense effect.
Likewise, Baltops stands as the premier annual joint multinational maritime-focused exercise in the Baltic Sea. And this exercise continually adapts to meet current and emerging regional security demands of the Baltic region, bringing together participating nations in a realistic training environment to ensure maritime stability and European economic prosperity.
South Korea's new Liberal President Lee Jae-myung pledged on Wednesday to raise the country from near destruction caused by a martial law attempt and revive an economy besieged by global protectionism that is threatening its very existence. Lee's decisive victory in Tuesday's snap election stands to usher in a sea change in Asia's 4th largest economy, after backlash against the botched attempt at military rule brought down Yoon Suk-yeol just 3 years into his troubled presidency.
It is time to restore our democracy, which has been destroyed by armored vehicles and rifles, our livelihoods and economy, which have collapsed due to indifference and irresponsibility, and our national security and peace, which have been reduced to tools of political strife. A Lee Jae-myung government will be a pragmatic pro-market government. Through a pragmatic diplomacy centered on national interest, we will turn the crisis of global economic, security,
and environmental transformation into opportunities to maximize our national interest. Based on a strong South Korea-U.S. alliance, we will strengthen trilateral cooperation with the U.S. and Japan, while approaching relations with neighboring countries from the perspective of practicality and national interest. We will respond to North Korea's nuclear and military provocations with strong deterrence based on the South Korea-U.S. military alliance, while keeping communication channels with the North open and building peace on the Korean Peninsula through dialogue and cooperation.
Lee faces what could be the most daunting set of challenges for a South Korean leader in nearly 3 decades, ranging from healing a country deeply scared by martial law attempt to tackling unpredictable protectionist moves by the United States, a major trading partner and a security ally. Chinese President Xi Jinping on Wednesday met with President Alexander Lukashenko of Belarus in Beijing, as the two all-weather partners looked to further deepen strategic ties and cooperation. Lukashenko's visit to Beijing was his first to the Chinese capital since he was declared a winner of a presidential election in January, extending his 31-year rule of a former Soviet republic.
You were so right in pointing out the main feature of the modern world, that IT is all about unprecedented pressure from West on us. First of all, on People's Republic of China. And today the eyes of many countries including Belarus are looking at you, at Beijing.
Thailand plans to acquire a total of 12 Gripen JAS-39 fighter jets built by Sweden's Saab over 10 years, its Air Force chief said on Wednesday. The Air Force earlier announced it would sign a contract in August to buy 4 of the jets in an initial procurement phase, which had a budget of 19.5 billion baht. Thailand has one of Southeast Asia's best-equipped air forces, with 11 JAS-39 Gripen jets and dozens of American F-16 and F-5 aircraft, some of which have been in operation since the late 1980s. An excavator arrived at a search site for evidence related to the case of Madeleine McCann in Portugal's Algarve region on Wednesday. But the second day, police officers were searching the area, inspecting abandoned houses during a joint operation by Portuguese and German forces, looking for new evidence related to the case of disappearance of a British child in 2007. The scale of searches could be the most extensive since the initial investigation was closed in 2008, a year after 3-year-old Madeleine went missing while on holiday with her family in the Algarve town of Praia da Luz. Her disappearance sparked a frenzied search and gained the attention of the world's media. She has never been found. Fresh, though relatively focused searches were ordered by Portuguese, British and German police of scrubland, wells and reservoirs in 2014, 2020 and 2023. None of these searches were confirmed to have yielded significant evidence. Portugal's investigative judicial police had said on Monday they would execute search warrants at the behest of a public prosecutor's office in German's Braunschweig, which in 2022 formally identified German national Christian Bruckner as an official suspect in the case. The search operation is expected to end on Thursday. Spokesperson for the public prosecutor's office in the northern German city of Braunschweig said, a Swiss-led team has developed an AI-driven legged robot that can play badminton against human opponents, demonstrating precise coordination and accuracy. Developed by ETH Zurich, researchers and detailed in science robotics, the robot uses reinforcement learning, a type of AI that improves decision-making by learning from repeated attempts. In effect, the robot learns by trying different actions to make better decisions. This AI combines vision, movement, and arm control, allowing the robot to follow the shuttlecock and hit it precisely in fast-paced games. The system incorporates a perception noise model trained on real-world camera data to maintain consistent performance. The robot, based on the IMR quadrupedal platform developed at ETH H. Zurich accurately predicts shuttlecock trajectories, navigates the game area, and competes with human players. Yuntumar believes it showcases AI's potential to drive legged robots in complex tasks, paving the way for future advancements in autonomous intelligent systems, including humanoids.
So in this project, we've used the Animal Robot, which is a quadrupedal robot platform from a spin-off from ETH Zurich. And in this project, we've taught this robot to coordinate all its actuators, as well as the onboard cameras, to play badminton against human players. So we used the quadrupedal robot platform because it's a generic platform that can also be used to carry out other tasks like search and rescue and going up and down the stairs because it has legs. And in badminton, the legs also provide a unique ability for the robot to tilt its base compared to wheeled platforms. In the badminton project, we introduced the perception noise model that maps the robot's motion to perception quality. And this allowed the reinforcement learning algorithm to automatically balance between the robot's agile motion and the reliable perception. In this project, we've showcased how robots can combine locomotion, manipulation, as well as perception in a dynamic and interactive sport. The control algorithm also generalizes to other robot platforms such as humanoids, and also other tasks such as search and rescue and home services.
Spain held a training session on Wednesday at their training camp in Las Rosas ahead of the UEFA Nations League semi-finals against France. Later in the afternoon, the squad will travel to Stuttgart, where coach Luis de la Fuente and midfielder Pedri will speak to media at the press conference. Spain and France meet in Stuttgart on Thursday for a place in the final, with the winners facing either Germany or Portugal will play in the other semi-final on Wednesday. Spain's Barcelona striker Lamil Yamal has said the Ballon d'Or award wouldn't be decided by performances this week when he and fellow favourite for the award France Paris Saint-Germain forward Ousmane Dembele take part in the Nations League Final Four. England women's midfielder Frank Kigbe will earn 77 caps for the Lionesses, announced her retirement from international football a month before the European Championship. Best known for a role in England's historic Euro 2022 triumph, 31-year-old started all 6 games in the tournament, scoring twice and registering 3 assists. Kibbe joined the national team at the age of 21, and her last appearance came as a second-half substitute in last week's 6-0 win over Portugal. She was not included in the squad for Tuesday's 2-1 loss against Spain. Having struggled with injury and illness throughout her career, she missed the 2023 Women's World Cup due to a knee injury that required surgery. Former Chelsea player Kibbe won 7 Women's Cup League titles, Women's Super League titles, and 5 FA Cup trophies during her time at the London club. This season, she scored 7 goals in 17 appearances for Brighton, who finished 5th. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado, thanking you very much for watching and saying stay with us, as up next is Signature Evening.
two lawyers, Clement Chukwuemeka, immediate past vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and Ugo Agugam, who were guests in Signature flagship breakfast program, The Signature Show, faulted the bill on several grounds. They said the bill was the very opposite of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees free choice as against compulsory. They warned that the bill could trigger civic disobedience, which could lead to civic unrest.
You begin to address what are these issues? Is it to make criminalize voting, non-voting, or to begin to find a way to curb these things that you know are the reasons why people are not coming out? So if we are now like saying, oh, we are not interested, we are not going to vote, find out why. Votes must count. People must be encouraged. Insecurity, these are things that make people not want to vote. These are people that in general and voter party. Take care of all those things. You don't need to make laws to say, oh, if you don't vote, you'll be killed, you go to jail, you pay 100,000. This law will not succeed. If made into law, the bill will not succeed. If it's law, it will not succeed. In fact, people will observe it in disobedience. Then what are we going to be left with? Chaos.
Let me just be a prophet in this particular aspect. This allegedly or alleged what's it called bill is indirect way. Let anybody mark it today. It's an indirect way to bring out anger in Nigeria so that there won't be anybody to vote and they will now manipulate and call results in the next election.
The two lawyers acknowledged that though some countries like Australia and a number of Latin American nations have such provisions, those countries have created a voter trust by making their election processes transparent and credible. In contrast, they said, the Nigerian voter has no trust in the election process and its outcome.
In Australia, you pay 20 Australian dollars if you do for not voting. In Brazil, same way, there are compliance. If you do in Singapore, in Peru, in Uruguay, all these countries, they are all implementing compliance and compulsion and all that. These are countries that their democracy are working. We do not have trust for what they are saying, and I want to draw their ears that they should not only be implementing laws or trying to put up a particular bill. They should first of all go and erect as many as beautiful prisons, because I will be the first. I will be part of those that will be getting into that prison. I align completely with the president of Nigerian Bar Association in criticizing this, and that we are aware that we will lead a massive protest against this.
As public opinion weigh against the bill recommending punishment for not voting in an election in the country, the House of Representatives, which has passed the bill for the second reading, if public opinion count in its decision, will be hard put to justify its final passage.
You are not supposed to be forced to vote or be voted for. If you are forcing me, that means you are intruding my privacy and you are trying to impose something on me. So I don't think I should support such a bill. Everybody should be given free hands to operate. If I want to vote, fine. If I don't want to vote, I should be left alone. So you shouldn't compel me to vote, to go to the poll, except you have a mission behind it.
Trying to put this bill, if they ever pass into law, they will see the level of massive protest they will never anticipate. Because let us face it, who are those who are going to suffer if this is made law? The masses. None of those so-called big men, nobody will go to arrest them because they didn't vote or didn't come out to vote. You see the masses. So what they should do is to go back and do the basic thing and then get it right.
With the prospect of the bill turning into a political bobby trap, there is a doubt that President Bola Tinubu would stake his presidency by signing the bill into law. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Good evening and welcome to Signature Evening. My name is Queensley Rowland. I don't know how your evening is going over there, but thank you for joining us. It's always a date to have you here on Signature Evening with us every 7 p.m. every single day of the week. In the highlights, on politicals, we're going to talk about the economics and management of national debt in Nigeria. And afterwards, we're going to look at an interesting subject matter, global mental health issues. We know everything about mental health. Now we are going to take a look about it and all that concerns it and how it affects us as humans. And afterwards, still on politicals, we're going to talk about the 2027 presidential zoning and the future of Nigeria. And on the retrospect for today, the second midweek retrospect we're going to have interviews that we've had before, replayed for our own pleasure. And afterwards, we'll have a regulars, fashionista, autograph, and chat box. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll have our discussion for today on mental health. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Let's dive right into our first discussion for today. Global mental health is a significant public health issue affecting a substantial portion of the world's population. Mental disorders are among the leading causes of disability and health loss worldwide, with anxiety and depressive disorders being particularly prevalent. About 15% of the world's adolescents have a mental health condition. Around 1 to 7 young people ages 10 to 19 have a mental health condition. Despite effective prevention and treatment options, access to care remains limited. For many, stigma and discrimination persist. What then is the way forward to prevent this medical condition ravaging the globe? And that is the question that we're going to answer in today's discussion. And to have this discussion on global mental health issues, in the studio we have Mrs. Uzuamaka Nwachukwu, who is a psychotherapist and mental health practitioner. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Good evening, thank you.
Okay, just to people keep talking about mental health. What would you describe mental health to be?
Okay, yes, mental health is truly a global issue, and when people talk about mental health and you ask them what it is, when they begin to talk, you find out that they don't actually know what mental health is. In fact, some people, it's new to them, the word is new to them, especially over here, Nigeria and Southeast, and let me talk about ENUGU, because in my organization we serve questionnaires. We collect data based on people. We want to know the knowledgeable people that has come to learn about mental health. And we find out that, I'm sorry to say, about 95% don't know what mental health is. And they usually mistake mental health to be mental illness. So they see mental health and call it what it is not. Okay, so there's a big difference between mental health and mental illnesses, and that is why we have the misconception leading to high stigma of talking about mental health. Even to have the discussion, it's a difficult big issue, because before you know it, the person is already pushing you away. Please, I'm okay. You know, I am not mad. So they believe mental health is meant for mad people. Please, I don't want to talk about anything madness. I don't want to go to the psychiatry. I'm not mad. So you find out that people always associate mental health with madness. And this is coming from lack of awareness and education on what mental health is truly all about. Then also, when you push out the word out there, even with the meaning, people are not still buying into it. They are still wallowing and feeling that this is a white man challenge. It's not an African challenge, really. So we are okay. This is Oyibo. This is Oyibo sickness. We don't have
as
mental.
As long as you're not running mad on
we don't
the
have
streets.
mental health issues. So it makes it difficult to talk about it. Even institutions, professionals, people you think that they are aware of this are not really aware of it. Because I know we've met people, even in the medical field, they will tell you, I don't think we need mental health. How can a medical field, a hospital, tell you they don't think they need mental health? So how do you intend to support people mentally and emotionally? Because we are usually carried away with physical health, seeing a doctor, getting a prescription, taking medications. We are not concerned about mental health issues because we don't know what it is. What is that mental health issues? Is when someone has discovered his or her abilities or in a state of well-being where they have discovered the ability to cope with their daily stress. I usually ask people, do you go through stress? When they say yes, I say, then what are you talking about? It's all about mental health stress. They're like, really stress? I said, yes. Once you're human, because this is a human problem, a human challenge, once you are living and once you are going through stress, obviously you encounter mental health challenges. So it's when you are now in a state of well-being where you have discovered your abilities to cope with your daily stress and still remain productive and also still remain functional in your society. While mental illness is a health condition that it's now affecting the way you behave, the way you socialize with people, the way you think, because you have not actually taken care of your mental health. So it has degenerated and it's now affecting you, giving you some challenges that may likely crop up some mental health illnesses.
So would you say mental illness is a fraction of mental health?
Mental illness is as a result of not taking good care of your mental health.
Okay, so that's like the end product of it.
Exactly. And that is what we champion in our organization, because you find out that we don't tackle things from the preventive measure. We allow things to deteriorate, get worse, even probably to the point of madness. Yes, there's a part of it that has to do with madness. The schizophrenia phase leading to psychosis when it's not handled well. But that is not even just the mental health illnesses we have. And people also believe that madness is just the only mental illnesses we have. So, but you find out that there are other mental health illnesses people don't even know is as a result of not taking care of their mental health. People don't even know that eating disorder is part of it.
It's a mental problem.
Yes, eating disorder, sleep disorder, personality disorder. People are more used to depression and anxiety disorder. So they don't know there are so many mental, even there are ones that occurs at childbirth. We call them neurodevelopmental disorder, the ones that happen at childbirth that affects the brain. That
the brain of the mother or the child?
The child. That leads to having an autistic child, that leads to having ADHD and intellectual learning disorders. So there are so many mental health illnesses people are not even aware of. Okay, even a major depressive disorder is also part of it. The OCD, the MPDs, the DID, the borderline depression. People don't even know about borderline personality disorder. People don't know that so many things happening to them as a result of not taking care of their mental health, and that what they're actually facing are mental illnesses, and they're calling their village people.
Okay, so what are some of the common mental illnesses?
Okay, the common ones, or rather what we tag the common ones, are usually clinical depression, because that's another place where people also misuse the word depression. Somebody can be going through a sad period, sad moment, maybe lack of finance, and say, oh, I'm depressed. You know, I don't have food. But when you get an ice cream, they're smiling. You know, just rough challenges, they say they're depressed. And it makes that word not to be taken seriously anymore. Because when we talk about the mental aspect of it, we're talking about the chronic depression, the major depressive state, or the clinical depression that could lead to suicidal thought, or actually someone committing the suicide. So depression, it's common, in as much as we misuse the word depression. Being in a depressive state doesn't mean that you're having depression. Depression is deeper. It's a mental health disorder, and we target clinical depression. Then the common one is also what we call bipolar disorder, known as mood disorder. You know, some people say it's common with women.
Have mood swings.
Yeah, mood swings and all that. So we have what we call the bipolar, it's common, and also have the anxiety disorder. So these are the three major main disorders people are more familiar with and also affect us down here.
Looking at this one that you just mentioned, the depressing part of it, being depressed, do you have to be medically proven that you're depressed, or at what point do you really realize that I'm depressed at this point?
Okay, when the sadness is consistent, and before you know it, you are withdrawn. You start isolating yourself from either your social group or from friends or from family. You want to stay alone. Then it also affects your eating, your appetite. It affects your sleep. Then you need to check it. And the major one, the red flag, is when you now lose interest in things that usually gives you pleasure before. You're no longer interested. Your favorite game, your favorite food, your favorite place, when they come up, you don't feel like it anymore. They no longer give you joy. Things that used to give you joy no longer give you joy. There is a call for concern. And that is where a professional help is very, very important.
So could you be depressed and still find things interesting? Is it possible?
Then it has not gotten to the clinical stage.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
So it's just a moment of sadness?
Yes, it may be just a moment of sadness that you may come out from, maybe a day or 2 or hours, or when the need is met. Mm-hmm. But when you know it's serious, even when the need is met, it hasn't solved the problem. So it's deeper than just that need that probably you felt that gave you the deep sadness. So even when it's met and you're still in that serious and major depressive state and it's consistent, then you need to seek for help.
Currently, mental health disorder is becoming like a trend for youth. You see people that come online and they are self-diagnosed of ADHD, self-diagnosed of OCD, and so many other things. At things like this, do they really go through these things, or is it like a form of attention that they are seeking?
You know, the truth is, a lot of things are online, and you can't debunk anybody's feelings. They are entitled to their feelings. But just like one person reached out to our organization with her ebook and talked about depression, wrote books, pages, and after engaging her, I found out that she wasn't even diagnosed. Even though there are red flags, there are also some mental health illnesses that share the same symptoms and signs and red flags. So you actually need to get a professional help. You actually need to be diagnosed by a professional that will tell you, okay, this is it, and this is what we're going to handle. So doing a self-diagnosis because you feel maybe what you read online, this is what I'm feeling, it may be true, but you still need to be certified. You still need to get confirmation that this is what I'm actually going through. Because even when you come out to the social media, you are creating more problem for yourself. I'm sure you know what it is when you read people's comments. So you may even be adding
to what is not there.
Pepper to the salt and all that, exactly.
So the stigma around mental illnesses and how it affects people, there's stigma around it. And how has this stigma actually made people not to openly seek help, the help that they need?
Good. It is still coming from that misconception of madness, because they are ignoring other mental health illnesses that doesn't have anything to do with madness. So when they feel that they open up to talk about their mental health challenges, so they feel you're going to perceive them in a certain way, so they rather keep it to themselves, because it's still a heavy topic people are not willing to talk about, because they don't really know what it entails. So because everybody is looking at each other, oh, if I talk about mental health, I am running mental, so let it not be that I want to get married, I want to be employed. They will not say that I have a history of madness and all that. So they keep their challenges to themselves. They struggle with them. They don't speak up. They don't seek for help. They don't seek for support. And even when some open up, we create content with them.
With it.
We mock them. We call them attention seekers. Because obviously, people that are calling them don't even know what mental health is all about. So you find out that we're in a society that lacks compassion. Even if the person is creating a content, let's reach out, let's help, let's get to the person and find out what actually is going on, because we've also seen cases whereby some people spoke up and we ignored and felt it was content. At the end of the day, they committed suicide. Okay. And another thing is, when we're around people, we don't observe them, because mental health challenges is not seen, it's not written on the face. Somebody can be going through a whole lot and be smiling. In fact, that's another irony when it comes to depression. Somebody going through depression can be smiling, jovial, doing all the necessary thing, being productive, buying gifts for other people, but they are dying inside. So you find that people don't really ask or observe what has changed about you. You are withdrawn, you have isolated yourself, because we are overwhelmed with our own issues. We lack compassion. It's now a selfish world where people no longer genuinely care about the well-being of the next person to find out what's going on. And probably when they hear you've committed suicide, they will cry more than the bereaved.
I mean, that's always the case. But these treatments are not cheap. If you have to pay for a therapy session, it's really expensive. I mean, if I have that amount of money, I probably won't be depressed. So
I love that. That is an assumption. Do you know why I say it's an assumption? First of all, we do offer free counseling services from time to time. In fact, we offered free counseling services last month for specific people, for the physically challenged, for the elderly, for the retired, for the bereaved, for the pregnant mothers and postpartum depression. Nobody shows up. So it's a problem. We don't have that culture of seeking for counseling and therapy. We still see it as Oyibo affair. We are not seeing it as African thing. How can I sit down and talk to somebody I don't know how?
When I can just pray.
Pray or talk to my mom or talk to my family member. So it's not our thing. So it's not about the cost. Because even when you go to our websites and go through our counseling therapy, it's not that much. We even offer, the first stage with you is even free. So we've offered free so many counselors and people are not buying into it. They are not using it. They are not taking it up. Probably they don't even see the need for it, or probably it's not our culture, it's not our thing. Or probably I'm not dead, I'm not mad yet.
Speaking of postpartum depression, you just mentioned this is something that we don't talk about. And recently, I noticed some moms online come to talk about how they face, how it has actually shaped them and changed their mindsets. And they were really, really depressed. I never knew there was a thing like that after childbirth. So how well is the medical field, helping women going through situations like this?
So you can actually say, do we really have one? Do we really have a support system for nursing mothers or people that have given birth? I don't think we have such things. Even if they're in existence, there are few. You understand? Or maybe people that are aware can now do that for their partners. I don't think we have such a thing put in place, because it's a major depressive state for a woman that went through creating another life, body changes, mood swings, pain, some went through CS, traumatic for them. Some lost their babies, some lost their pregnancy. So is the society equipped enough to support such women. They are not. That is why NGOs like us come in to offer this help and support to women. Because if we keep waiting, who are actually the people that will do the work? Okay, so this is not, I wouldn't say we have a society that supports that really.
Honestly. June is Men's Mental Health Month. What have you guys been doing so far for the men? Because whenever we talk about mental health, we just think it's, we don't really appreciate men for the things that they go through in the society, trying to be the breadwinner, sort out the bills, and so many other things, trying to be the hero of their family every single day. June is Men's Mental Health Month. What have been done so far to encourage the men out there?
Okay, from our organization, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation, we have released messages to tell them to take care of their mental health, and their own free counseling is coming up in 2 days' time. We're going to push it out there. Yes, every man can come in for free counseling. And we also have our academy, Koli Mental Health Academy, where we also empower people to improve their knowledge of mental health, where we train people, educators, parents, children, organizations, NGOs, counselors, therapists, to come and get trained and become aware of this challenge that is really eating us deeply, but we are ignoring it, or I don't know if it's for lack of the awareness and education, which is very, very poor. We are also going around granting some interviews to some of the men that will be released from tomorrow to hear their own perspective and find out the different stress they go through, how they are coping, and also ask them to also advise other men out there on how to take care of their mental health. We also created a content that we've put out there to show some of the challenges men go through. In a day, they can receive 5 different messages from the wife, mother-in-law, nephew, mechanic, dry cleaner, gate man, tanker man, just a man. So we've put out a content out there for people to see what they go through in a day and actually reduce our expectations. From them, we expect them to be strong. We expect them to man up. We expect 100% attention from them, but they are struggling inside. And, they have this culture of keeping things to themselves. They have this culture of bottling up their emotions because they have been told that you're a man.
You should bottle up your emotions.
Bottle up, men don't cry, men don't show weakness, why are you behaving like a baby?
Does crying really depict weakness?
That is what we think and believe over here, but it doesn't. It doesn't. In fact, crying has its own benefits, but you don't tell that to a man. How can I cry in front of a woman? How will she be looking at me? So we are telling men this month. We've started putting out things, messages, interviews all over globally. We are going to involve people from UK, America. Let them tell us their own perspective. Uganda, our partners as well. We have so many people we partner with globally. Even here in Nigeria, we have our partners, the Rangers International Football Club Foundation. We also partner with CAPIO to carry out some interventions in the correctional centers. If we tell you what we've seen in the correctional centers or what we've seen with our returned citizens, the ex-inmates, what we tag the ex-inmate, nobody's supporting their mental well-being. Nobody is asking about them. These are people that you just release and you expect them to get integrated into the society. They've not been there. Some people have spent 10 years outside the society. How will they get integrated? How would they socialize? Nobody's talking about them. Nobody's talking about supporting them emotionally, psychologically, mentally. So you see that the work is much, but because we've not seen the need and the important, and we don't even know what mental health is, people are just turning away and, acting cool.
So with all these things, what exactly are the barriers to integrating mental health into our healthcare system in Nigeria?
I think the barrier is not focusing on the awareness and education, because knowledge is power. We are not focusing on the awareness. We're not focusing on the education. We are not making policies. We are not advocating. We're not making policies that will support or champion mental health institutions. Take, for instance, hospitals. Some hospitals run without a mental health facility. How do you handle your patients, somebody diagnosed of cancer, diagnosed of probably glaucoma or terminal illnesses? How do you handle them? Survivor victims, maybe fire and all that, or someone that has survived gender and sexual based. How do you support? You find out that we are more interested in the physical support. You give the person check, you give the person money, you give the person scholarship, but you've not handled the psychological need of that person. So the barrier to this is lack of awareness and education. Because I believe that when people start hearing about mental health in their corners, in their streets, everywhere, I think they will start talking about, it's now become an open conversation, and people will start taking care of their mental health, because that is the main stage, the preventive stage, so that you don't create more problems for yourself.
Okay, I believe that stress is the first stage of all these things we've talked about. When you're stressed out, you're burnt out. What do you advise people do whenever they are stressed?
Okay.
What are the things that we can always do whenever we are stressed out, even without having to spend so much money?
Okay, the problem is that a lot of people now hide under stress. Oh, I'm stressed. Even children, you're stressing me, I'm stressed. You know, stress on its own is not a bad thing. And it's an aspect of life we must go through. Everyday life is full of stress, let me put it that way. So the first is make sure it is not persistent. Make sure it's not a chronic stress. Make sure that you are not adding extra pressures, because the stress are already there. So when we now bring in the baggages, the pressures from peer group, family, social media, office, work pressure, it becomes chronic for us. So the first step is to make sure you're not overwhelming yourself or bringing more pressure or things that will create more pressure to you. Secondly, when you also feel stressed, talking about it helps. You know, when you talk to a trusted one, when you talk to friends, it can help to ease off the emotional pains and relieving. Another one you can do is journaling. I preach that a lot. You can just come home, think about your day, have some self-reflection, write it down, remove your mind from, you know, the work stress. Another thing is gratitude. Because we are wallowing in what we've not gotten right, what went wrong, how we have failed, we are not seeing the bright side of life, we are not practicing gratitude. Thereby, we are adding more pressure to our life and stress. Then people will tell you, okay, have rest. Very important. Rest. There are recommended hours of sleep, exercise, take a walk, take your breathing exercises, practice mindfulness, meditations. There are a lot of things you could do to help yourself when you're stressed.
You did not mention maybe hanging out with friends. Doesn't that help?
It depends. Like some people, okay, for example, you say you are stressed and you're hanging out in a noisy environment. Does that add to your stress or does that help you? That is where we are getting it all. We are stressed and you go to a club. You are stressed, you go to where they are blasting music. All you need is rest and peace of mind. So, knowing or unknowingly, the sound is also adding more pressure
to you.
So, are you actually resting? You're not actually resting. Probably you don't know that somehow you're still adding more stress to yourself. There's nothing wrong in socializing and hanging out, but you know, when you now target, you know, I'm resting, I'm trying to relieve stress, mind the environment. That is why relaxation is good. You go to where it's quiet. That's why people go home and rest. Go to a quiet environment. Observe alone time. Sleep, rest, read, dance, sing, watch movie. You know, just do you. Self-care.
Okay, so to the government, because I know in the Western world, they have facilities for this. You have clinics where people come in for therapy sessions. They have different activities to help people that have mental health issues. Even people that have been to jail come out. So many things there. So what can the government do in order to help with this situation?
Now let me shock you. When I lost my brother-in-law in America, he died. They sent a counselor to my sister-in-law without asking. They don't need to ask you if you need it.
They even go as far as giving you a stipulated amount of money.
Yes,
monthly.
Because they know that you are human. You are going through grief and bereavement. This is what you need. that place is still a compassionate society. So they've put these things in place. We don't even have such things in place. How can it come from a government that probably may not even know what it is and the importance of mental health? So we don't have any structure. How can a school be running without a counseling unit? Hospital running without a organizations, workplaces. How do you support the mental well-being of your staff, your workers? But you expect them to be productive, you expect them to be functional, you expect them to smile and be jovial, you know. But you have not put in institutions, offices, places that will support people's mental health. Even the normal health care is nothing to talk about. That talk about mental, you know, an avenue that takes care of one's mental health. So we don't even have such structures. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board by creating this awareness and educating people and putting in policies, which we're also championing, advising, putting out there, creating the awareness. And I believe one day we remain optimistic that they will come to realize the need and importance to put in the structures.
Thank you so much. We could go on with this conversation because it's something we experience in our daily activities. Our conversation was on global mental health issues, and our in-house guest is Mrs. Uzoamaka Nwachukwu, who is a psychotherapist and mental health practitioner. Thank you so much for your input, Ma.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our next conversation on politicals. So stay with us.
Every second,
thank you.
Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
I'm even putting it on airplane.
Good evening and welcome back. The escalating burden of public debts at both federal and state levels has presented significant challenges to budget implementation and sustainable economic development. Nigeria's national debt, managed by the Debt Management Office (DMO), encompasses both external and domestic borrowing. The DMO's mandate includes advising on debt policy, managing risk, and promoting the domestic debt market. Key economic factors influencing the management of Nigerian debt in Nigeria include debt servicing, budget deficit, and the impact of borrowing on economic growth. The discussion today will focus on the management of public debt as its impact on stimulating economic growth in Nigeria. And to have this conversation on the economics and management of national debt in Nigeria, we have an in-house guest, Ndudi Anichie, who is an ex-banker and financial analyst. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so just as it's no news that Nigeria owes a whole lot of money after even borrowing currently until now. Looking forward, we are already actually running into so much debt. And what would you have to say about this current situation, bearing in mind our financial and economic state in the country right now?
Okay, you see, when we elect leaders, they have a term of, is it 4 years?
4 years.
Or maximum 8 years.
8 years.
But you see, the actions or inactions reverberates beyond their tenure.
It doesn't just end with the tenure.
Exactly. The actions or inactions in office reverberates beyond their tenure. Many a times, it affects 2, 3, 4, 5 generations unborn. Why do I say that? Now, as regards the loans, the nation has been taken. Since I was born, we've been paying loans right from the first administration, right from 1966 right from independence till dates, and gradually we've been paying it down. And we could see that our present exposure, both foreign loans and local loans, I checked it up on worlddebtclock.org. That's one site I always look at, irrespective of what the DMO is publishing. It's an online platform where all the nation's debt of the world is highlighted online, both from America, Europe, America. Currently is at $86 billion. Yeah. It updates on an online basis. $86 billion. The makeup of it, yes, DMO will give you both internal loans, both internal and external. When we say internal, the ones we raised locally, local bonds. You also have local bonds, you also have foreign bonds. And so, when they get into office, they take these loans. Many of these loans are being paid 30, 40, like external loans. Mm-hmm. The tenure is longer. It's basically 30 years. And so, if you look at, we're all in our 50s right now, close to 50 or 40s. You can see when the leaders who are in their 60s and 70s take these loans, they will not live forever. So the responsibility of paying these loans falls on us because we must pay back. And so the question now is, in accepting these loans, how are these loans going to be deployed? Which is a key issue. Can we have identifiable trace? These loans will be deployed. Those loans are meant to drive production. They're meant to drive productivity. Now those loans in particular has to be tied to a particular project, so that at the end of the day, Nigerians can say, okay, this administration, this is the loan they take, and they can point to what it was deployed. Because the risk in every loan is there's a risk of diversion, where the money is disbursed but was diverted for another problem, for another issue. And so, whether we like it or not, when loans are disbursed, you must pay back. And it has, when you're paying back, you're paying at an interest rate, which is key. Because the creditor is also expecting a payback and a return on, because it's also an investment to the creditor. The nation that collects it is the debtor. So you're going to pay at an interest rate. And now we're talking about foreign denominated loans in foreign denominated currency. Currency right now is the American dollar, which you also have your exchange rate risk. Our currency is naira and we're borrowing in dollars. So when your currency is devalued against the dollar, you will tend to pay more for those loans you took, those foreign loans. That's why, to an extent, I advocate loans denominated in naira, because you can manage it. It's within your control.
Okay, the National Assembly is set to approve the President's loan request, which is on foreign debt that is near $70 billion currently.
No, I saw 21 billion. The current request right now, $21.5 billion.
So making
the
it
present
a total
administration. Okay, now the question now, what goes in my mind is, the country has a borrowing plan. I'm yet to see the details of the borrowing plan, mostly in the MTF, or in that document requested that was transmitted to the National Assembly. I would like to see for how long that 21 billion will be disbursed, will be accessed. Because rather than applying, rather than writing to the Senate for borrowings maybe on an annual basis, what I'm looking at is they're looking at a whole basket of a single approval of $21.5 billion that will be used for an entire duration, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So that at every point in time when they're issuing their national budget, they access a tranche. So the entire 21.5 billion will not be disbursed in one bullet payment to the nation. So let's get this out there so that people are not maybe worked up that it's a huge sum. So it's going to be in tranches. Okay. So the question we should be asking is, to what particular project is the loan going to be tied to? This is my big concern. Because we've seen how loans have been taken in this country and there's no specific project it's been disbursed to. Let's take for example, we've been budgeting to pay, there was, before this present request, the DMO came out, the government came out with a request to raise a bond to pay outstanding pensions and liabilities, which is unfortunate. It's a very sad and a clear sign of proper mismanagement of the nation's finances. When you pay a salary, when you pay, the Pension Act for the federal government, when they pay salaries, they're also supposed to remit pension of it. So payment of salaries and pension is a recurrent expenditure. There is a budget for it. So why do we need to raise 758 billion in bond? Because that's the actual amount to clear outstanding pensions. Whereas in this year's budget, 2.4 trillion was budgeted for the entire development centers. I don't know if you understand. 2.4 trillion. When I say development center, Southeast Development Center, Northeast Development Center, South Development Center, Southwest Development Center.
All the regions.
All the regions. 2.4 trillion was budgeted for it in this year's budget for development centers. Whereas you are having outstanding payment of pensions of Nigerians, which is a recurrent expenditure. So we need to borrow money to pay for a recurrent expenditure. That's a negative. So you could see the management of our finances has not been top notch. Mind you, we came out from the Obasanjo administration that had to clear 30 billion backlog, negotiated, cleared, and reduced our debt profile. And so right now we are going back and accumulating debts, and there are consequences for it.
So how has Nigeria's dependence on the oil sector influenced its borrowing patterns?
Well, okay. Now, we are very lucky to have crude oil at our backyard, which should be a plus for us as a nation, just like the Middle East. Unfortunately, we've not been able to maximize the natural resource given to us. Because technically, with crude oil that's hovering between $60 to $80 per barrel, we should have made a lot of savings to fund our budget and also reduce our indebtedness. When I say fund the budget, we'll continue to run a budget deficit. When I say budget deficit, we keep borrowing to fund the budget. With the surpluses we've been gaining in our crude oil sales, we should have been recording surpluses in our budgeting if we are very, very prudent in management of our resources. So we've not been able to handle that. Mind you, we also have not been able to manage and improve the petroleum industry from drilling of crude oil to refining of crude oil to eventual sales in the country was still important. So these are drawbacks which has not made the country benefit the full potentials of the energy sector.
So what structural flaws exactly in Nigeria's fiscal policy is actually the framework that keeps drawing us back into acquiring more debt, even when we try so hard not to?
The problem right now is, the economy. For any economy at all, if you look at the base of it, the strength of it is their power or their energy, and the road transport or rail transport is key. I don't know if you're currently on diesel right now. No country in Europe uses diesel to power electricity. It's individuals or businesses to power factories or any business. You can never ever be competitive. It's all gas-fired energy. We have abundance of gas in this country. I would love to see a situation where even these funds being borrowed is meant to upgrade our energy, our transmission lines. It's the weakest from generation, transmission to distribution. Improve on it. So that we're not just generating, you are still bragging about 5,000 megawatts. You know, I've said it here. 5,000 megawatts is not fit for just the Ikeja industrial. If you've been to Lagos very well, Ikeja industrial area, 5,000 is not enough for it. We should be talking about 30 to 40 to 50,000 megawatts of electricity. So I would love a situation where these loans is deployed towards power. Loans is deployed towards refineries. Loans deployed towards our railway. Loans deployed towards connecting all the depots so that we can stop trucking of petroleum products. It's a complete anomaly. Have you been to Tinkan Island? Tinkan Apapa Access?
No.
Okay. Now let me just paint a picture. Can you imagine trucks lined up from Emene Depot to Nightmare? Yes, that's the site.
That's a long line.
That is the site you will see in Tinkan Apapa Access, where you have tank farms, lifting petroleum products on trucks. And so it was never imagined or designed that we will be using trucking of this distance. That's where the pipelines and the depots were made for. And so we seem to not address this, or we seem not to address our energy problems completely.
Looking at Nigeria's debt profile, it is really increasingly tilting towards external and commercial borrowing. What implication can this have on our economy as well?
Okay. I hate to sound like a prophet of doom, but this is just what will happen to. This is just what will happen. Now, many times when you go for foreign lending, for foreign borrowing, apart from even IMF, which is a conditionality, the country tends to devalue its currency. Whether it is IMF or international lenders, IMF, everybody knows this is a conditionality. But for foreign lenders, somehow subtly, it's an unwritten consequence that we need to devalue the currency. It's a sad aspect. So anytime your currency is nosediving, your wealth, your investments in naira, investments in fixed deposits, stocks, treasury bills, everything nosedives. And cost of living goes up. Because the value of the naira has gone down.
We are even experiencing it right now.
You will just be seeing gradual movements. If you're very observant of the exchange rate, you keep seeing movements. It's about 1,006 right now. It will keep gliding on, apart from the sharp ones which everybody experiences. But you see it gliding and gliding downwards, and like, what's happening? Because the private sector, they understand these things very, very well. Once they know the government is making moves into this, they all take a position to save their assets.
So looking at the duty of the DMO, what responsibility do they really play in the management of debt, national debt especially? Okay.
The DMO is a very good office that was established in Obasanjo regime to have a central data of our loans, collation, maturity. They just have the responsibility to, like, okay, they have the responsibility to package financial products in terms of our bonds and sell to the public to raise debt on behalf of the nation. Very good. But the responsibility lies with the federal government to manage its debt. That's why you now have the Minister of Finance in conjunction with Central Bank Governor. These are the husbands and wife of the nation, the heartbeat of the economy. That's why if you, across both Europe and America, when a central bank governor or finance minister speaks, it reverberates across all markets. Their actions, statements, in fact, international investors or people that is stakeholders in the finance world, both locally and across the globe, they take it very serious.
Let's look at how these borrowed loans are being used. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that these monies are really used to, help our structure as well, not just borrow it and just fizzles into the air?
Okay, we've been advocating for loans tied to specific projects so that even if the risk of diversion will be less, but those loans will achieve its desired objective. Now, if we're accessing, the 21 billion, I want to see a situation where, some of those loans is going to, let's say, we want to increase the capacity of our transmission line. Very good. I will sign up for it. We want to see some of those loans channeled to building of more thermal plants. I'll sign up for it. Maybe we want to increase our energy generation from 5,000, I don't know currently what it is right now. We want to increase additional 10,000 megawatts. I will sign up for it. We want to increase the capacity of our distribution line to take 30 to 40,000 megawatts of power. I will sign up for it. We want to see loans for building of railway lines from Port Harcourt to Kano or to the north. I will sign up for it. I want to see a loan that will be diverted towards, that will be channeled towards dredging of Warri Port, Port Harcourt Port, or Calabar Port, so as to open that avenue rather than the congestion in Lagos. I will sign up for it. Because in 10 to 20 years' time, Nigerians will benefit it.
So why then do Nigeria keep borrowing money, even with the case of misuse of funds, and we keep running into debt for so long, and even still have poor publicity sector, and even the public project implementation as well?
Well, it's all about leadership from the top down. And of recent, Nigerians have been advocating for lean government, smaller government that is very efficient, very prudent on its resources, rather than expanding it. Because when government expands its budget, the fund, you need funds to run that government. Those funds would have been channeled towards private sector. So these are the issues. So as long as government is not efficient in its management of its affairs, and they continue to expand its bureaucracy, we will need money to run it. You can imagine entitlement of public office holders, especially political office holders. It is big. So these are the issues. Now, there's also the question of, you've taken these loans. The nations, we import more than what we export. And so it has an impact on the value of your naira. Your naira depreciates. So you are less likely to generate more revenue, just likely to earn more income on your foreign reserve. And so your naira will be suffering challenges. Yes, the few funds you get from selling crude oil is barely enough to service your debts. So the question now is, outside crude oil, which is the only thing that earns the country revenue, foreign reserve, that's dollars, do we have any other strategy towards addressing the debt? There should be. More or less like a plan B. I don't know if the studio can show John Exter's inverted pyramid. I sent it to your colleagues. Okay. You see, the pyramid is so that everything rests on gold. The gold which you know of. Nobody wants to talk about gold as a monetary policy again. But gold used to be the platform upon which currencies are thrown into existence. Government borrows money as a function of the amount of gold you have. Government bonds, businesses, all the monies are tied to your gold in your reserve. Now, what countries are strategically doing right now is they are building gold reserves as an alternative to earning forex, because gold is also an insurance for the rainy day. It might sound, I wish at your program they can present it here. Now, gold used to be a monetary policy tool before and a backing for currencies. Since 1973, it has been sent to the background. But currently, gold is now making a resurgence across the globe. As at last year, January, the price of an ounce of gold was $2,000.
And currently, it has increased.
Hold on. As at January this year, the price of gold ended with, as at December, the price of gold closed with 2,600. So it gained 600 naira. Last year to January.
$600.
$600, sorry. Today, right now, the price of an ounce of gold is $3,300.
So it has gained 1,300
in 1 year. Now, and it's in dollars. Now, Nigeria has 21.5 tons of gold. 1 ounce of gold, 1 ton of gold is equivalent to 32,000 ounces
of gold.
1 ton is equivalent to 32,000 ounces of gold. So you can now imagine multiplying $1,300 times 32,000 times 21.5 without working. Because of global politics, the pressure, everybody is running to gold as a safe asset. Gold has increased in its value. So, in the books of central bank, where we have 21.5 tons of gold, the book value, the real book value in the books of central bank will be 1,300 times 32,000 ounce, times 32,000 times 21.5. That's an income to the nation without sweating. It can also serve as a means to resolve or settle
the debt problem.
Your debt. And so, I don't know if you recall, I've been mentioning about gold as a monetary reserve.
Yes.
Gold, it's more or less like to alert our central banks, managers of the economy. Let them look towards that direction as an alternative, to look at gold as an insurance and a monetary tool to address our debt.
So looking at things, the way things are now, what key strategies is Nigeria using to ensure the national debt is still sustained, it remains sustainable over time?
You need both short-term measures, long-term measures, and unfortunately the political class would not want to hear anything about tightening their belts. Politicians will always want to expand the bureaucracy. But when you tell them about, okay, reduce government bureaucracies, currently is only the president of Argentina, Milei. He slashed so many excesses of government and was able to fix the budget in 1 year. For political reasons, every politician will want to bring his retinue of aides. If you tell him to bring the Federal Executive Council have about 48 ministers, Nigeria. Whereas America has, I think, is it 20 or 21 ministers? America, as large as it is, has just 20. Okay, let's leave America alone. Let's look at Egypt and South Africa, our peers. They have about 30 or 35 ministers. What are we doing with 48? Or is it 48? But over 40. That's excess. That's excess load. Cut it down. The popular Oronsayo report that has been prepared for years now, gathering dust to streamline government bureaucracies, nobody is talking about it because you'll be making savings. You'll be making savings. So this is one aspect. Now, another aspect is the actual deployment of the loans. If these loans are tied towards projects, the risk of diversion is less than if it's just typical cash that is given to the country to fund the budget. You're not going to see much about it. Because if I give you a loan, if it's such a way that it is tailored towards a project, definitely the money comes in, is used to buy maybe a power equipment imported to the country and take it straight to the site to set up. You only pay maybe logistics, you only pay maybe logistics or transportation costs for it, but the entire site, the entire structure, physical structure is laid. So these are ways we can minimize wastages in government finances, more especially funds that are borrowed. Because I just can't understand why we'll be borrowing 758 billion naira from the bond market to pay outstanding pensions liability. It's a sad moment.
So is there really a realistic way, not just a way, but a realistic way where Nigeria can actually find its way out of this debt web?
Okay. The problem about the debt is not a problem. It's only when it becomes too heavy
to pay back.
To pay back. And worst of all, your revenues are not increasing. Just take a typical example. Okay, if I'm earning 500,000 naira a month, I can also take a loan of 100,000 naira.
Because you can pay back.
You can pay back. It's easy. But when you now take a loan, when you're earning 500,000 naira and you're paying close to 400,000 naira as a repayment, that's choking. normally you should not exceed 60%. 60% of your earnings should not be used to, more than it should not be used to service your loans. And so once you've crossed that 60% threshold, you're in a danger spot. Complete danger. There's nothing you say about it. Because your revenues are not increasing. It's only when your revenues are increasing, yes, you now have the appetite to take more loans and increase productivity. You increase whatever you seek to achieve. But more especially, those loans should also add more revenues to you.
So how does high domestic borrowing actually affect private sector investment as well?
Okay. Federal government, when federal government is coming to the market to borrow, they're paying at a high rate, high interest rate, which the private sector will not be able to compete. They can't. Because everybody will prefer to give to the government because they know this government, you will always pay. More especially if it's in Naira. And one other thing, if you are borrowing in Naira, the government can maneuver its way around it and pay. Unlike a private sector where the risk is, they will not be able to pay the interest rates. They can't compete.
With the government.
With the government, you can't. And so you are crowding out the private sector. Whereas the private sector will be more efficient in using those loans and creating productivity for the country.
So what policy reforms can actually be put in place in order to help with curb this problem? Because it's a rising problem on the other hand.
Well, it all rests with leadership. Once we have a leader, but
we do have a leader.
Once we have a leader that wants to take the bull by the horns and address our debt profile, it will be addressed. I just take the case of Obasanjo. He just went ahead. He inherited $3 billion. Crude oil price was less than $35 per barrel. Ramped up production of crude oil. Our foreign reserve grew to $67 billion. Negotiated for write-offs on formal loans and paid. It's just a leadership thing. Once the man at the top is determined to address this issue, we will come out of it.
So if the current debt trend continues, what would be the fate of Nigeria in the next 10 years or so?
You want me to be a prophet of doom? Okay, I don't know if you followed the trend, the Greek crisis, the Greek debt crisis. The Greek fell into defaulted in their loans.
In paying back their loans?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were negotiating with the Troika, the European Community Bank, the German government, and I think, what was the third one? Now, one of the proposals, it's a very difficult pain to swallow, was the pension holders will take a haircut. Currently, pension funds is about close to 14 trillion or more. It's an asset. It's liquid. Will be forced. Current pension holders in Nigeria might be forced to bail out the country or take part of a haircut so as to be able to service the nation's debt. That is that bad. Just Google Greek default. You will see what actually took place. The pension holders were asked to take a pay cut, okay, depending on the amount. Rather than maybe currently I have some funds, maybe 2 million as accrued pensions. You might be asked to take maybe 1 million or 2 million or 1 million or 500,000 just to save the country. That's just one aspect. Or some of your prized assets, well, they come in and say, okay, those are your assets, God forbid. We'll take control of it, run it for like 4 or 5 years, so as the profit from it, you use it to service the law. There are so many scenarios. Worst of all, your naira collapses entirely, and all your savings are wiped out. If you just Google the Weimar Republic in Germany, their currency collapsed. Complete collapse because of the weight and the valuation of the currency and they printed so much money, and the currency went on a spiral. It's a complete sad scenario. If you just Google Weimar Republic, what actually happened, and you will see the worst side of it. I don't wish any country to go through it. It's not a good sight. So it's more or less for the leaders, my economic managers of the country, to like sit down, say, this debt, because we run a debt-based economy across the globe, more or less like, okay, let me paint a picture where we're all swimming, and we're all swimming in an ocean of debt. So if I'm swimming and you're swimming, and you go belly up, if your neighbor has gone belly up, and your neighbor has gone belly up, you know there's danger. So that's the danger. When countries' currency starts collapsing beside you, you don't know, hey, you need to run, so that debt does not swallow you. And so that's the advice we need to sound out. Debt is good, but it needs to be properly managed, properly administered, and promptly paid, and ensure that your revenues are climbing up. And like I said, you have a backup plan, like gold as an insurance, so that when everything fails, gold, which is already staging a comeback in a global monetary policy, and will be revalued far beyond $3,000, $3,300, because the projection of gold right now, we're looking at $10,000 to $15,000 an ounce as a solution to address global debt and also finance the globe as a basis to issue debt.
So this, the reforms now, what policy reforms do you think should actually be put in place in order to reduce Nigeria's dependence on borrowing funds to build its deficits?
What I really hope to see, the policies are all on papers. What I want to see, you call them maneuvers. My suggestion about the country looking out for gold, building its gold reserves, is a good policy maneuver.
So you're saying gold is the future then?
Yes. I'm an advocate of sound money, and I see gold playing a big role back again in global affairs. If you take a deep dive, there's a mass scramble for gold as a reserve asset, away from chasing dollars. Because once the price of gold is increasing, the value of the dollar and every other currency on the face of the earth declines. I told you last year the price of gold was $2,000 an ounce. It is now $3,300. So that means if I have dollar, before I can buy gold, I have to pay more for it. And so both the dollar and the naira that has its hook to the dollar is on the decline. It's on the decline. And so I see the nation ramping up its gold reserves increasing it to 500 to $1,000 ounce, you will strategically place a country on a good footing to take advantage of potential increase in the price of gold. Because when the global powers finally decide on what to do with suppressed price of gold, Nigeria benefits from it.
Okay. I think we've come to the end of this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your input. Our conversation was on the economics and management of national debt in Nigeria. And our in-house guest, Ndudi Aniche, ex-banker and financial analyst, gave us an elaborate explanation on how these things work and the way forward. Thank you so much for your input, sir.
Thank you very much.
We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have a next conversation for the night. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has commissioned the first ever liquefied to compressed natural gas LCNG hub in Nigeria's northeast. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperikpe Ekpo, inaugurated the plant in Yola, describing it as a major achievement under the federal government's Decade of Gas initiative. Developed project marks a turning point for the Northeast, promising economic opportunities, job creation, and peace through inclusive energy development. He urged more investors to support LCNG projects to reach underserved communities nationwide. The Nigeria Customs Service has intensified efforts against smuggling, with major seizures reported in the southwest. In just 2 weeks, the Federal Operations Unit Zone A seized 46 contraband items valued at over 1.5 billion naira, according to Comptroller Mohammed Shuaibu. Additionally, 48 million naira was recovered through demand notices issued for improper declarations. Items seized include rice, cannabis, used vehicles, and more, intercepted at Imeko, Idiroko, Abeokuta, and surrounding areas. Shuaibu said the unit is determined to frustrate economic saboteurs while promoting legitimate trade and revenue recovery. The World Trade Center WTC in Abuja has unveiled a strategic business platform to strengthen Nigeria's export potential and improve global competitiveness. Unveiled after a webinar session yesterday, the Export Launch Pad is designed to empower small and medium-scale Nigerian exporters. WTC Abuja Vice President Ahmed Adelaja described the pad as a flagship initiative offering diagnostics, packaging and compliance support, and access to logistics and trade finance. He also introduced the WTC Abuja Trade Desk, a support hub to connect exporters with key services under Nigeria's Economic Diversification Plan and the African Union's 2063 Agenda. Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Wole Oke, has called for deeper trade cooperation among BRICS nations and partners, urging a move away from Western markets and dollar-based transactions. Speaking at the BRICS Trade Forum in Brazil, Oke proposed a local currency settlement system to reduce exposure to volatile forex markets and joint investment in agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and clean energy. He said BRICS must build resilient trade corridors through digital transformation and strategic resource use. While Nigeria is not a full BRICS member, Oke stressed the country's commitments to a fairer, inclusive global trade system. The Nigerian Exchange Group says it is working assiduously to ensure the nation's capital market contributes significantly to achieving President Bola Tinubu's $1 trillion economy vision by 2030. Chairman of NGX, Dr. Umaru Kweranga, said the group is expanding retail market access, strengthening oversight, and mobilizing capital for infrastructure and tech innovation. He said NGX's active engagement with global investors is yielding results, with foreign portfolio investment rising by over 126% and FDI commitments surpassing $50 billion since mid-2023. Kweranga added that reforms like fuel subsidy removal and FX unification are boosting investor confidence and fast-tracking economic transformation. And that's business news on Global News. I am Tomsinime Natus.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Chief Odunwa, represented by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Community Engagement, Mr. Paulinus Wancho, said good health is of utmost importance and deserves prioritization, as did by the State Governor, Chief Francis Nwefuru. According to Chief Odunwa, the free health outreach was his way of giving back to the society and appreciation for their commitment to the present administration, and they joined the people to eschew all forms of violence and other social vices, but keep faith with Governor Francis Nwefuru's led administration.
The Speaker is doing it based on the numerous achievements of His Excellency on the health sectors to ensure that most of the rural dwellers takes what is due for them to have a sound health. So this pact that is presented before the people of Anima, World Community, will go a long way to alleviate the sufferings of the poor masses.
The medical team lead and Assistant State Immunization Officer, Mrs. Ngozi Alo, appreciated the people for their good number in the exercise and described the dominant health threat of the area, high blood pressure, as a silent killer. She also commended partners of the program, especially the Speaker, Chief Moses Odunwa, for his consistency in ameliorating the health needs of his constituents at the grassroots.
This is a collaboration that works from the State Ministry of Health down to Her Excellency and under the sponsorship of the Mr. Speaker. We are very, very happy to see them giving them gifts for coming out. And they are promising that they will deliver here. If I'm looking at the record of this facility, they recorded 62 beds this month. So, and more are coming.
Earlier, an APC party chieftain, Mr. Sunday Ifere, commended Chief Odunwa for the free health program, emphasizing that the outreach would go a long way in reducing disease burden among the people, and expressed their commitment to always support the aspiration of their benefactor.
Health initiative, we are here in the courtesy of Ijo Odunwa, is a program he promised us during his campaign period. During that time, he told our people to vote for him, that a voting for him counts for good health. And today we are live witnessing his presence here. And I know by the way the governor is showcasing health program, I don't think our children, our mothers, are going to lag behind in things.
Some of the beneficiaries, including Mrs. Wigboji Itumo, Mr. Michael Ogodo, Mr. Chibuzo Ubuago, and Mrs. Chidera Jacob, thanked the Speaker for the kind gesture and prayed for God's unending grace upon him.
So that I spent 4,000, 10,000, 8,000, but today is very happy for us. We thank and well, sir. We are very happy, sir. We bless and may God bless us, both the family.
And I'm very glad and happy, very excited. When we came here, we were quite friends. We were not too long with any of them because they are so that is why we came to.
The events, which had over 400 beneficiaries, featured health education, antenatal health care, immunization, vitamin A supplementation, deworming exercise, growth monitoring and promotion, among others, during which one of the expectant mothers put to bed successfully.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Down into politicals. As the nation approaches 2027 presidential election in Nigeria, some political experts are of the view that focus from political parties' rivalry to the grassroots movement that champions the wishes and welfare of the Nigerian people should be the main focus. Meanwhile, the South North Progressive Forum, SNPF, has called on the political coalition led by the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, to ensure the zoning of presidential ticket to the South. The convener of the group, Onyekwesilisi Ikechukwu, while addressing a press conference in Abuja with the theme "The South Deserves Another Tenure of 4 years," said it was time to address this imbalance and ensure every region has a fair opportunity to lead our great nation. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, on his side also said that zoning the presidential ticket of the People's Democratic Party to the North will fail. In the same vein, the leadership of the Labour Party has equally denied the news making the rounds that it has zoned the 2027 presidential ticket to the Southeast. They clarified that the party has not and will not zone any of its positions to any geographical zone or individual. With all the political scheming and disagreements among many political bigwigs, what then would be the future of Nigeria come 2027? And to have this conversation on 2027 presidential zoning and the future of Nigeria, we have a guest standing by on Zoom, Honorable Hyacinth ENUGU, who is a former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary. Good evening, Honorable.
Yeah, good evening. I'm happy to have you.
Okay, looking at the current zoning issue that is going on, it is known that the 2027 presidential election is supposed to go to the South. And to have this conversation and having a coalition or an alleged coalition that is yet to really happen, and having a candidate that is from the North, what would you say about this situation going on?
Well, thank you once more. Just like you stated in your preview, the chances of a northern presidential candidate come 2027 is very, very slim, based on the zoning system that has gradually deepened into Nigerian political equation. So for any political party that would want to make an impact come 2027, they must pick their candidate from the South.
So what exactly are the principles of this presidential zoning, and how did it even start all of a sudden?
Well, it's a good arrangement, because you know, Nigeria is a very big country, and our democracy is very, very still young, and to give participation, inclusiveness in governance of the country, there is this need for the presidency to be rotated between the North and the South. It started in 1999, and it has been going on since then, and it is a good one, and every right-thinking politician, Nigerian, should support that idea. So it's a good one. It is based on inclusivity in government and governance. So it's a good one that every zone should, at one time or the other in the process, have a share of sitting at that #1 seat in the federation.
We understand that is to give room for people to be absorbed and given inclusiveness in order not to have like a marginalized group. But at the same time, this situation, does it always bring forth a credible candidate whenever it's time for a particular zone to bring their own candidate, presidential candidate? Do they always bring a credible candidate whenever it's time for this particular zone?
Nigeria is a big country, and Nigeria is endowed with great personalities, intellectually wise, So there is no state, let me even use that, there is no state in Nigeria today that don't have presidential hopefuls. There is no state in Nigeria today that cannot make it if given the chance. So we have quite a number of good people that have the intellectual capacity to govern or rule this nation. So talking about whether we have or not, I'm telling you that almost all the states, you have many of them, not even one person, that are ably qualified to be president of Nigeria.
Okay, in as much as this zoning is to prevent a particular region being marginalized, would you say that some zones have actually ruled longer, had longer tenures compared to some zones? And does that not still boil down to zones being marginalized or feel marginalized? I'm talking about when it comes to the South, when it comes to the South region, the South is really feel marginalized. Like it's a taboo to produce a president, not just a candidate, but actually emerge as a president in Nigeria.
Well, it's left for each zone to play strategically in the political equation. No zone on its own can make it to that top. Therefore, you need a strategic partnership with other zones. So if your own zone, if your own region is not playing strategically with other regions to gain their support in presidential election, that zone is marginalizing itself. You know, like power is given, power is not given. People go out for it. People go out for it. So for you to get that power, you must strategically position yourself with other zones so that they will, they will share with you your aspirations and you will get it. So only a zone can marginalize itself when the zone is not strategically positioned, when the zone is not extending hands of fellowship to other zones. So, and I think that is what a zone that wants to be number one should also extend hands of fellowship to other zones so that they will support that zone to become.
But can democracy really be called free and fair if candidates are limited to informal or power sharing, just like the zoning system that we have in Nigeria?
Like I said, our democracy is still growing, and we have diverse groups in Nigeria. To make them feel that they are part of Nigeria, zoning is necessary to give them that sense of participation in governance. So it could be a transitional thing. It was a pity that a bill that was sponsored by a member in the House of Reps that tends to make it a law that whenever it comes, that each zone the thing should be rotating zone by zone instead of north and south. But unfortunately, that bill was not passed. It was not passed. But in the real sense, zoning is very, very good in a developing economy like Nigeria. It is very, very necessary to give people the sense of belonging. So it is very, very necessary, I repeat. And I encourage that even our National Assembly should make it as a law so that whenever it comes to maybe North, if it is not Central that have not been there before, they'll be given that opportunity It could be as a transitional period, maybe 8 times 6. Once it has gone round, it can now be thrown open for everybody. By that time, we would have tested the ability and capability of all the zones, so that when it comes down, we can now say, oh, when this zone was had the presidency from their side, he performed creditably well. Therefore, let us also support them. But in the meantime, there should be a transitional provision to make sure that all zones get that slot before it becomes thrown open to all.
Okay, given the underwhelming performance by other administrators that come from various zones, would you really say that there is any evidence to prove that zoning actually improves governance or national cohesion?
Sure, it enhances national cohesion, and it gives that sense of belonging. So I still support zoning by all ramifications until all zones have tested that #1 position. Then it will now be fit to be thrown open to all. Whoever Nigerian decides to vote, no matter his region or religion, then it goes.
Okay, looking at the age bracket, and with over 60% of Nigerians under 30 years of age, how relevant is zoning to the younger generation? Do you really think that it reflects or it actually obstructs political aspirations from the younger generation?
It doesn't. Zoning is free for all, particularly those that are within that area that it was zoned to at that particular time. So whether you are young or aged or not, once you are qualified, you put yourself to test. If people elect you, you become. So there's no discrimination in age once you get that constitutional age qualification and educational qualification that can help you or enable you to contest. You are free to contest. So the youths can galvanize themselves into a formidable force and make sure that one of them gets the slot when it comes to maybe the next election. So the elders by no means forecloses the participation of youths.
Looking at voters' turnout, peradventure, rather in 2027, the presidential ticket actually belongs to the South. What if this situation actually affects voters' turnout in the sense that some candidates from maybe the North could actually look like or appear like the right person to uphold this position, the presidential position, but just because the presidency goes to the South, does this not affect voters' participation as well?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
Okay, why don't you agree with that, sir?
And like I said, elections are based on numbers, and elections are based on the perceived ability of the candidates by the voters. So if a person comes out, if a candidate comes out with good manifesto that convinces majority of Nigerians will come out and vote for that person. If the candidates that come out for the election fail to showcase good enough manifesto that will make people come out to vote, there will be voters' apathy. So it's all about the candidates. When the candidate is vibrant, has good manifesto and the agenda for the people, the agenda that appeals to them, of course, they will come out en masse and vote. But when it is the other way around, they will be voter apathy.
Looking at the 2023 elections, people came out in numbers to vote for the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, or the former presidential candidate for the Labour Party, Peter Obi. And the results did not come out as expected by the multitude of people that had voted and expecting that he would win the presidential ticket. So won't this particular situation and actually cause voter apathy come 2027? Do you really think people would want to come out in the numbers and cast their votes as they did in 2023?
Well, elections are won based on certain criteria as determined by INEC and our electoral laws. One cannot win election that should be determined by two-thirds majority of the states by having all the votes cast in one state or two states. So you must have spread two-thirds of the states, and you must have the majority of the votes. If you have the majority of the votes in less than two-thirds of the states, certainly you will not be declared the winner. That is the mistake that some of us do when in our own particular area, we vote massively for a candidate and the candidate wins even by maybe 90% of the total votes cast. We will believe that that candidate will emerge victorious in overall. So, but in the actual sense, it is not so, because two-thirds of the total votes, two-thirds of the states has to be counted.
Okay, looking at the 2023 elections, some people argue that some regions are being marginalized. I'm talking about the Southeast. They have been politically marginalized, even at the federal level. So is zoning really a legitimate corrective measure, or is a band-aid over deeper systematic inequities?
Yeah, zoning is the only solution that can cure that marginalization. And that is why I said I am in support of a National Assembly Act that will make it a law for zoning to descend to all the regions, the 6 geopolitical regions. Zoning should rotate amongst the 6 political regions. If that happens, it will also cure the marginalization that the minority gets in a plural electorates like Nigeria.
Okay, let's give a twist to the situation right now. The same peradventure, what about post-zoning? What was the situation where zoning does not exist anymore? Will it plunge the federation into crisis? Do you think it would do that? Just like when you mentioned that when it goes around the entire zones, that it should be thrown open. Wouldn't that plunge the federation into crisis?
By the time, if it is allowed to go around the 6 political zones, by the time it would have gone round, Nigeria would have been matured politically to vote for any person, a Nigerian, a voter, feels that in his own conscience, he is satisfied that that person will meet his aspirations in leadership. So, once that is enshrined and continues to happen, then there will be peace. There won't be any anarchy or conflict. It will be a conflict resolution mechanism.
Okay, so looking at the other part of it, what role should political parties, I'm talking about the the political party in power and also the opposition parties, what role should they really play in ensuring equitable zoning policies ahead of 2027 election? Looking at what is happening with the coalition and presenting a president or a presidential candidate that is from the north.
Like I said from the beginning, any political arrangement that will pick a candidate from the north has already reduced their votes by 50%. Because all the people, most people in the south will not vote for that person. Recall 2015, Jonathan did not lose the election because he was a bad leader. He lost the election because it was perceived that he is from the south and that the zoning at that time he was contesting that election favors the north. So any candidate that came from the north to challenge Goodluck Jonathan, who was seen as contesting to destabilize the zoning system, will certainly defeat him, and that was what happened. That was why he was defeated. He wasn't defeated because he wasn't good in leadership. So zoning is very, very important. It is a necessary condition for winning for any party. And for any party that will say zoning is not a condition for their winning, in the polls, they will see the other side. They will lose the election, no matter how good, no matter how highly placed that person may be. He will lose the election. So for 2027, any coalition that is bringing a candidate that is not from the south has lost the election by 50% even before the election.
Okay, so what alternative models can actually be introduced? What reforms, apart from zoning, can be introduced in the Nigerian political system and still create an avenue where regions don't feel marginalized, like still have open rooms for inclusivity in politics?
Well, I don't see any alternative for zoning now that will cure that marginalization. It's just like the same thing the women are doing this now, presently. They are calling for specific percentage of seats left for women. And that is a kind of zoning arrangement that will make only women contest in those areas, so that all the parties that will field candidates in that area, the candidates must be all women. That is to cure marginalization of women folk in governance. So zoning is the only way out for now, until we are politically matured. We are still growing. Our democracy is still growing. When we will have tested all the zones, tested all the genders, female, male, youth, Nigeria would have, by that time, come out with strong notion of their choice candidates in an election, whether it will be youth or elderly or women or men. So we need the zoning to lay this foundation.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Hyacinth ENUGU, for your contribution on the conversation around 2027 presidential zoning and the future of Nigeria. Honorable ENUGU is a former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, and that's all we have for tonight's conversation. I will go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our evening retrospect. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Chief Odunwa, represented by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Community Engagement, Mr. Paulinus Wancho, said good health is of utmost importance and deserves prioritization, as did by the State Governor, Chief Francis Nwefuru. According to Chief Odunwa, the free health outreach was his way of giving back to the society and appreciation for their commitment to the present administration, and they joined the people to eschew all forms of violence and other social vices, but keep faith with Governor Francis Nwefuru's led administration.
The Speaker is doing it based on the numerous achievements of His Excellency on the health sectors to ensure that most of the rural dwellers takes what is due for them to have a sound health. So this pact that is presented before the people of Manima, World Competitive Committee, will go a long way to alleviate the sufferings of the poor masses.
The medical team lead and Assistant State Immunization Officer, Mrs. Ngozi Alo, appreciated the people for their good number in the exercise and described the dominant health threat of the area, high blood pressure, as a silent killer. She also commended partners of the program, especially the Speaker, Chief Moses Odunwa, for his consistency in ameliorating the health needs of his constituents at the grassroots.
This is is a collaboration that works from the State Ministry of Health down to Her Excellency and under the sponsorship of the Mr. Speaker. We are very, very happy to see them giving them gifts for coming out. And they are promising that they will deliver here. If I'm looking at the record of this facility, they recorded 62 beds this month. So, and more are coming.
Earlier, an APC party chieftain, Mr. Sunday Ifere, commended Chief Odunwa for the free health program, emphasizing that the outreach would go a long way in reducing disease burden among the people, and expressed their commitment to always support the aspiration of their benefactor.
Health initiative, we are here in the courtesy of Ijo Donwa, is a program he promised us during his campaign period. During that time, he told our people to vote for him, that a voting for him counts for good health. And today we are live witnessing his presence here. And I know by the way the governor is showcasing health program, I don't think our children, our mothers, are going to lag behind in things.
Some of the beneficiaries, including Mrs. Wigboji Itumo, Mr. Michael Ogodo, Mr. Chibuzo Ubuago, and Mrs. Chidera Jacob, thanked the speaker for the kind gesture and prayed for God's unending grace upon him.
So that I spent 10,000, 8,000, but today is very happy for us. We thank and well, sir. We are very happy, sir. We bless and may God bless us, both the family.
And I'm very glad and happy, very excited. When we came here, we were calling friends. We were not in love with any of them because they were so that is why we came to.
The events, which had over 400 beneficiaries, featured health education, antenatal health care, immunization, vitamin A supplementation, deworming exercise, growth monitoring and promotion, among others, during which one of the expectant mothers put to bed successfully.
Welcome to another episode.
Welcome.
On Chatbox. I'm sure you've been enjoying all the episodes with our banters and comments conversations.
And if this is your first time watching us, you missed out on a lot. So
make sure
to go.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are live at Contact Gallery. We are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We are here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him. Good afternoon, sir.
Signature TV.
Yes.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to the Art Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
In the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
Women puts a lot of pressures on the husband. Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else. Women can even sell anything to go for God's meeting. So they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now has less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yeah.
You can see she has enough PA, wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all flashy.
With their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power. But you cannot see the normal women that are
the viewers, the one watching them.
They're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So are just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve it.
That's quite impressive. So okay, I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after your agenda anyway. That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I started the face of a woman on the womanhood. Here you can see her face is good, white, welcoming. Here she didn't know anything. She's just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharuga. That was Acharuga up there. But the moment you introduce same power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth became stronger. That's where the weapon is.
Because you know sometimes you can't. Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
Okay, so we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's not standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the edition I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer, he's making music, he's healthy. And the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is by Nigeria, my country. So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head, you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week. And everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. You know, sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, you know, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary. It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria. I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of this. We almost got it during the last election. You saw the Biden movement, and so one day I know whatever we are asking for will become actualized. That doesn't mean we have a physical head here anymore. But this will not represent a story that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will now know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think it's an out.
Yes.
So tell us a little story about this.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Asorok, different level of power, the president, the governor, and the senate. You can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed. Because some of the roofs are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, after you'll be feeling, this money real? One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to get to a billion, to get to trillion. But you now look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in. And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black. So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing the level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillion. Some people steal as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, this stuff is still standing. Our map has not deformed. The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference. I'm saying 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga. So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that was, we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will probably rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agonsi Uche,
yes,
you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you?
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome.
On Chatbox. I'm sure you've been enjoying all the episodes with our banters and conversations.
And if this is your first time watching us, you missed out on a lot. So
make sure
to go on our social media handles, check out all our discussions and the gist that you missed. Yes.
So far.
Yeah, of course.
I am so expectant about this particular case.
Our guest does not want us to introduce her, but don't worry,
She has introduced herself.
She has introduced herself. No, we have not even introduced ourselves, so okay, let's introduce ourselves. Okay.
So of course, I'm sure you know me by now.
Yeah, we know you.
It's your baby girl, Queen Network Contact.
Yes, so and well, if you don't know me, I don't know what you're doing with yourself, but anyway. I'm Uche, this fine girl, dark skin, you know, melanin poppy
model. No, what do you want to call her?
Oh, please. Okay, so now to our esteemed, lovely, beautiful, you know, I'm short of words.
Very demure,
very
prestige and composure. You can see the way she's seated.
Okay, so introduce yourself. Tell us.
Okay, hi. My name is Lillian. You can call me Coco Mwali.
Coco.
Yes, Coco.
I like that one. I think I like that one.
You like Coco, right?
It sounds Coco.
You will kill me in this way.
Okay, so tell us what have you been up to? What's been going on with you? Just give us a little tea.
Well, I'm just here and there, business, trying to survive in this country. You know how hard things are. So being an adult is really, really hectic. Nobody prepared me for the stage. Nobody told me. My family did not tell. Nobody told me. So I left my parents' house and I moved out. So now I'm seeing.
You think it's adulthood for the first time?
For the first time,
and it's crazy, my dear.
You reach our turn, change.
Unfortunately, this our generation.
There are lots of things going on with our generation. It's not only adulthood, because I saw on social media the other day where some people that don't have job.
Just had to.
I'm sorry. But some people that have time on their hands, they're busy arguing on who they will marry. Whether it's what's that thing again?
A well-made man and a struggling man.
Oh, my dear, thank God I'm not the only one.
It's all the Achalugo. I'm going to marry you. Adogo, please.
Adogo parara.
Is the Adogo, please? Categories. All the Achalugos in the table.
On your wing.
Put your hands together for them. So yeah, that brings us to our topic. We'll be talking about who do you want to marry? Is it a made man or a struggling man? Me, I shall know who you're picking right now. I know who you're picking.
Our guest, let's start from our guest. Because me,
why did you chuckle? Why did you chuckle?
Coco.
I just have a guess.
Coco.
You have to pronounce it Coco like that.
Coco is like someone that likes Odogu Parara. Oh yeah, let's hear. What's your...
Okay, fine. I like Odogu Parara, no doubt. But Odogu Parara that is made with self-esteem, that is hardworking, that is not complacent, that is not demanding, that is not controlling, that could work with
Nancy, you can move that man. I think at this point you have to carve this man by yourself.
No, hold on. She's rolling out all the qualities. Continue, my sister.
Yes, please. That is the Odogu that I want, actually. What if this Odogu is okay, his wealth is ill-gotten, he's fraudulent, he's a ritualist, I don't even know his source of money, he doesn't respect integrity, he doesn't respect hard work, he doesn't know how wealth is gotten, because most Odogus, their wealth is generational. Do you understand? They were born into it, silver spoon. Then I would say I would prefer a struggling man. A struggling man, yes. Struggling, in quotes, doesn't mean the person will not get to the point where he will be rich.
You know, I
agree with you.
I think that, yes, because a lot of, we also saw the comments now, everybody wanted Odogu Parara. But the thing is that I think it's just, it's just hinged on like personal values.
Yeah.
Like what you as a person, as a man or as a woman, or whatever it is, so I'm just going to like streamline it to like the ladies.
Yeah.
So it's just left for what you as a lady you want in your partner, the kind of values you as a person you have, and what you look out for in a partner, whether the person is Udogu Parara and also the plans you have for yourself, because I mean as an individual, you have your own personal plans, and you have like the trajectory that your life, or you see your life going to. So it's all about kind of being with somebody that aligns.
Both of you are speaking English here. My question is, do you want a made man or a struggling man?
That's what we are trying to say.
She says struggling man. Uche, who are you picking?
That's the thing. I'm not picking any part.
No, you have to stay.
No.
I think you have to pick.
No, wait. Let me explain to you why I said I'm not going to pick. Please, before you bite my head. Thank you. Now, the thing is like I said, values dependent on who I like. If the person I like that has my values and aligns with my plans for life is an Udogu Parara, my dear, I will move with Vim. But if the Udogu Parara is in no way complimenting me as a person, and is the total opposite of everything I want, and I see a struggling man that aligns with everything I want, my dear, I will move in the direction.
But do both of you know that?
So that's why I said
the Udogu Parara that you are looking for, the Udogu that you are looking for, all of them cannot have all these qualities. Any Udogu must have pride. In fact, most Udogus have pride. Most Udogus are selfish.
Most Udogus are controlling.
Most Udogu, this mindset you're talking about, it's not that he's not intelligent, but I understand the mindset you're talking about.
It's how you're supposed to be doing hands for like this.
Okay, sorry. You sat on the fence. So, the most Udogu...
You know I did not choose the Udogu. I said...
No! Wait, I'm coming. So, this Udogu now that we are looking for, it is not possible to get the whole, everything and looking. It's not possible. For me,
it's not possible to get the package in anybody. Period.
But when you now see an Udogu,
that is where building comes in.
Which building?
Building with who?
What are you building? Is it
with your Udogu? That's why I said struggling.
What are you building with Udogu?
Let me ask you now. I'm going to be a little bit controversial, right? Okay. So if you struggle finish for your papa house, you go come start again, a struggle.
Now let me ask you a question.
You never answer me.
Okay, no problem.
I don't understand. You that left your father's house. What have you achieved?
Nothing.
Okay, so what?
I'm not going to tell you. Wait.
You cannot put yourself up for an Udogu if you have nothing to offer.
People should wait for me.
The reason you should go to your level.
She said
I'm
not landing.
She said she wants to land. She wants to land.
When I land, you enter me.
Oh yeah, land.
No problem.
Land. Those ladies that are born from a very poor family, they don't have the opportunity to go to school, they don't have the opportunity to go for training and what sorts. Do you think they would still want to settle for somebody that would not take them to that height?
Yes, okay, wait, you want to say something? Talk.
Okay.
Talk.
Answer me.
Talk.
Women are visionaries. Women have foresight. Women, when they look at you, they know that, this guy he's fine-tuned, but he's not working according to my plans or my future.
Yeah.
When they see a man and you're not giving them attention, you're not looking like my future. Do you think I'll still follow you? No. Okay. See, you are still at that level. You already know the kind of person you want. The song you are singing should be according to the dance that I'm going to dance.
Exactly my point.
Now, excuse me.
Exactly.
I want to say something about this thing you just said now.
Okay.
You see, this thing you said now is one of the problems I have with our agenda. Because at the end of the day, it makes it look like we go into marriage or we go into relationships as a transactional something, or because we are trying to, like, there's this thing they say, men are not loved unconditionally, like, you have to love you for a reason, that kind of thing. That's the angle you're coming from. Because if you say you're from a poor family, and because you're from a poor family, you suddenly don't look out for any other thing. You just want to look for a made man that's going to take you out of your poverty. You are just seeing him as a what? Like you're not seeing him as a partner.
ATM machine.
Exactly, you're not seeing him as
but
a partner.
Do you know that you're not the one in search of that man? You are not searching. You are not the one going to find.
That's what I'm telling you.
He's the one coming.
The angle you're coming from now, saying if he's someone from a poor background, probably has not gone to school. If you suffer in your father's house, you still come and suffer again.
What I'm trying to say is
now the mindset you're going with when you see somebody, like you have the initial attraction and all of that stuff. Now, if you're coming from that angle, the lady in person is not thinking attraction. She's thinking money. She's thinking poverty escape plan. She's thinking, oh, I have seen backup. I want to leave my father's side. This man has giving me attention. Let me.
But of course, you know that 70% of these ladies that are from poor backgrounds and a rich man comes to them, they don't even think about this thing you're saying.
That's the problem. We are having in our society.
You have
broken marriages. That's the problem. They will still run back to their father's house without anything because their husband is taking care of them.
You cannot generalize it that our gender of this generation. So the thing is this here. You cannot generalize it that all the gender in this generation, the female gender in this generation, are fine-tuned to just Odogu. No. But if the Odogu comes to you and you see that, oh, this person is going to get me to the greater height I want, I'm not saying you're not going to love him. Wait. I'm not saying you're not going to love him. I'm not saying you will boil. I'm not saying you're not going to love him. I'm not saying you're not going to. There's no way, even if in as much as it's just the money, there's no way you won't see all the red flags of him controlling you, beating you, doing this.
My dear, sometimes the red flag will show because
you're seeing it.
Money.
Wait, now I'm not finished. You're seeing it, right? Struggling man. You are seeing it.
What happened to that my cousin in the village that is trying to become
It boils down to going far to the village. It boils down to let's talk about you're even going far to your cousin in the village. In our Nigeria today, where youths are seeing shaky because they cannot even make ends. You don't talk of finding a job, not talk of saving anything. But he's a graduate. He has something he's doing. He's not a made man. He does not have Venza. He does not have Bentley. He does not live in a mansion. He cannot buy you the latest hair or the latest phone. But at least he can do the basic things for himself. He's not made. He's still struggling in the Nigerian context. So are you trying to now tell me that he does not have any? Anyway, before I continue with that, make sure to follow our social media. Make sure to engage in this conversation because as you can see, it is very heated. We would like to hear what you have to say. Drop your comments down on the social media handles showing right now on your screen. Now
so
back to
you.
A
question, right?
Yes. So make me understand.
I said, it boils down to choice. It is choice.
It boils down to choice, but the way you are saying it as if
you must be happy with an Odogu.
The person that
no.
Like the Odogu is your ticket out of poverty.
No. I did not say so. I did not say an Odogu is a ticket to end poverty. I gave an example of a girl that is from a poor family, and I did not generalize it to all ladies. I didn't generalize it to all ladies. I said a lady from a poor family that an Odogu came to marry. Are you saying she would consider this struggling man?
Excuse me,
are you picking the Odogu?
Are you done? Can I give you a scenario?
Okay. If you put yourself in that girl's shoes,
which girl?
The poor girl from the poor family.
That's what I'm telling you now.
So you will pick the struggling man.
The marriage is not a marriage of love; it's a marriage of convenience.
The thing is that you're going to pick the struggling man.
Excuse me, can I
give you a scenario?
I am not a poor. I'm not from the poor.
I said put yourself in my shoes.
So I'm sorry.
Who would you pick?
I cannot put myself in her shoes.
Okay, you don't want to put yourself
because I'm not in her situation, so I'm not in the best place.
Let's be factual now.
I am trying to be factual right now.
To be factual.
You don't see
me. We are trying to be very factual. Talk.
Let me give you a scenario where they bring an Odogu already met Odogo. You don't know his background. You don't know his source of wealth. You don't know. Okay, let's give an example that he just came in. You know, abroad.
All this away.
I just got back. That's what they call them. I just got back and I just want to marry him. You know? Okay. And then they bring him. I'm giving an instance based on your village girl story. Then they bring him. And this particular village girl has somebody she has been struggling with. And baby, you're going to make it in the name of Jesus. As you're going to this work or this meeting, you will get this contract. We will do better. Okay, they already have an outline plan. They already have their target. They already have what they want to achieve.
It's not as if it's in abject poverty.
Exactly.
He has small change.
Struggling. No, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Okay.
Struggling man. And then everything is in plan. Then they bring this A Odogu, they bring this B Odogu. And they bring this struggling man.
Guy
and then you want to tell me that, let me put myself in the shoe of that village girl that you're talking about. You want to tell me that I will leave my man that I have built so much.
It happens.
Yes, it happens.
It doesn't make you right.
Me, I say it's height of stupidity that you would not go and dress it.
Let me tell you something.
No, I can't finish my story.
Odogu, I pity you. I pity you.
Why?
I do from the depth of my heart.
Why?
Pity you that want to follow Odogu because of his money or whatever. Because the day he will talk 1 and you talk 10, that day
it's over.
It's over for you.
Wait, are you trying to say that all Odogu are those
he
ones
tells you, I'm sorry, but let me.
Are you saying all Odogu hits?
I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying that in a situation whereby he is your sole provider or the person that is primarily taking care of you.
Destiny and your
family. You actually do not.
Thank you for that
word. You see that word? It gives it pay like.
Why is it penny?
It used to scratch. Because what the hell do you mean?
Now when do I answer you for that?
But wait, excuse me. Let me finish what I want to say first.
Okay. We'll come back to your struggling.
Now,
this thing
is
is
that the Odogu, if he's your primary, like let's use that your village girl now. Him being her primary provider,
end of poverty, call it
her parents and her family members. My dear, your family cannot say anything against him. Even if he's doing something bad.
Why would they say anything against him?
No, now tell me what are you people doing? A relationship whereby if he tell you it's his house, were you there when I was building? Who are you to tell me what to do with my money? Who are you to say what
do you have to
offer?
What will you bring to the table?
Oh, my lip gloss, my scrunchies, my hairband, a lot of things to bring to the table. I don't understand.
You are there to eat money, trophy wife.
No, I'm a trophy wife actually.
I pity you.
I'm not a trophy wife.
That's why most women are land in the hospital.
This is the kind of man that will tell you. This is the kind of man that will tell you, baby, this is your work. My achalugu.
No. We don't even want to go into that particular topic. I don't want to go into that one. We are coming to that one. See, I'm going to answer you for your struggling man, my dear love. Can you name?
You know when a mother is trying to tell her child, just calm down, my darling. Let me tell you.
Can you give me 3 scenarios, especially celebrities, that struggled with their man and how it ended? If you don't know, I'll tell you.
I know. Should we also give you the ones that struggle with their man and they're still together?
Yes, please. Yes.
Olu Jacobs and what's that her name? What's that?
I don't even know her name.
Oh, but you know the lady I'm talking about.
Yes.
Joke Silva. I mean Joke Silva. Maybe they struggle. Maybe now 2 of them start this together. Okay, bring your.
Let me give you
another
example.
Let's do what?
Let's
do bar for bar.
Okay, one.
Bar for bar.
A popular person. Christian Wise.
Yes.
Christian Wise. Yeah. His name is Pastor Jerry Eze. Do you know about NSPPP? You know him, right? Do you know where this man started? He said it was one room. That's where he started praying. And at that point, the wife is from a very rich background. This lady chose him. This lady saw the future in him.
And his wife, bar for bar.
That's where you started. You want to tell me?
There's this.
Baby girl, we are giving her 3.
3. 2 faces Libya and his Edochie and the wife, is it Paul Okoye or Peter Okoye?
Those ones, they did not build anything. Paul Okoye.
I don't understand. They said they not build anything.
They didn't build.
Oh
Pick
my
up,
God.
action. They did not build, my sister.
They did not build anything.
This square was already there before she got married. What do you mean?
We are talking about from relationship. Because these people, even you Ledoche,
before was already P Square. They had already released Do Me that year. They don't already blow
but
before
he had
they
a
got
girlfriend.
married.
He had a girlfriend.
Is it the girl he was dating that she married?
And you want techno, you know?
You know be her. You know be she.
She won't give us background though. Why you techno?
You know be
because when you say techno, don't be she. You know be toxic no
be she. Now then Two-Face own.
You know be toxic no be she because
they
don't
don't struggle
saying
anything.
They don't struggle.
Two-Face and you no struggle anything. Now Annie go took her head for inside it. They no struggle.
She don't agree. Wow.
Yes.
You say Two-Face and Annie no struggle.
They no struggle.
Point picked. I will tell you say they struggle.
Okay.
Oh yeah, tell us. Because when Two-Face just started, he never blew. He never blew. He was still 20-something years old or thereabouts. He never blew. And Annie was with him when he just started music, and he was like, oh, this thing is getting to somewhere, and they were in a relationship till he got to where he is, which landed them into where she doesn't have any other choice. But
it's not as a result of their struggling together. That one is
I'm not saying no. Wait. We are not talking about the cause of the divorce.
Okay,
anyway, we are talking about people that struggled and got
okay. Let me give you another example. At the time.
Exactly. He wasn't.
And
he wasn't made.
We're talking about struggling men and
made men.
Yes.
And I'm not even have struggled.
Two-Face was a struggling man.
Was Two-Face.
And Annie saw the potential. Did not reach the potential?
No. You don't understand the question. I asked them that have struggled and it ended.
Now,
can I give you another example? Excuse me, can I give you another example? I am from Ebonyi State, and the current governor of Ebonyi State is Francis Wifo. This man started as a bricklayer. At that point, I think he was dating the wife at that point. The lady he was supposed to marry refused. He at that point, he didn't go to school. He wanted to marry. He didn't go to school. Then this other girl agreed and said, okay, we're going to do life together. We can do this. We can push. And then he started going to school. He kept on pushing from there, councillor to honorable from this. Right now, he is the current governor of Ebonyi State, still sitting. The story, online, I was shocked from grassroots. They built up to that level. This is my type of Odogu. This particular Odogu will not tell me, shut up. Sit down here. This particular Odogu will not slap me.
You cannot be 100%.
Let me finish, girl. Let me finish.
If you tell me shut up, you tell him to shut up back.
Some men are narcissistic. They are narcissistic. They are narcissistic.
Shut up. You tell him to
You tell him to shut up back because not too often I struggle for the money.
You know where we start from?
Do you know? As opposed to an Odogu that is well made and you are his dependent and he will tell you what to do and you cannot say anything because I mean.
This is teamwork.
But that doesn't mean if he tell you to shut up, you still now come and tell him to shut up.
No, get my point.
I don't understand.
If there's no way you tell your husband to shut up, he will tell you to shut up.
That one is true. That one is true.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
People have misunderstandings. What she's trying to say is that that man will not have
will not tell you to
shun you
like
that.
And if he shuns you, you too can also on your own do what you want to do and keep you moving.
Yes, this is partnership. Me, I'm saying I prefer partnership. I prefer growth. Do you understand?
I'm not
rather
saying
than a man that will come and beat me and tomorrow everybody will not be singing, oh yeah, I don't know that
why. See, you guys are boiling this thing down to just one particular thing, which is the domestic violence and
no.
It's not just domestic violence.
Forgetting that even that man, when he makes money, can also change and turn to all these things that you're talking about.
That's the thing. There are no rules to this.
But you guys are putting it in one bone of contention that he will tell you to shut up and you will not shut up. He will beat you to send you to your father's house. As if it can still happen to someone who's struggling that will tell you, I don't deal with girls of the standard anymore.
Like I said when I started, in case you all have forgotten, I said it all boils down to you as a person and your values and where you see yourself.
I mean, it all boils down to choice.
And if you want, it's all of is choice. Your values and what you want is choice, like semantics. You're saying what I just said. You're saying what I just said. But at the same time, like I said, the problem lies in when you decide to go out of what you believe as a person because of one thing or the other. That is what's causing this argument now.
Believe as a person as how?
Like I said, you live your values, your choices, your life goals, instead of finding someone that aligns with it.
Yeah.
You are going after somebody because of what they have or what they do not have.
Also forget that there are also odogus that are in line with your values. Your
and I said, if you ask me,
you don't know what is inside the dice until you roll it and you see it. You don't know what's in it.
You're not listening to
That
me.
is why grassroots is important. Foundation is important.
I said when I started, if an struggling has what I want, I will follow him with vim. That was what I said when I started.
But if he doesn't,
and he's a struggling man that has what I want, I will follow him.
Oh, I thought you guys actually concluded.
Struggling
doesn't
mean
poor. With a struggling
no,
man.
I see.
That's what she concluded.
Struggling
I think
permanently poor.
I think the thing with made men is that most ladies would want to go for them because they offer some sense of security. They come with some kind of security and some kind of comfort. Like you have like a soft landing, you have something to like, or someone to like fall back on.
That's true.
In a situation whereby maybe money is tight or like things are difficult and at the same time. But also, I think that regardless of what you choose, whether you choose a self-made man or you choose a struggling person, it all boils down to your long-term vision and what you see for yourself. The connection you people have emotionally, like just...
There should be a balance. There should be an understanding.
Yeah.
So, yes, what are your final words?
So, there is a passage of the Bible that I want to read for everybody. That's Ecclesiastes 3:1. It says there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. So what I'm trying to say is that struggles are temporary.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So success can happen to anyone at any time.
Yeah.
My Beck Niger brothers. No be success, no be struggling man. One day 20 million, 50 million.
Yeah.
My people pushing barrow. Those men, white collar job men, career pushing this project, I must pitch this project. Before you know, that person will pick up. And Odogu, is he an ex-convict? Is he fraudulent? Is he a Yahoo boy? Is he a ritualist? You just want to jump in and start enjoying?
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that we can build an empire together. We can do something with our future if we plan and work towards.
For me, my last word is, what is your own definition of an Odogu?
And a struggling man.
Yeah. Is it that man that comes through for you no matter how little? Because it's not the ones that send you millions. Somebody can be sending you 50,000 naira, can be your Odogu. Somebody can be protecting you, can be your Odogu. It is your own definition of Odogu. Odogu is an Odogu, the way you place him.
Yeah.
So that's my own final.
Yeah, good talk, great chat.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Coco.
Thank you. Christian Moda.
Amen. All right, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for sticking with us all
next
through.
episode.
Yeah, bye.
And we've come to the end of today's program. Thank you so much for staying with us up until this time. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and it is displayed over on the screen. And on SLTV channel 265. My name is Quincy Roland. And also make it a date with us tomorrow at 7 p.m. Good night.
two lawyers, Clement Chukwuemeka, immediate past vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and ENUGU Agugam, who were guests in Signature flagship breakfast program, The Signature Show, faulted the bill on several grounds. They said the bill was the very opposite of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees free choice as against compulsory. They warned that the bill could trigger civic disobedience, which could lead to civic unrest.
You begin to address what are these issues? Is it to make criminalize voting, non-voting, or to begin to find a way to curb these things that you know are the reasons why people are not coming out? So people are now like saying, oh, we are not interested, we are not going to vote. Find out why. Votes must count. People must be encouraged. Insecurity, these are things that make people not want to vote. These are people that in general are in voter party. Take care of all those things. You don't need to make laws to say, oh, if you don't vote, you'll be killed, you go to jail, you pay 100,000. This law will not succeed. If the bill will not succeed. If it's not, it will not succeed. In fact, people will observe it in disobedience. Then what are we going to be left with? Chaos.
Let me just be a prophet in this particular last word. This allegedly or alleged what's it called bill is indirect way. Let anybody mark it today. It's an indirect way to bring out anger in Nigeria so that there won't be anybody to vote and they will now manipulate and call results in the next election.
The two lawyers acknowledged that though some countries like Australia and a number of Latin American nations have such provisions, those countries have created a voter trust by making their election processes transparent and credible. In contrast, they said, the Nigerian voter has no trust in the election process and its outcome.
In Australia,
good afternoon, welcome to another edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Before I forget, we are in the 6th month of 2025, 2nd of June. So many people are beginning to wonder, all my New Year goals, I've not ticked anyone. But don't fret, don't bother, don't worry. We still have 6 months remaining. Don't be surprised, everything might even happen in this month of June. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. We'll be doing this show together today. I have so many stories that I've been making rounds on social media, things that trended during the weekend, and of course, things I've been making rounds recently. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Stephen Nana, popularly known as Steve Nato, has broken his silence on why he and singer Asake went their separate ways. Steve Nato, who managed Asake from 2022 to 2024, revealed in a recent viral interview circulating on social media that their professional relationship ended when the singer's career skyrocketed beyond what he could handle. He candidly admitted that Asake became too big for him to manage effectively despite the split. Steve Nato expressed his gratitude to Olamide and the head of YBNL Records for giving him the opportunity to work with Asake during such a pivotal time in the artist's career. All right, I actually smirked and laughed at that point where he said the singer became bigger than him. But yeah, that's part of it. He also had to emphasize that he got married, he had a family, and he loves his family. So, you know, blending the two, and of course we know that Asake has grown big. He's now that big star that goes from one country to another, going for tours and going for concerts, going for events and all that. So he balancing family and being a manager was becoming very, very chaotic for him. So he had to pick one. But that doesn't mean that they are not friends or they are enemies of some sort. They're still in good terms, but he had to pick his family. Because I mean, I tend to wonder most times, how do they do these things? You have a family and you're a manager or someone's producer or someone, you know, a big star, working with a big star. It's most times not that easy. So I don't know how they do it, but he found out that he couldn't handle it, especially with the fact that Ashake is a Grammy nominee. All right, so it's something that he couldn't handle. He had to make a choice to follow his family, stay with his family, love his family, and groom his family. So that's just it, because we're all worried why they had to split ways and all that. All right, let's move forward. Film producer Ifeoluwa Fatogun has been thrust into the spotlight as one of the emerging voices in Africa's cinema following her win in the Best Documentary category at the 11th African Magic Viewers' Choice Award. Fatogun was recognized for her work as the producer of Dundun, a critically acclaimed documentary directed by Ebi Atawodi. Dundun delves into the cultural, spiritual, and historical importance of the talking drum in Yoruba culture, striking a chord with audiences across the continent. In a statement to Saturday's Beat, Fatogun reflected on her wins, calling it a defining moment in her career. African filmmaker is evolving. We are finally telling our stories in a way that are honest, rooted, and visually compelling. The world is watching us, but more importantly, we are watching ourselves with new eyes, she said. With a background spanning music videos, commercials on various documentary projects, Fatogun noted that the AMVCA recognition marks the beginning of a new chapter in her creative journey, one that will see her delve deeper into film production and African storytelling. The documentary is also set to reach a wider audience with screenings planned at International Film Festival later this year. So let's not forget that if there's an event I'm so proud of and I always speak about, is AMVCA. In fact, it's one of my favorite awards because it is our own. It is our own. Like, you should get what I mean, actually. So when she say that the world is seeing us and we are seeing ourselves, most importantly, I had to pick that word because it is the truth. African magic is making rounds. I know, we had Jide Kene sometime last month when he was, differentiating between the past Nollywood and the present one. I was trying to make him, I was trying to convince him to say Nollywood before is better than now, but he had to stand his ground that no, we have evolved. We are trying new things, new technology, new mechanism, new facilities and all, and people are beginning to watch her movies. It was sometime last week too that I had to review a movie that is trending in the diaspora of two brothers made a story of, a lifestyle that happened in Africa. The whole life of a father and his sons, a family and all. It told a very, very dynamic story. So it's not just because it's AMVCA and it's just we that is watching ourselves. It's the fact that we are making rounds, and not just in the music category. We're making rounds in movie category. So it's something that we should clap ourselves for. I'm actually waiting for the point whereby we'll make rounds in arts, we'll make rounds in crafts, and all that, but I know we're getting there, by the way. All right, let's move to more juicy stories. 50 Cent has revealed that he plans to have a conversation with former President Donald Trump regarding Sean Diddy Combs, but not a lobby against a potential presidential pardon. The rapper recently posted about Trump's comments in a new interview where the former president said he would consider pardoning Diddy if he's convicted in his ongoing federal sex trafficking case. In response, 50 Cent wrote on social media. He said some really bad things about Trump. It's not okay. I'm going to reach out so he knows how I feel about this guy. That message sparked speculation that 50 was planning to personally ensure Diddy doesn't get any leniency, but the rapper quickly pushed back, saying his comments were being taken out of context. According to 50, he simply wants to express his personal views about Diddy directly to Trump and make him aware of certain alleged past remarks. Diddy has made about the former president, he made it clear that he's not trying to influence Trump's decision on a possible pardon. Sorry, I'll take that. He's not trying to influence Trump's decision on a possible pardon either way. 50 Cent has frequently mocked Diddy online, especially following the music mogul's arrest in September 2023. Most recently, he posted an AI-generated image of himself wearing a Free Diddy t-shirt, a jab that quickly went viral. Now, as Diddy faces serious charges with a former assistant using a pseudonym recently testifying against him, Trump, who just pardoned reality TV star Todd and Julie Chrissy, had not ruled out a future pardon for the music executive. But if that happens, it sounds like 50 wants his voice heard first. Now, let's not forget that Diddy is still in a hot seat, and 50 is just trying to air his view. He wants to say something. I think he has a whole lot to say, aside the comments he made on socials. So, Diddy made a statement concerning Trump, something not really good, something bad, as he say, in quotes. So, it's more like Trump made a statement that he would help Diddy to get out of this, allegedly. So 50 Cent is more like he doesn't deserve it, because this young man has said some literally bad things about you. So it's like you're trying to help your enemy or something. You're trying to help someone that doesn't rate you. You get, that's what 50 Cent is trying to do. So he's pleading that they give him the chance for him to speak up, which I wouldn't mind to listen to that. I wouldn't mind to know what the whole gist is all about. And trust me, I'll always bring that drama to you. So the truth is, as the day goes by, cases concerning Diddy comes up. It comes up every single time. But the problem now is 50 Cent has never, ever said anything good about Diddy. So people are more like, we're not surprised. What's new that you're going to come up with? But this particular one is a very serious case that we all really need to look into, especially netizens like you and I. Let's move forward. Sean Diddy Combs and Harvey Weinstein have more than one time in common. They are being sued for alleged sexual assault by the same model. Not only are Diddy and Weinstein currently on trial for sex crime in unrelated trials, but Crystal McKinney has filed lawsuits against them in a New York federal court. In the latest suit filed Friday, McKinney, through her attorney Michelle Ciola, accuses Weinstein of raping her and her friend in a Manhattan hotel room in 2003. McKinney says she wanted to break into the film industry, so she arranged to meet with Weinstein, the co-founder of Miramax Films, to chat about business opportunities. According to McKinney, the meeting was set up by a modeling company executive who made a crack about her not having sex with Weinstein until he put her in a movie. Now, McKinney claims she was bothered by the comments but went to the meeting anyways because she hadn't heard about Weinstein's alleged predatory behavior. She says she brought along her roommate, another model looking for movie roles, and they met Weinstein at a noisy nightclub. McKinney alleged Weinstein claimed he was having trouble hearing them because of all the noise, so he invited them to his room at the Ritz-Carlton Battery Park Hotel. That's where, according to McKinney, Weinstein got them drunk and booze and forced the two women to have sex with each other before he raped them. Previously, McKinney sued Diddy in 2024, accusing the music mogul of sexually assaulting her at his NYC studio after the two met at a men's fashion week event. McKinney says Diddy forced her to give him oral sex in a bathroom after she was plied with bows and given a joint laced with a narcotic. Diddy responded to the suit asking the court to toss it because the alleged action were time barred, meaning the statute of limitations ran out years ago. Diddy has also denied all allegations of wrongdoing as he fights criminal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering at his federal trial. As of Wednesday, he's currently being retired on rape and sexual assault charges after an appeal court overturned his conviction, ruling that the prosecutors in his case allowed women to testify who weren't pertinent to the charges he was facing. Well, that's the story, actually. That's the story. You both have something in common, and that's very, 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 I don't know what to call it, you know. And the fact that Diddy he has never agreed that he did any of these things they brought to his table. Never. He has never. He has never pleaded guilty. Never. Even if there are evidence, CCTV evidence, the young man said, no, I didn't do that. But I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Who would want to go to prison? Who would want to stay in jail? Nobody. But there should be one thing that you agree that you did, at least. You can't be innocent for all allegations. You can't be that innocent. And as for Winston, that was so brutal. Why? You wanted to work with these people for a movie scene, so what's with the whole, I can't hear you because of the noise, let's move over to the hotel, and I'm sure some people will say, oh, don't they have common sense to know that it's a setup or whatever. You're trying to feature in a movie and maybe it's one of your biggest gig. Most people want to, okay, whatever that will make you comfortable, let's go there, not knowing that this was what has been planned. Let's move over to the foreign scene. Thousands gathered in West Hollywood on Sunday for the annual Pride Parade, showcasing vibrant costumes, colorful floats, and passionate advocacy. Among the voice of the participants, HIV healthcare advocates AI Ballesteros emphasized the urgent need for HIV prevention funding, criticizing the policies of U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and warning that withholding support could lead to 143,000 new infections in 5 years. In the most important to be loud and proud and not let anyone be silenced or erased because we are here, we are here, we are proud, declared cosplayer Amber Martin, capturing the festive spirit of the event. Take a look. I don't know where it's coming
Because of the cuts they're doing in the House, and they approved them in the House already. Now they're going to approve them in the Senate. So we need to stop that because millions of Americans are going to lose their lives. And so we're here to just show our support for Medicaid because we support Medicaid. We want everybody to have access to health care. It's very important.
Well, it's pretty clear the Secretary is not releasing HIV prevention funding. That's for everybody across the United States. It's not just Los Angeles. So our message here today is we can't allow that to happen. If that happens and he continues to hold this up, we're going to have 143,000 new HIV infections in 5 years.
We have a lot going on in our current events, and it's the most important to be loud and proud and not let anyone be silenced or erased, because we are here, we are queer, and we are proud. Happy Pride!
So for Pride Month, I think a big focus is being a part of the community and being able to watch for each other and be more collective in our thinking, not just think more of ourselves individually, but how we can incorporate values in order to better the world around us.
It's just to let people know that we're here, to see other people, to know we're a community that's strong and can come together in the hardest of times. Thanks so much.
I will say that to be united, to make sure that we all like each other. Like you see, everybody's pretty cool over here. So the only thing is like to be happy. Let's be happy, not fight. That's it.
My message this Pride Month is let us all stick together because it's really tough out there, so no matter who we are, let love be first.
So it's the whole pride, as they call it, for me, and the whole placards, Trump must go, you are enough, yadi 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 thing for me. Even a dog is wearing the flag of LGBTQ. Okay.
Shakira's performance at the World Pride Welcome Concert was being cancelled. National Park announced on its website, according to the Washington Post. Shakira was set to perform at the baseball stadium on Saturday night as part of the opening festivities for World Pride, the largest LGBTQ+ festival in the world. The Washington Post reported the cancellation was due to complication with the previous show in Boston, according to the National Park statement. Shakira's full tour production cannot be transported to Washington in time for the performance on Saturday, the Post reported. Take a look at that.
Blocker! Shakira! Shakira, Usher, to the left, Usher! Shakira, one step over. Come on. No. There you go. Shakira, that guard. Shakira, looking left. Usher. Shakira, left. Shakira, left. Shakira, left. Shakira, good. Come on, Shakira. Come on, right here. Come on, Shakira, right here. Shakira. Oh. One second. Come on, Shakira. Shakira. Second. No. Right there. Keep coming up the steps. Don't stop there. Keep coming up a few more steps. Stop there, Carlos. Stop. Hello.
Elliot Grossetto, Igmar Sigurdsson,
No, they didn't get it. Blocker!
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll review our social trends to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is our social trend segment where we tend to bring you, stories that have been making rounds on social media, especially during the weekend. So a heartwarming love story is making waves on social media as beloved actress Ruby Ojiako officially tied the knots with her fellow actor husband in a beautiful wedding ceremony held on Saturday. The star-studded event, which was attended by close friends, families, and industry colleagues, came just a few months after the couple's traditional wedding. which had already captured fans' attention and admiration. While the identities of the couple were kept relatively private leading up to the big day, photos and videos from the ceremony have since surfaced online, showing the newlyweds beaming with joy and sharing emotional moments during their vows. Take a look.
I take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead and buried on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary, trying to be with your touch. Oh Lord, return me. I take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead and buried on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary, trying to be with your touch. Oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found.
On the platinum level, baby. Rapid confectionaries. What you say? This one a good night. Rapid prophesy. Vanity upon vanity. This is what we do, this is the people of lifestyle. Show you know this is the way I'm breaking down.
To be doing this with the spelling of love.
Shift back, push you. Shift back. Shift back.
Alright, we're going to start. We're going to cut the cake.
We're going to be cutting.
Please shift back before I push you. Shift
this
back.
cake
Mama, the cake
to the spelling of love.
Shift back, please.
So when I say give me an L, please let's respond. Let's do this together. Let's go, guys. Somebody give me an L.
L.
Thank you. Give me an O.
O.
Give me a V.
V.
And an excellent E.
Beautiful.
Take one look at you, you're taking me out.
I'm sure I'm not the only one that heard that I'm going to push you, leave this place and all that. I wish I could actually review the comment sections, but let's move forward. So we've all known Ruby as a showstopper, but she's also a lover of God. She brings the whole drama, especially when she hears Christian music or a live performance and all. So take a look at her in this video. You know, prior to other celebrity movie actors and actresses, Destiny Etiko came all the way from Asaba to surprise the newlyweds with lots of money. Take a look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's one of the most trending right now.
She's one of the biggest out of the Southeast. She's making us proud around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we were on the same flight to Asaba this morning. She came all the way just to surprise Ruby. Destiny to go now. Money be this, I've been on something else. Destiny, what's going on now? What's the energy tonight? Destiny for governor 2027. Who be sheriff? Make it get out. Now only Destiny defeat APC like this. Destiny, you don't need to contest and to rig your election. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a friend of Ruby, a sister to Ruby. She came all the way to surprise Ruby to make her happy today. Are you ready? Asaba, are you ready? Make some noise. One of the most outstanding, one of the most beautiful. I call her the queen of guns. You call her the legit queen. Asaba, stand up. Make some noise. Set the place. Stand up everywhere. For Angela Omoye.
Did you see her facial expression when the hype man said she came all the way from Asaba? She was like, for real? Alright, so a few moments later, Angela Okori made a grand entrance at the venue to surprise the newlyweds too. So take a look.
Angela Corey in the building. Let me make some fucking noise.
So before all that serere, joy, happiness, jumping, dancing and all, take a look at the moment, the emotional moment when Madu, Ruby's husband, burst into tears while giving his speech in church.
Don't cry, man, don't cry. I want to remedy.
Did you see when his sister told Ruby, please take care of my brother? Oh, it's giving crybaby vibes. All right, so you know one surprising thing? Ruby has been a gospel artist even before venturing into movie, even before getting into the spotlight. And some of these songs were even making rounds then. You know those those songs our mothers used to waking us up, those Christian music that our mothers used to waking us up every Sunday morning. I never knew that Ruby was one of the artists to one of those songs. But let's take a look at that.
What's